Chapter 3554. However, Zhou Xian was also extremely cautious. Even Aoji was filled with greed when he looked at the ocean heart lotus in his hand. This ocean heart lotus was clearly something. 3 days quietly passed. However, at this moment the dragon clan was already surging with undercurrents. Long Jingzi had found Zhou Xian 3 times with the same goal. He wanted him to take this opportunity to leave the dragon clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he entered the ancient land of the dragon clan, he might not have the chance to leave anymore. Long Jingzi was also thinking for Zhou Xian's sake. Otherwise, with his understanding of the dragon clan, this matter would definitely not be left at that. Even if the clan leader did not intervene, there would still be more people who would obstruct him. The danger was naturally not something that outsiders could understand. However, Zhou Xian's stubbornness also made Long Jingzi speechless. This guy had eaten a heavy weight and was determined to enter the ancient land of the dragon clan to receive the inheritance. He said that it was too important to him, so he could not leave just like that. Then you must be more careful. Long Jingzi could only helplessly sigh in the end. He was not worried about Long Ying. After all, she was a member of the dragon clan. No matter how despicable they were, they would not attack Long Ying. However, with Zhou Xian's current situation, he might be ambushed by the dragon clan at any time. This was not something that Long Jingzi made up. He was all too clear about the dragon clan's character. Zhou Xian had killed Long Yingyue, so it was impossible for him to leave unscathed. Long Ying also hoped that Zhou Xian could leave as soon as possible. After all, where there was life there was hope. However, Zhou Xian's stubbornness also made them completely speechless. 3 days had passed. The 7th elder, Long Fengji, appeared on the dragon clan's plaza. He faced Zhou Xian, Long Ying, Xianxia, and the 7 final victors of the Rising Dragon Banquet, preparing to enter the ancient land of the dragon clan. I am the 7th elder of the dragon clan, Long Fengji. Today I will bring you into the ancient land of the dragon clan. Remember, you only have 3 months. How much you can obtain will depend on your own luck. The ancient land of the dragon clan has existed for tens of millions of years. It is the place where the dragon clan's spirit chi is the densest. To be able to cultivate in the ancient land of the dragon clan for 3 months is your good fortune. Even I don't have such an opportunity. The reason for that was because the spiritual aura of the dragon clan's ancient land would gradually dissipate after being absorbed. It would take a long time for it to gather again. It is called the Emperor Dragon Energy. Once you absorb the Emperor Dragon Energy, you will become a member of the dragon clan and possess the true dragon clan bloodline. Long Fengji glanced at Zhou Xian and the others with a cold expression. In his opinion, the only person who needed special treatment this time was Zhou Xian. Emperor Dragon Energy? This was also the first time Long Ying had heard of the Emperor Dragon Energy. Not bad. It is said that in the ancient times, 7 Emperor Realm super experts died in the ancient land of the dragon clan. They were peerless experts that even Emperor Realm experts could not compare to. They were as famous as the heavens. The Emperor Dragon Energy that was brewed from their bodies and souls is the treasure of the dragon clan. As long as you go through the baptism of the Emperor Dragon Energy, your bloodline will improve to the next level. Emperor Realm experts? Are they even more terrifying than Emperor Realm experts? Long Ying's expression was extremely solemn. That's right. There are some things that you will understand when you become stronger in the future. The place where the 7 Emperor Realm experts died formed a dragon developing pond. There are inheritances and fortunes left by the 7 Emperor Realm experts there. The current leader of the dragon clan once received an inheritance from an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient land of the dragon clan and became the strongest expert of the dragon clan. But it all depends on your luck. Humph, the dragon developing pond is the most precious place in the ancient land of the dragon clan. How much you can get from it will depend on your ability. Finally, Long Fengji's gaze fell upon Zhou Xian and he harumphed coldly. He was quite angry with this bastard. Zhou Xian had killed a genius disciple of the dragon clan and still wanted to push the blame onto the dragon clan. Even if he became the son-in-law of the dragon clan, the people of the dragon clan would never be loyal to the dragon clan. Zhou Xian looked cold and indifferent. He knew that even if he entered the ancient land of the dragon clan this time, it would not be easy for him to receive the inheritance. Could it be you, Shaoqi? The ancestral dragon emperor murmured. His low and sorrowful voice made Zhou Qian's heart sink. Does the ancestral dragon emperor know about the 7 emperor realm experts? If it really is them, then perhaps what happened to me back then can be explained. The final plot will also be easily solved. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Although he was silent, Zhou Xian could feel his excitement and anger. He could not wait to enter the ancient land of the dragon clan. I haven't shown myself all this while because I'm worried that there are experts in the dragon clan that I don't know about. Once my identity is exposed, I'll probably fall into eternal damnation. So I can only stay in the ancestral dragon pagoda. This time it's all up to you, Zhou Xian. The ancestral dragon emperor said sincerely. Zhou Xian was his only hope. Zhou Xian nodded silently. He knew that the responsibility on his shoulders was very heavy. To the ancestral dragon emperor, the exploration of the ancient land of the dragon clan was very important. In the past, the ancestral dragon emperor had helped him to get to where he was today. His dragon transformation skill had almost reached the great accomplishment level. Although he and the ancestral dragon emperor relied on each other to achieve what they had today, without the ancestral dragon emperor, there would not be Zhou Xian today. When the ancestral dragon emperor needed him, he would not let the ancestral dragon emperor down. Scope. The seal of the ancient land of the dragon clan has been activated. The Celestial Crane Mountain is the illusion of the ancient land. Once you enter the Celestial Crane Mountain, you will reach the ancient land of the dragon clan. This is the Monarch Dragon token. Only the person with the Monarch Dragon token can enter the developing dragon pond without being attacked by the Monarch Dragon Chi. Long Fengji passed the Purple Sovereign Dragon token to Zhou Xian. At this moment, everyone was incomparably excited. To them, it was like being carried into the top 10 of the Rising Dragon banquet. All of the experts had died and they were the final winners. It was a great fortune. Zhou Xian and the others walked deeper into the ancient land of the dragon clan. Looking at Zhou Qian's back from afar, Long Fengji's lips curled into a meaningful smile and he murmured, "Boy, let's see if you can withstand the power of the developing dragon pond." The Celestial Crane Mountain was surrounded by cranes and clouds. After entering the Celestial Crane Mountain, one could see flowers all over the mountain. Between the two mountains, there was a natural moat with torrential river water pouring down from the sky. It was a magnificent sight. In front of them was a huge stone with inscriptions carved on it. Zhou Xian looked at the huge stone silently. It was like a huge stone as heavy as the sky and earth, pressing on his heart. What a terrifying deterrent force. This huge stone actually has such a domineering pressure. Zhou Qian's heart trembled. The words "ancient land" were written on the stone. It was calm and domineering, as if it carried a tremendous force that was hard to resist. What a magnificent ancient land of the dragon clan. Someone could not help but exclaim. Chapter 3555. Boundless spiritual qi gathered from all directions. The spiritual qi here was different from the others. It contained the overbearing imperial dragon energy. No wonder it was called the ancient land of the dragon clan. The imperial dragon energy contained within was simply a transformation for them, a baptism of life and death. Zhou Xian also felt refreshed. The imperial dragon energy was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it wasn't always there. It would only appear after a period of time. It seemed to be closely related to the evolving dragon pool. Big brother Zhou Xian, you must be careful when you enter the evolving dragon pool. Long Ing said worriedly. When they passed through the wilderness, they came to a canyon. The canyon was filled with dense spiritual qi. In the deepest part of the canyon, there was an existence similar to the heavenly gate with the words "Evolving Dragon Pool" written on it. Alright, you and Xianxia should be careful too. After Zhou Xian said that, he strode towards the evolving dragon pool. Standing in front of the evolving dragon pool, Zhou Xian felt an unparalleled pressure coming from all directions. The pressure was something he had never felt before. It's them. It's really them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said in shock. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. At this moment it was not easy for him to stay calm. It's Xiaoqi. I will never forget the aura of the 7 of them. They followed me to battle all over the world. I never expected them to fall here. They are the same as the experts of the dragon clan that were sealed in the ocean core pillar. However, the 7 of them are stronger than those experts. They are the 7 Black Radiance generals under my command. They are also the true experts of the dragon clan. An Emperor Realm expert is enough to change a lot of things. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a sigh. He was extremely curious about that unknown period of time. Why was he betrayed? What did that person do after betraying him? Ancestral Dragon Emperor had no idea about it. Back then he had participated in the Immemorial War. His strength was constantly weakened and his memory was scattered. That was why he was ambushed by the traitor of the Dragon Clan and left the divine world forever. Now that he had returned, Ancestral Dragon Emperor had to find out the truth, the outcome of the Immemorial War and the changes of the Dragon Clan. He did not know if some things would be connected to the past. However, as long as he did not give up, he would definitely find the source. In this ancient land of the Dragon Tribe, there is a trace of their remaining dragon soul power. Masters at the Venerable Emperor level won't die so easily. Without experiencing a worldly calamity, if you want to destroy them, you'll need at least the strength of a Heavenly King Realm expert. But the Dragon Tribe didn't have any Heavenly King Realm experts at that time. A 9th grade Emperor Realm Heavenly King could create a deity with a single thought. Xianxia knew that from this moment onwards he might have to break through to the Emperor Realm expert with all his strength. As long as he could reach the Emperor Realm, he would be able to have his own choice in the battle of the divine world. Xianxia originally thought that the Emperor Realm was the peak. However, he knew that the Emperor Realm was just another starting point of the Immemorial War. Xianxia held the Emperor Dragon token in his hand and stepped into the Evolving Dragon Pond. The Evolving Dragon Pond was 1,000 zhang wide. The milky white pond water was shrouded in mist. Xianxia could not see through it. However, he had to enter the Evolving Dragon Pond at least to find out what was going on. The moment Xianxia's body submerged into the Evolving Dragon Pond, 8 rays of cold light came from all directions. They were all dressed in black, completely enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't tell who they were. What a dragon clan! Xianxia had a lingering fear in his heart as he retreated. He stepped on the Evolving Dragon Pond and walked on the waves. He squinted his eyes as he felt that these 8 silhouettes were extremely familiar to him. Xianxia did not need to explain who they were. Just 8 soul doppelgangers and you want to kill me? Aren't you a little too confident? Xianxia sneered. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Once I kill you, everything will be settled. A deep voice came from the mouth of the leader. Xianxia knew that the 8 soul doppelgangers, who refused to show themselves, must be the 8 great elders of the Dragon Clan. He reckoned that besides Long Jingzi, the other 8 great elders of the Dragon Clan were all here. The Dragon Clan really has a good plan. They want to scheme against me in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't think that the Dragon Clan, which is revered by the world, would be such a filthy place. How regretful. Ha! Xianxia snorted disdainfully. If it was the 8 great elders, perhaps Xianxia would be afraid. However, these guys were just the soul doppelgangers of the 8 great elders. Their strength was much weaker. Only 3 of them had reached the mid-divine emperor realm. The rest of them were only at the early divine emperor realm. It would not be easy for them to kill him with such strength. Cut the crap. Everything will be over after I kill you. Someone let out a cold harumph. He didn't have time to think and immediately attacked Xianxia. The 8 of them advanced and retreated at the same time in perfect coordination. Their aura was like a rainbow and they were showing off their sharpness. They were determined to kill Xianxia, neither advancing nor retreating. Their long spears were like frost, peerlessly bright. Xianxia's divine sense moved. In an instant, the soul-seizing divine art was unleashed. It had a great effect on the 8 divine emperor doppelgangers. Under the effect of the soul-seizing divine art, the 8 doppelgangers' facial expression drastically changed. They quickly retreated with an ugly expression. Soul-stealing technique. Xianxia used his peak Emperor Realm soul energy to attack them. Xianxia did not expect that. The 8 of them could not fight back at all. The soul-stealing divine art, the disdainful heavens and the great soul derivation technique had pushed Xianxia's soul energy to the peak. There's something strange about this guy. Retreat. The 8 soul doppelgangers did not expect that they could not withstand a single blow from Xianxia. It was a great humiliation. However, Xianxia's soul attack was beyond their imagination. It was already too late for them to retreat. Coming and going as you please. Even if this is the territory of your dragon clan, it won't be that easy. Xianxia's heavenly lightning shot out from his palm. 4 bolts of heavenly lightning penetrated through the void. The heavenly lightning was a fatal blow to the soul doppelgangers that were heavily injured by Zhou Xian. The heavenly lightning struck down. The 8 soul doppelgangers were all killed. None of them could leave a trace of their soul energy behind. In a hidden place of the dragon clan, the 8 elders' faces turned pale as they spurted out a mouthful of blood. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. How could this guy be so strong? That's right. His spiritual strength makes me feel invincible. Chapter 3556. Apart from Long Jingze, all of the 8 great elders had terrified expressions on their faces, their killing intent completely gone. Their avatars were not able to defeat Zhou Xian. Instead, they were completely annihilated by Zhou Xian. This was a serious injury to them. Their soul energy was severely depleted. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Zhou Xian looked at him. In the void of the space-time, the 8 soul doppelgangers had been completely crushed by him and disappeared without a trace. It was quite a dangerous moment just now. But his Emperor Realm's soul played a crucial role at this moment. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Once he reached the Emperor Realm, his soul strength would be invincible. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Qian. Looks like the dragon clan still won't give up. Zhou Qian's face turned gloomy. That's normal. You should have known that the Ocean Heart Lotus has unparalleled power. It's the power of endless Dao connotation and the essence of countless dragon clan ancestors in ancient times. Even the Emperor Realm experts are wary of it. Do you think they would be willing to give it to an outsider? Back then, the dragon clan's patriarch was just a temporary measure to stabilize you. Even he probably coveted it very much. You'd better protect your Sea Heart Lotus well. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll be killed again. Just like the fruit of fortune from before, they're all treasures that can raise one's Dao reserve. You must not let others know about them. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said with a smile, but he was emotionless. You're right. I don't know if the dragon clan's inheritance will be brought to me in the evolving dragon pool. After Zhou Qian got rid of his 8 doppelgangers, he looked at the evolving dragon pool and dove into it again. The terrifying imperial dragon energy gushed out and integrated into his body. Zhou Qian felt that his body was evolving continuously. The rich imperial dragon energy made him feel like he was reborn again. The dragon transformation skill made his body evolve continuously, and he even became a human dragon. The 9 levels of bloodline power was not weaker than the real dragon clan. However, he was not a member of the dragon clan after all. So it was extremely difficult for him to integrate with the dragon clan perfectly. Zhou Qian could feel that the dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating crazily at this moment. The endless imperial dragon energy started to be devoured by Zhou Qian crazily. The water in the evolving dragon pool seemed to be boiling. The terrifying bloodline power shocked Zhou Qian. At this moment, he knew that the evolving dragon pool would definitely change his body again. It's a pity that my 7 brothers have already disappeared. It's extremely difficult to find their soul fragments. This evolving dragon pool should be their final resting place, but there's no news of them at all. Am I really going to make a wasted trip here? All the ancient people of the dragon clan have disappeared without a trace. Although I'm the ancestral dragon emperor, I don't seem to fit in with the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor murmured. However, you must grasp this opportunity well. Zhou Qian, your human dragon body might undergo a transformation at this moment. By then, it's not impossible for you to absorb all the energy in the evolving dragon pool and transform into a real dragon. Your bloodline power of the dragon clan will be enhanced once again. How far you can evolve the dragon transformation skill will depend on your own luck. What this evolving dragon pool carries is their countless years of inheritance and thoughts. The ancestral dragon emperor said to Zhou Qian solemnly. At this moment, there was no doubt that his body would undergo a drastic change after being transformed by the imperial dragon energy and the evolving dragon pool. To Zhou Qian, it was a great opportunity. All right. Zhou Qian said solemnly. He did not dare to be negligent and started to circulate the dragon transformation skill. He felt that his mental state had entered a mysterious realm and his soul was extremely calm. The imperial dragon energy in the evolving dragon pool and the energy in the pool made Zhou Qian feel relieved. 1 month passed by quietly. Zhou Qian's body had accumulated an endless amount of imperial dragon energy. After soaking in the evolving dragon pool, the energy melted. Zhou Qian felt that the divine bones in his body seemed to be growing continuously. The human dragon body was revealed at this moment. The divine bones kept growing and intertwined with his flesh and blood. The excruciating pain made Jiang Chen's face turn pale. Even a divine emperor expert could not withstand the pain. It was not the pain of his flesh and bones, it made Jiang Chen's scalp numb. Your human dragon body is going to evolve. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice gave Jiang Chen great motivation. The human and dragon body was about to complete the transformation. That meant that he might completely transform into the body of a dragon at this moment. Jiang Chen's divine bones kept growing and his flesh was being stripped. He had never experienced such pain before. If he was not soaking in the energy in the evolving dragon pool, he might not be able to endure such pain. I must hold on. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and endured the pain. At this moment, the circulation of the dragon transformation skill became even more frenzied. His dragon marks had undergone a huge change, turning into a pure gold color. Compared to before, they were much finer and more organized, and the number of dragon marks kept increasing. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was still not something to be underestimated. 6,050,000, 6,060,000, 6,070,000. Jiang Chen's body kept changing. Under the dragon transformation skill, the nourishment of the imperial dragon qi and the nurturing of the evolving dragon pool, his body underwent a great change. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely shed his half-human and half-dragon form. The ancestral dragon emperor did not expect that he did not transform into a dragon completely. Instead, he turned into a human that was a few feet tall. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. In the end, it reached a height of 100 zhang. Jiang Chen's muscles, bones, blood and flesh were finally stabilized. He looked like a peerless god of war standing tall. What's going on? Why is Jiang Chen changing like this? He did not transform into a true dragon. The ancestral dragon emperor was completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. He thought that Jiang Chen would definitely transform into a true dragon. However, the result was completely different from what he had expected. It was something that he had never expected. Chapter 3557. Jiang Chen looked at his 100 zhang tall body in shock. He could feel that the emperor dragon qi in his body was gradually fading away. The water in the evolving dragon pool was getting lesser and lesser. The energy contained in the pool had been completely absorbed by him. Jiang Chen felt dizzy. At this moment he felt that he had arrived at a deserted wilderness. 7 warriors wearing bamboo hats and riding giant dragons were leaping down from the sky. Jiang Chen felt suffocated by their domineering aura. This was something he had never seen before in his life. 7 silhouettes, all of them standing on dragons, wielding divine weapons in their hands, suppressing the vermilion sky. Hovering in the air, they were like the sovereigns of all worlds. It's the 7 generals of Black Shine. Jiang Chen knew that these 7 people must be the Emperor Realm's 7 generals of Black Shine, the ultimate warriors of the ancestral dragon emperor. You have the aura of the ancestral dragon emperor. Yeah, it feels so familiar. It's a pity that we can't go back. To be able to follow Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor is our greatest honor. The 7 generals of Black Radiance stared at Jiang Chen and said calmly. Their heroic bearing gave people a feeling of being unstoppable, as if everything under the heavens and earth was under their control. When can I reach the Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen was shocked as he stared at the 7 generals of Black Shine. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor is not dead. Jiang Chen looked at them and said, Impossible. The 7 of them spoke at the same time, completely rejecting Jiang Chen's words. They were even glaring at Jiang Chen. Their eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Who are you? Trying to trick us by pretending to be the Ancestral Dragon Emperor? You're the one who killed us. Li Feng, it's impossible for us to betray the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. You plotted against the Ancestral Dragon Emperor and caused his death. You're dreaming if you want the support of the 7 generals of Black Shine. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor is our faith. A traitor like you will not have a good ending. Even if the primeval war ends, it's impossible for you to take us in. Even if we die, don't even think about getting our dragon qi. The 7 obsidian generals all glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also had a bitter expression on his face. Were these the sole fragments of the 7 obsidian generals? It seemed like they held a deep grudge against Li Feng. Who would have thought that they had such a past? Could Li Feng be the traitor that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor mentioned? I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. I'm here to inherit the legacy. Could it be that none of you are willing to give your legacy to me? Xianxia said. I said that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is not dead. I don't care if you believe me or not. I don't know what kind of condition I'm in right now. I can't even summon the Zulong Tower. But I have cultivated the Dragon Transformation incantation to achieve what I have today. I have the 10th level of the bloodline power. I'm no different from the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Do you really think that I would harm you? Xianxia continued in a deep voice. The 7 obsidian generals stared at Xianxia. Could it be that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is still alive? 10th level of the bloodline power. Even they could not catch up to it. All 7 of them had the 9th level of the bloodline power. If you're really the inheritor of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, then we will not be stingy to give you our legacy. But if you're not, then we will fight you till the end. The 7 obsidian generals were completely against Xianxia. 10th level of the bloodline power. Even you guys don't have it. Other than the ancestral Dragon Emperor, no one else has it. Xianxia's words made them fall into silence. We've already lost our souls long ago. What's left is only a fragment of our souls left in the dragon bones. It's impossible for us to reincarnate. Without a complete soul, we're just like a lonely ghost that no one wants to see. If it weren't for the fact that we wanted to protect the last bit of dragon chi, our souls would have already perished. Every one of us has a trace of dragon chi. It's the symbol of our dragon clan. When 7 traces of dragon chi are gathered, it's terrifying. It's not something that an emperor realm guy like you can understand. Once the 7 traces of dragon chi are fused, Li Feng might reach the ancestral dragon emperor's realm. We tried our best to protect these 7 traces of dragon chi. That's why we were sent here by Li Feng. We'll never be able to reincarnate and our souls will be completely destroyed. Luckily, we're strong enough to stay on the dragon bones. If we're unable to complete the baptism in the dragon pool, we won't be able to see us. There was a person called Aoji who came here. He's the strongest prodigy of the dragon clan. That's why we gave him our legacy. However, he didn't have the chance to obtain the dragon chi. If you want to obtain our legacy or even the dragon chi, it'll depend on your ability and luck. The 7 generals of Obsidian treated the dragon chi as a treasure. Xianxia guessed that it should be the foundation of their great Dao. It might even be related to the life and death of the dragon clan. That's why they would rather die than hand over the trace of dragon chi. The dragon chi is still with you. A deep voice reverberated in the sky. Xianxia and the 7 generals of Obsidian looked up. A huge face covered by countless dark clouds turned into a cold and furious face. The 7 generals of Black Radiance glared at Xianxia angrily. Even Xianxia felt an unparalleled pressure from the enormous face. Little fella, it's time to hand over the Sea Heart Lotus to me. You won't be able to use it. The gigantic human face laughed sinisterly, causing Xianxia's eyes to gradually lock as he stared at it. I heard that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is still alive. Looks like the ancestral Dragon Emperor is behind you. You've been searching for him for thousands of times, but when you look back, he's in the dim light. Interesting. This is really interesting. Li Feng's huge mouth covered the sky. His huge eyes were filled with murderous intent. Li Feng's words strengthened the 7 generals of Obsidian's trust in Xianxia. This fella has the dragon transformation skill and the 10th level of the bloodline power. Li Feng even coveted him. Could it be that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is still alive? This scene was full of sorrow for the 7 generals of Obsidian, but it was also full of hope. These 7 traces of dragon chi were the dragon clan's last hope. If even these 7 traces of dragon chi were to be obtained by Li Feng, then they might really have no more hope. The dragon clan might also fall into eternal damnation because of this. Xianxia silently looked at Li Feng, who was hovering in the void. He wanted to escape from this place, but there was nothing he could do. It was like a dream. He couldn't leave this place. He couldn't even summon the ancestral dragon pagoda. Xianxia knew that the things he could rely on were getting lesser and lesser. 7 traces of dragon chi. Let's see how long you guys can hide. Chapter 3558. Big brother, what should we do? Li Feng has been eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. It's been thousands of years, but he still hasn't let his guard down. Once he obtains the draconic chi, it's very likely that it will lead to a catastrophe for the dragon clan. Inject all 7 streams of draconic chi into his body. This is the only way. The leader of the 7 generals of dark radiance said in a deep voice. In your dreams. Where do you think you can run to with me here? I am the heavens in this profound realm. Ah. Li Feng said with a laugh. Profound realm? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. What is a profound realm? This was the first time he had heard of it. He didn't know where to start with such a profound realm. Brat, take a stream of draconic chi from me. One of the 7 generals of dark radiance shot out, while the other 6 tried to stop Li Feng in the sky. The profound realm is a realm of cultivation. As long as you enter the realm of cultivation, he will enter the theft realm. It's like a dream, but it's real. You don't need to pay attention to it. As long as I inject the 7 streams of draconic chi into your body, he won't be able to do anything to you. A golden dragon shadow instantly entered Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The draconic chi stood tall in Jiang Chen's sea of chi like a sharp spear. The 6 generals of dark radiance were also forced back by Li Feng's roar. Their figures were in disarray and their auras were extremely weak. You want to fight me with just the 7 of you? No one in this profound realm is my match. Li Feng opened his bloody mouth and instantly devoured the dark light general who had completed his mission and charged towards Li Feng. 6. The remaining 6 shouted angrily. However, the one who injected the draconic chi into Jiang Chen's body was completely devoured by Li Feng. His soul fragments also dissipated in the void. Jiang Chen tried to use all the divine weapons but to no avail. The great Yu soul-forming light, the heavenly dragon sword, the Eastern Emperor bell, the Zulong Tower, the cold river stone. None of them moved. This was because the profound realm had cut off Jiang Chen's connection with the divine weapons in the outside world. He was now in the profound realm where Li Feng was the true ruler. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This so-called profound realm turned out to be a place that transcended the mortal world. He couldn't even use any means, not even the heavenly thunder. Even the power of the heavenly thunder could not be activated. Jiang Chen was even more miserable. Feng was the real ruler of this place of. Facing Li Feng's strength, the remaining 6 generals of dark radiance were worried all the time. Jiang Chen took a step forward. With his 100 zhang tall body he punched out with his fist, but he couldn't even shake the gigantic face in the sky. Instead, Li Feng let out a furious roar and a hurricane swept Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen smashed onto the ground, causing him to feel dizzy. Even the energy in his body was consumed. His 100 zhang tall body didn't give him any advantage in the battle against Li Feng. Jiang Chen was shocked. No one can jump out of my profound realm. Not unless they die. Li Feng said coldly. The 7 generals of dark radiance had all their hopes turned to dust. They didn't expect that their last hope would turn into despair. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart moved. The demon-suppressing steel in the myriad chi cauldron had completely recovered at this moment. Jiang Chen could even feel that the steel soul in the demon-suppressing steel seemed to be trembling unceasingly, as if it wanted to break free. That kind of incomparably terrifying domineering aura made Jiang Chen tremble a little, because he didn't know whether he could completely control the existence of the demon-suppressing steel. When he first got the demon-suppressing steel, it was just a broken divine weapon. Jiang Chen threw the demon-suppressing steel into the myriad chi cauldron, hoping that it could be improved. In the end, under the nourishment of the myriad chi, the demon-suppressing steel was constantly repaired and transformed. Now it completely revealed its former glory. This demon-suppressing steel was also a divine weapon of the same level as the Eastern Emperor bell. It was just a broken one. Now that it was completely repaired, Jiang Chen knew that this divine weapon would certainly burst out with unimaginable power. The space in the myriad chi cauldron was beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements. Even Li Feng couldn't cut it off. Therefore, with a thought, the demon-suppressing steel appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he swore to fight against Li Feng. Demon-suppressing steel, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. Holding the demon-suppressing steel in his hand, he rose to the sky with an unparalleled posture. The power of the divine steel was boundless. Suppress. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing steel in his hand and shouted angrily. The divine steel was unparalleled, destroying everything in its way. This is the demon-suppressing steel. Li Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock was written all over his huge face. No, this is impossible. Impossible. Li Feng's angry roar reverberated in the void. However, his face was crushed by the demon suppressing steel's power and he was lost in the mysterious realm. At this moment, the 6 generals of Black Radiance were pleasantly surprised. The demon suppressing steel in Jiang Chen's hand also terrified them. Jiang Chen had defeated Li Feng in the profound realm. This guy was like a god that had descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Boy, you're really amazing. You've really shocked us, Emperor Masters. One of the dark bright generals couldn't help but praise him. They always thought that Jiang Chen was an Emperor realm expert because they could only feel Jiang Chen's soul energy. Not bad. We don't have much time left. Let's inject the last remaining dragon chi into your body. If you can find the ancestral dragon emperor, you must ask him to avenge us. Li Feng, it was Li Feng's scheme that caused the dragon clan to suffer a great loss. After the immemorial war, Li Feng was one of the surviving generals. Ask the ancestral dragon emperor to avenge us and revive the dragon clan. The dark bright 6 generals were extremely excited. The remaining power of Jiang Chen's demon suppressing steel was too much for them to handle. It won't take long for them to disappear from the world. Therefore their only thought now was to inject the dragon chi into Jiang Chen. 7 streams of dragon chi was the hope of reviving the dragon clan. It was also what Li Feng wanted. Tell the ancestral dragon emperor that we have never forgotten him. Kid, remember, the ancestral dragon emperor is our eternal leader. We only have him in our hearts. We can't let Li Feng rule the dragon clan. We can't let the evil rule. In the end, the dark bright 6 generals instilled all the dragon chi in their bodies into Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how terrifying the dragon chi was, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Even the immemorial dragon clan's general Li Feng coveted it. He didn't want to give it up even after thousands of years. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, once Li Feng wakes up, you won't be able to defeat him in the real world. Chapter 3559. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with endless sorrow. The Dark Radiant's 7 generals had disappeared in front of him. Undeniably, it was a sad news for the ancestral dragon emperor. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor stood in front of him and looked at him worriedly. The ancestral dragon emperor had guessed that Jiang Chen was in danger, but he couldn't save him. Jiang Chen had returned to his normal body and the energy in the evolving dragon pond was absorbed by Jiang Chen. Are you all right? What exactly happened to you? The ancestral dragon emperor asked in a deep voice, looking at Jiang Chen anxiously. Li Feng. Jiang Chen knew that this name was enough for the ancestral dragon emperor. At least he could understand what was going on. Li Feng wanted to kill me and the 7 obsidian generals to take away the dragon chi. But at the last moment I used the demon suppressing monument to suppress him and he disappeared. I don't know when he will come back. The 7 obsidian generals have disappeared. He told us to leave the dragon clan as soon as possible. Otherwise Li Feng will find us. Jiang Chen continued. The ancestral dragon emperor's face turned ugly. He even smirked. Bitterness, complexity and melancholy were all mixed together on his face. It's her. It's her. Why is it her? The ancestral dragon emperor roared in anger. His voice pierced through the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen couldn't feel the pain and sorrow in his voice. It was a cry that came from hundreds of millions of years ago. Jiang Chen couldn't predict the ancestral dragon emperor's pain. This word had already explained many things. The ancestral dragon emperor's pain was filled with despair. Jiang Chen had never seen something like this before. It was the betrayal of his closest kin. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and waited for the ancestral dragon emperor. His body had undergone a great transformation. Jiang Chen knew that he could transform into 1,000 Zhang giant or even 100 Zhang giant with just a thought. The dragon marks in his body had become even more powerful and explosive. He had reached the great connecting sky realm of the mid-divine emperor realm. Although the increase in strength wasn't much, the power of his bloodline and bones were much more powerful than before. Currently, Jiang Chen's combat strength was absolutely unrivaled in the same realm as him. Even late divine emperors would not be able to suppress him. Go. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a much more difficult situation. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. He knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon clan had become a dangerous place. Since Li Feng knew that the dragon qi of the Black Radiant's 7 generals had been transferred to Jiang Chen, she would definitely not let it go. As for whether Li Feng was in the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon emperor wasn't sure. Li Feng's strength had surpassed the emperor realm. It was something that Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't resist. They couldn't let the Black Radiant's 7 generals down. If they wanted to avenge them, they had to survive. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. The two of them looked at each other and left the evolving dragon pond immediately. When Jiang Chen arrived in front of Zhou Xian and Long Ying, he found that the 7 dragon skeletons in the evolving dragon pond had moved and were rushing towards him. "Brother Jiang Chen, be careful," Long Ying exclaimed. Jiang Chen turned around and threw a punch. The punch was powerful, but it was repelled by the dragon skeletons. Although Jiang Chen wasn't injured from the punch, he was shocked. How could a dragon skeleton be so powerful? These 7 dragon skeletons must be the Black Radiant's 7 generals. But who was controlling them? Was it Li Feng? Or someone else? The dragon clan's secrets were getting more and more complicated. Jiang Chen was filled with doubts. At this moment, even the ancestral dragon emperor might not be able to explain it clearly. At least it was true that they shouldn't stay in the dragon clan for long. If they didn't have absolute strength, Jiang Chen knew that they would definitely be killed here. "You guys go first. I'll bring up the rear." Jiang Chen roared angrily. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and fought against the 7 dragon skeletons. The terrifying dragon might was unparalleled. The 7 dragon skeletons were probably at the middle divine emperor realm. Moreover, they were extremely strong. It was difficult to destroy them. Jiang Chen was in a passive position as he fought against 7 dragon skeletons alone. In an instant, he was completely suppressed by the 7 dragon skeletons and couldn't advance. Jiang Chen held the demon suppressing tablet in his hand again. This was his most powerful divine weapon, as the other divine weapons were damaged. Only the demon suppressing tablet was complete. However, Jiang Chen knew that the demon suppressing tablet was not complete. It didn't have a true tablet soul. Only when the tablet soul and the demon suppressing tablet were perfectly merged could it be considered as a supreme divine weapon. As soon as the demon suppressing tablet appeared, the pressure that the 7 dragon skeletons exerted on Jiang Chen lessened. The demon suppressing tablet continued to smash down. The sky and earth changed. However, the 7 dragon skeletons were indestructible. Because the Dark Radiant 7 generals had completely disappeared, the person controlling the 7 dragon skeletons must be someone else. Looking at Jiang Chen's incomparably difficult situation, Zhou Xian and Long Ying were shocked. They didn't dare to think too much and quickly left the place. Because at this moment they couldn't be a burden to Jiang Chen. Quickly leaving the place and helping Jiang Chen to reduce the trouble was the only thing they could do. The 7 dragon skeletons continued to move and their power was unparalleled. Jiang Chen felt bitter. Even with the demon suppressing tablet in his hand, it was still difficult for him to fight against the 7 dragon skeletons. The situation was extremely chaotic. It was already very good for him to be able to stabilize the situation. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that he had to take action. Because if Jiang Chen was entangled, the situation would become even more dangerous. He couldn't care too much now. Since he was going to leave the dragon clan, there was nothing he could do even if he was discovered. Plus, just like what Jiang Chen said, Li Feng already knew that he was still alive. "Piss off." The ancestral dragon emperor shouted and pushed the 7 dragon skeletons back. At that moment, the 7 dragon skeletons didn't dare to act recklessly. With a flip of his palm, the 7 dragon skeletons were pushed back by the ancestral dragon emperor again. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor left the ancient land of the dragon clan. At that moment, Jiang Chen had no choice but to run away. "There's no time to explain. Let's go." Jiang Chen pulled Long Ying and Zhou Xian and ran away from the ancient land of the dragon clan. The 7 dragon skeletons were still chasing after them. However, after being pushed back 3 times by the ancestral dragon emperor, the 7 dragon skeletons were no longer as powerful as before. "My dragon clan, is it a place where you can come and go as you please?" A Sanskrit voice was heard from 1,000 miles away. It was deafening. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor's face turned solemn. Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor knew that the person behind all of this is finally going to take action. "Looks like it won't be easy for us to run away. Chapter 3560. Xianxia looked solemn and gloomy. He looked at the figure in the void with a solemn expression. Dragon Clan leader Aoj. Xianxia did not expect that he had alarmed Aoj to take action personally. But when he thought of the sea heart lotus in his hand, he felt relieved. He reckoned that Aoj also coveted the sea heart lotus. At this moment he was destined to become the target of everyone. The people of the Dragon Clan had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, or in other words, they were shameless. Looks like I'll have to fight till the end today. Xianxia felt extremely depressed. This battle was not easy for him. However, Xianxia was not afraid of leaving this place. The 8 great elders of the Dragon Clan should have been weakened a little. After all, their souls were heavily injured. It was something that they did not expect. Hand over the sea heart lotus. Perhaps I can spare your life. Aoj stood with his arms crossed and said in a deep voice. Behind him, dozens of experts of the Dragon Clan flew over. There were Hierarch Realm and Divine Emperor Realm experts. The 9 great elders arrived as scheduled. Long Jingze looked at this scene with great sorrow. It was self-evident that Xianxia was in a dire situation. His daughter was also in this situation. Long Ing'er's situation also made him worried. Xianxia, you're going to die soon. What's there to struggle for? Quickly kneel down and hand over the sea heart lotus. Perhaps our clan leader will be merciful and spare your life. Don't make a mistake, you arrogant fella. It's not too late to turn back now. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. Our Dragon Clan is not to be trifled with. Kid, you're digging your own grave. You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to go against the Dragon Clan. I'd like to know how many brains you have. The people of the Dragon family had a disdainful look on their faces. They despised Xianxia. Now that he was already in a dead end, they didn't know why this bastard was still holding on. It was infuriating that a bastard like him could kill the genius of the Dragon family. However, the dead had already passed away. Now that Xianxia was alive and well, how could the people of the Dragon Clan not be angry? After Xianxia killed Long Yingyue, he had already provoked the wrath of the entire Dragon Clan. Looks like it won't be easy to leave today. Xianxia sneered. Big brother Xianxia, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. Don't worry about me later. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they won't do anything to me. But you're different. You killed Long Yu and now everyone wants to kill you. Long Ing'er said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with worry. Fool, who do you think I am? If I leave you here alone at this time, how can they let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Even if I really do that, I won't be able to escape. Especially with the Dragon Clan's patriarch personally taking action, my situation will definitely be very difficult. Xianxia patted Long Ing'er's head and said with a faint smile on his face. Long Ing'er bit her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Without a doubt, the Dragon Clan's patriarch was very powerful. With Xianxia's current strength, there was no way he could fight against him. If this continues, there will only be one result. Big brother Xianxia will definitely die. Since you know, then why don't you just surrender? I don't want to fight. After all, this is the Dragon Clan's territory. Aoj said faintly as if he was giving Xianxia enough face. However, Xianxia did not appreciate it at all. These guys were like robbers. Why should I hand over something that I obtained through my own hard work and nearly lost my life to the Dragon Clan? If you have the ability, why don't you take it yourself? The so-called Dragon Clan is nothing but a bunch of cowards. Xianxia glared at him and sneered. It's true that you've killed the genius of the Dragon Clan. It's also true that you've disturbed the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. This is your punishment, Aoj said coldly. He had already cleared Xianxia of his crime. All right. Today I will accompany you to the end. I will fight to my heart's content. I would like to see who can stop me when I, Xianxia, want to leave. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He shouted and his murderous aura was released. Stubborn. Aoj shook his head. He seemed to have made up his mind to fight to the end with Xianxia. What are you waiting for? The great elder shouted angrily. He was ready to take action against Xianxia. All 8 of them were injured in the previous battle and they only had 70 to 80% of their strength left. But even so, they were still very confident in fighting against Xianxia. All of you back off. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Everyone was shocked and they looked at each other. An unparalleled pressure shrouded everyone's head. Jiangchen raised his head and saw that the ancestral dragon emperor was finally going to attack. Who dares to cause trouble in my dragon clan? Aoji shouted and looked at the peak of the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor was wearing a golden dragon robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Aolai. At that moment, Aolai could feel the terrifying pressure from the ancestral dragon emperor. He had an indescribable feeling, as if he could not resist against the ancestral dragon emperor at all. You are. Aoji's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The people of the dragon clan were terrified too. They even had the urge to kneel down and worship him. It's the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be the ancestral dragon emperor of our dragon clan? Didn't the ancestral dragon emperor fall long ago? How could he still be here? Legend has it that the ancestral dragon emperor sacrificed himself after the immemorial war. How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed. Aoji's expression turned ugly. The one who dares to cause trouble in the dragon clan should be you. You bunch of ignorant scoundrels. You guys don't know how to cherish the land that I've built for you. You've disappointed me. The ancestral dragon emperor humphed. Aoji's face turned pale. Could this really be the ancestral dragon emperor? He was confused, but he did not dare to refute. Because in front of the ancestral dragon emperor, Aoji did not have the slightest intention to resist. The pressure from the bloodline made everyone not dare to raise their heads and look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was the first true dragon. He was also the ancestor of the dragon clan. He was the ancestor of all the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon emperor's identity and aura made Aoji speechless. He did not know what to say. If he was really the ancestral dragon emperor, the battle today would be over. Chapter 3561. Are you really the ancestral dragon emperor? After all, the ancestral dragon emperor was too far away from them. The ancestors of the dragon clan were basically all dead. After the ancient war, the dragon clan suffered a great loss. Now that the dragon clan had gone through a great change, everyone was feeling uneasy as they looked at the ancestral dragon emperor. The overbearing aura of a dragon emperor made the people of the dragon clan feel conflicted. However, some of the people of the dragon clan had already knelt down and worshipped him. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's dragon aura was real. Compared to Aolai, it was more than 100 times more terrifying. No one dared to underestimate the overbearing aura of the dragon clan. To the ancestral dragon emperor, it was a failure for the dragon clan to have such a great change. Because the dragon clan had lost the ability to compete with the super forces of the central region divine land. The current situation of the dragon clan was extremely difficult. They had internal and external troubles. The appearance of the Northern Dragon Clan, Eastern Dragon Clan, and even the Demon Shadow Clan did not make the people of the Dragon Clan wary. Most importantly, they did not have an Emperor realm expert. Even the leader of the Dragon Clan was only at the late Divine Emperor realm. They had lost the ability to compete with the super forces. Aoji felt uneasy. He felt that something was wrong. Was the ancestral dragon emperor really their ancestor? Although he looked exactly the same as the ancestral dragon emperor in the ancestral shrine, he was just a spiritual body. Who could guarantee that he was the ancestor of the dragon clan? This point made Aoji feel very suspicious. Moreover, it only appeared when they wanted to chase after Jiangchen. It really made one's imagination run wild. Why aren't you kneeling down? The ancestral dragon emperor shouted. Even Jiangchen was shocked by the overbearing dragon aura. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed some of his aura. This was the first time Jiangchen saw the ancestral dragon emperor being so overbearing. In front of the people of the dragon clan, the ancestral dragon emperor's aura was unstoppable. Many of them slowly kneeled down and worshipped the ancestral dragon emperor. Only Aoji and Lung Lung looked at the ancestral dragon emperor with mixed feelings. Why aren't you kneeling before me? Ancestral dragon emperor Lung Lung said as he looked at Aoji. There was not a shred of respect in his eyes. Instead, there was doubt and heaviness in his eyes. It seemed like he did not like the ancestral dragon emperor that came out of nowhere. As the patriarch of the dragon clan, Aoji naturally had his own pride. No matter what, he couldn't kneel down at this moment. He was the face of the dragon clan. However, even the 9 great elders had knelt down. How can I be sure that you are the ancestral dragon emperor? Why didn't you show up before? Why did you have to show up now? Don't you have ulterior motives? Aoji's words were like pearls. He did not back off and went against the ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, many of the dragon clan's people woke up. That's right, why didn't the ancestral dragon emperor show himself? Yet he had waited until now. His thoughts were truly unimaginable. Yeah, the patriarch is right. Isn't it ridiculous for him to stand out and say that he's the ancestral dragon emperor now? Is he really the ancestral dragon emperor? Maybe. It's hard to say. Aren't you guys too daring? He even dared to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor. Just based on this unparalleled dragon might, even the patriarch would be left in the dust. Some believed and some doubted him. However, the ancestral dragon emperor's expression became gloomy and cold. Because his existence was unquestionable, especially his descendants. Without him, the dragon clan wouldn't exist. These people were his descendants, yet someone dared to doubt him. How could the ancestral dragon emperor not be angry? Are you challenging me? The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Aoji and said. Xianxia looked at this scene silently. From a certain point of view, this was the internal affair of the dragon clan. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry to take action. If the ancestral dragon emperor couldn't suppress these guys, it wouldn't be too late for him to take action. I'm just stating the facts. I think the ancestral dragon emperor wouldn't mind, right? If you're really the ancestor of our dragon clan, you should at least show us something to convince us, right? Aoji said. More and more people started to look at the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious but also extremely sad. No one was willing to believe him in front of his descendants. How disappointing. The ancestral dragon emperor clenched his hand and the ancestral dragon pagoda turned into 100 zhang tall pagoda and landed on the ground. The 100 zhang tall ancestral dragon pagoda shocked countless people. This is the ancestral dragon emperor's Zulong Tower. Who else dares to doubt the ancestral dragon emperor? The appearance of the Zulong Tower made those who doubted him shut their mouths. Ancestral Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Aoji's expression changed again. Because he had no reason to doubt the ancestral Dragon Emperor anymore. Although he was worried, he was still nervous facing his ancestor. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's expression was cold. At this moment he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he knew that he could not stay here for long. Otherwise more people would come after him. The person that he did not want to believe had betrayed him. After hundreds of millions of years he finally knew the truth. However, he was extremely sad. The ancestral dragon emperor was still too weak. He could not change the current situation of the dragon clan. Therefore he could only leave first. If Li Feng came, he would be in a difficult situation. Today I still have something to do. I shall not stay any longer. Remember, when I return the dragon clan will rise again. The ancestral dragon emperor said and glanced at Xianxia. At this moment the two of them were about to leave. Finally it's done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was slightly worried. If he were to face the entire dragon clan, the situation would be dire. Moreover, these were the ancestral dragon emperor, they were all Immerse clansmen. Unless there was no other choice, Xianxia did not know if he should kill them or not. Keep them here. A deep voice rang in Aoji's mind. Aoji's body trembled. He squinted his eyes and his expression changed. The person who spoke was the one who helped him to become the leader of the dragon clan. Her appearance must mean that she wanted him to keep the ancestral dragon emperor. Could it be that the ancestral dragon emperor is fake? Aoji was filled with doubts. However, he knew that he could not change anything when facing the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was his ancestor. How could he make things difficult for him? However, the person who gave him his current position was also his ancestor. Chapter 3562. Ancestor this. No buts. He is the ancestor of the dragon clan. You have no idea how many atrocious things he has done. Li Feng's voice rang in Aoji's ears again. At the next moment, Aoji's eyes turned cold. He pointed at the ancestral dragon emperor and said, "He is the ancestral dragon emperor, but he is not worthy to be our ancestor. There are many things that you don't know. Would he tell you that he killed hundreds of experts of the dragon clan in the Pillar of the Ocean's Heart just to satisfy his own strength? Would he tell us that he killed the 7 obsidian generals in the ancient land of the dragon clan? During the Immemorial War, he massacred the dragon clan in order to recover his strength as soon as possible. He wanted to stabilize his position and strength and reach his peak. If it wasn't for me and the ancestors of the Dragon Clan who fought against the ancestral Dragon Emperor at the cost of our lives, the Dragon Clan would have been long gone. As the ancestral Dragon Emperor, the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, he killed hundreds and thousands of juniors of the Dragon Clan for his own selfish desires. How can such a selfish person be the ancestor of the Dragon Clan? Aoji's words caused the people of the Dragon Tribe to be utterly shocked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Of course, these words were spoken by Li Feng. Aoji was merely passing on the message. Everyone looked at the ancestral Dragon Emperor with lingering fear. Everything was getting more and more confusing. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the Dragon Clan after so many years? If it wasn't for the fact that he blamed himself and was ashamed to face the juniors of the Dragon Clan, why didn't he show himself when he had returned to the Dragon Clan? Aoji's words made the ancestral Dragon Emperor even angrier. These words were definitely not something that he could say. You really are a thief, crying thief. Li Feng, I know you're already here. Why hide your head and show your tail? I also want to see if you still haven't made any progress after so many years. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Aoji and stared into the depths of the void. It was finally time for him to settle this debt. Did the ancestral Dragon Emperor really do so many atrocious things? It's hard to say. If it wasn't for that, why didn't he return to the Dragon Clan? Why didn't he show himself even after he returned? I'm afraid there's more to it. I don't know who to trust now. The ancestral Dragon Emperor is the ancestor of our Dragon Clan. Although his identity is unclear, there is no doubt about it. Aoji is the leader of our Dragon Clan. Who should we trust more? The people of the Dragon Clan were all depressed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's return was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, they did not expect things to turn out this way. The current leader of the Dragon Clan was going against the ancestral Dragon Emperor. This was not good news to them. Aoji was shocked. It seemed like the ancestral Dragon Emperor had already predicted this. The ancestral Dragon Emperor and Xianxia looked at each other. It's going to be even more difficult to leave now. Li Feng must be here soon. Aoji had already submitted to him, but the situation changed in an instant. This meant that there must be someone controlling Aoji from behind. And that person might be Li Feng. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was sure. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I advise you to return to the ancestral shrine and reflect on your actions. We will punish this outsider for you. There's no way he can take away our sea heart lotus. Those who are not of our Dragon Clan must have a different heart. Xianxia, you can't run away. Aoji said coldly. What a joke. You want me to reflect on my actions with the younger generation of the Dragon Clan? Aoji, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Do you know that I am the true emperor of the Dragon Clan? The ancestral Dragon Emperor stared at Aoji in anger. Aoji took 2 steps back subconsciously. His face turned pale. He was afraid of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If it wasn't for Ancestor Li Feng supporting him, he would not dare to go against the ancestral Dragon Emperor. But according to Ancestor Li Feng, the ancestral Dragon Emperor was the sinner of the Dragon Clan. That's why they could not let him leave. At this moment Aoji felt a little guilty. But after hearing Ancestor Li Feng's words, he realized that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was the biggest sinner of the Dragon Clan. After the Immemorial War, the Dragon Clan's decline was closely related to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. He killed so many experts of the Dragon Clan to replenish his own body. It was truly tragic. No wonder the Dragon Clan fell from the top 3 clans in the Divine World to the point where they could not even withstand a single blow. Even in the Central Region Divine Land, the Dragon Clan did not have a place that belonged to them anymore. Aoji didn't know much about the ancient era. He only knew a little about it from Ancestor Li Feng. If it wasn't for Ancestor Li Feng, he might have been dead when he accepted the inheritance and baptism in the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. Ancestor Li Feng had given him great encouragement and support, which allowed him to stand against the majority and become the clan leader. Therefore he could achieve what he had today because of Ancestor Li Feng. That was why Aoji believed in Ancestor Li Feng's words. Because of this, the appearance of the ancestral Dragon Emperor was even more suspicious. Aoji was filled with disdain. The people of the Dragon Clan were in a deadlock. They did not know who to trust more. The current situation was extremely awkward. On one hand it was the ancestor of the Dragon Clan and on the other hand, it was the Dragon Clan leader. Even an upright official would not be able to settle a family dispute. Moreover, these two people were the leaders of the Dragon Clan. The 9 great elders and the people of the Dragon Clan could not decide this. The ancestral Dragon Emperor and Aoji were at each other's throats. The ancestral Dragon Emperor knew that Ancestor Li Feng was already on his way. Aoji must be a pawn of Ancestor Li Feng. I have no time to bother with you today. Wait till I return. You will know who the real ancestor of the Dragon Clan is. The ancestral Dragon Emperor harumphed coldly and looked at Zhou Xian. The two of them nodded at the same time and turned around to leave. However, it was too late. The entire void was completely sealed. Zhou Xian and the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart sank. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, it's too late to leave now. Ancestor Li Feng's voice resounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's ears. He knew that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he would not be able to change the situation. Chapter 3563. Everyone's gazes were focused on the sky. A white-robed woman stood there with a cold expression. Her hands were clasped together and her white robes fluttered in the wind. She was untainted by a speck of dust. The lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked elegant and graceful. Her beautiful eyes shone with a meaningful smile. A pair of eyes that could speak, a peerless face that could topple cities. Every frown, every smile, every movement, they were all natural without any flaws, like the most perfect work of art in heaven. Her slender fingers were as green as jade and a folding fan was stuck at her waist. The phrase "jade tree in the wind" was more than suitable to be used on her. Li Feng and the ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at each other. Both of them were speechless. It's been too long. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Or 10 million years. The ancestral Dragon Emperor couldn't remember how long it's been since they last met. He was ambushed and fell to the mortal world. His soul almost died but he managed to escape. He never thought that the mastermind was Li Feng, the lady that had a close relationship with him. Nobody could understand the struggle and pain in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart. He would rather not return to the Dragon Clan than face her. At this moment the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart was half dead. As for the other half, he was struggling at death's door for the sake of his unreachable dream. Zhou Qian stared at Li Feng. This lady must be the one that the ancestral Dragon Emperor dreamed about. But in the end, it became their love-hate relationship. It was quite ironic. The two of them looked at each other. Zhou Qian could see that the ancestral Dragon Emperor, who had a lot of things to say, was speechless. Silence and sorrow filled the ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart. Today's battle was extremely dangerous. But who could understand the pain that the ancestral Dragon Emperor was feeling right now? Everyone looked at the scene in silence. Li Feng made everyone feel pressured. She was like the sky, covering the entire sky. The people of the Dragon Clan were terrified. Because Li Feng's dragon prestige was similar to the ancestral Dragon Emperor's. Could she be an ancestor of the Dragon Clan? Greetings, Ancestor Li Feng. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Aoji's words caused the hearts of the entire dragon tribe to tremble with fear. Another ancestor? But what about Ancestor Li Feng, who had never appeared in the Dragon Clan? Isn't Ancestor Li Feng dead? How could this be? That's right. I also remember seeing Ancestor Li Feng's memorial tablet in the ancestral shrine. Could it be that Ancestor Li Feng has been protecting our Dragon Clan the entire time, silently protecting us? That must be it. The ancestral Dragon Emperor has an ulterior motive. That's why Ancestor Li Feng had no choice but to fight against the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even if it's our ancestor, he didn't contribute anything to us. He only did something that almost caused our clan to be exterminated. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, why are you doing this? As your descendants, we feel sad and mocking ourselves. Most of the people sighed. Ancestor Li Feng appeared out of nowhere. Most importantly, he was acknowledged by Aoji. This made the ancestral Dragon Emperor even more trustworthy. Because Aoji did not acknowledge the ancestral Dragon Emperor. But Ancestor Li Feng was respected by Aoji. This meant that Ancestor Li Feng was more powerful than the ancestral Dragon Emperor. In addition to the things that happened before, the ancestral Dragon Emperor was pushed into the eye of the storm by the Dragon Clan. He became everyone's target. Even the people who initially believed in him started to waver. You are a beauty, why did you become a thief? The ancestral dragon emperor listened to the gossip around him and felt even more depressed. Even his own clansmen didn't trust him. Was it really necessary for him to return? The ancestral dragon emperor and Li Feng looked at each other. Li Feng's eyes were extremely cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Ancestral dragon emperor, you betrayed the dragon clan. You killed all the ancestors of the dragon clan and threw them into the ocean core pillar. In order to restore your body, you killed thousands of ancestors of the dragon clan for your own selfish desire. Don't you feel pain in your heart? After you fell, you didn't dare to return to the dragon clan because you were afraid that what you did would be exposed. Today it is fortunate that I, Li Feng, am still alive. Otherwise, wouldn't the dragon tribe once again fall into the abyss and become an endless stream of dead souls under your executioner? Li Feng's voice made the ancestral dragon emperor feel pain. What he did in the past seems so stupid and funny now. Looks like there's going to be an end between them. Once upon a time, when the ancestral dragon emperor conquered the supreme ancient immemorial era, Li Feng became the leader of the dragon clan. Her empress heart grew at that moment and she became the true leader of the dragon clan. Many of the ancestors of the dragon clan were dissatisfied with her, which led to the internal strife of the dragon clan. After the internal strife broke out, all of the ancestors of the dragon clan were killed by Li Feng's schemes or powerful methods. To the dragon clan it was an epic disaster. From that moment onwards, even the ancestral dragon emperor was kept in the dark. Now that the truth was out, the ancestral dragon emperor was smeared with dirty water. He was labeled as a cruel, tyrannical and selfish person. Such a ruthless move. The ancestral dragon emperor was furious and sorrowful. However, no one would believe what he said. At this moment, Li Feng became the guardian of the dragon clan and gained the approval of the dragon clan's leader. He, the oldest ancestor of the dragon clan, was treated as an outsider. Needless to say how sad and sorrowful he was. To think that the person I've been thinking about is you. You traitor. I'm so sad. The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Li Feng angrily. Once upon a time the two of them were in love with each other. But now they've become enemies. The current situation made him feel sad. Since things have already come to this, why mention the past? Your ruthlessness and selfish desires nearly destroyed the dragon clan. This can be considered karma. Even if those people were your descendants, you shouldn't have acted so crazily. Now that 10,000 years have passed, circumstances have changed. Do you want to consign the dragon clan to eternal damnation? Although we're enemies, I, Li Feng, will not let it go. It's impossible for you to destroy the dragon clan. Li Feng said coldly. Under the attention of the crowd sighed. At least Li Feng and Aoji, the patriarch of the dragon clan, were standing on the moral high ground. The ancestral dragon emperor had become the target of everyone's hatred. Chapter 3564. However, it was obvious that the ancestral dragon emperor was not as decisive as Zhou Xian. In other words, Zhou Xian had the courage to stay out of this. If it was him, it would be a different situation. There's no point in talking anymore. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? The current you is still no match for me. Li Feng said. There were thousands of dragons behind her while there was nobody behind the ancestral Dragon Emperor other than Zhou Xian. She's forcing him to abdicate. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor had no other choice. He only had one choice: to fight till the end. Since Li Feng had already announced the ultimatum, there was no need for him to continue to be entangled with her. The deep feelings they had for each other had already disappeared in the long river of history with the passage of time. For hundreds of millions of years, there was only power in her eyes. She was the only empress of the dragon clan. You do resemble me in the past. Seems like you've been preparing for this day for a long time. The ancestral dragon emperor finally showed a relieved smile. Everything was set in stone. At least he, the greatest sinner in history, was crucified on the cross. There was no way for him to turn the situation around unless he could kill Li Feng. However, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that it was too difficult. Although Li Feng was just a spirit clone, she was still extremely powerful. Compared to his spirit, she was countless times more powerful. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. However, I thought that you, a traitor, had already died long ago. But now it seems that I will have to do it myself. I will not kill you. I will make you kneel before all the powerful beings of the dragon race for eternity. Li Feng said. "Ha! What a joke. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of me, the ancestral dragon emperor's respect? I am the sovereign of the dragon clan, the first ancestor of the ancient era. Who in the dragon clan is worthy of my respect? Today I must get rid of you, you evil woman. Under the heavens, only women and vile people are hard to deal with. Seems like I shouldn't have brought you into the dragon clan." The ancestral dragon emperor said coldly. His eyes were bright and his battle intent surged. The two of them were ready to fight. "Everything is over. Ancestral dragon emperor, we are done. From today onwards, the dragon clan is no longer your dragon clan." Phoenix Li's palm covered the sky. She held a folding fan in her hand and fanned it. The wind howled and the cranes cried out. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He knew that Li Feng was finally going to make a move. Although this woman was also a soul doppelganger, her strength was so terrifying that it made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. A mere soul doppelganger had already reached the peak Divine Emperor realm. Even the late Divine Emperor Aoji could not withstand a single blow from her. Jiang Chen knew that with his current battle prowess, it was impossible for him to face off against Li Feng. Therefore he could only rely on Aoji to survive. "Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you have to take care of your woman," Jiang Chen murmured. A great battle was about to break out. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was blocking Li Feng, and Jiang Chen was also blocking the entire dragon clan led by Aoji. "Those below the Divine Emperor realm, step back," Aoji shouted. All the Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts quickly retreated because Aoji knew very well that a Divine Emperor realm expert was enough for this battle. Those Hierarch realm and Divine King realm experts were just cannon fodder. They would not be of any use. Therefore it was better to preserve the dragon clan's strength. No Hierarch realm experts could win against a Divine Emperor realm expert. Aoji shouted. More than 50 Divine Emperor realm experts stood on the left and right surrounding Jiang Chen. The 9 great elders stood in front of them. Long Jingzi was very sad facing Jiang Chen. However, in the face of the dragon clan's righteousness, there was no personal grudge. He would rather kill Jiang Chen and apologize to himself than to retreat at this moment. Long Jingzi had his own righteousness in his heart. It was not blind loyalty, but the righteousness of the dragon clan. Even if his daughter had betrayed the dragon clan, he could not do it. Otherwise he would be the greatest sinner of the dragon clan. "Brother Jiang Chen, hurry up and leave. It'll be too late if you don't leave now," Long Ing-er said anxiously. She wanted to protect Jiang Chen behind her. Her protective attitude made Jiang Chen smile. However, did he still have a way out at this moment? Aoji was eyeing him fiercely. As long as he made a move, he would definitely chase after him. With so many Divine Emperor realm experts, Jiang Chen was going to have another crazy battle today. "Don't worry. The two of you step back a little. Don't get hurt by me. Otherwise I'll just kill you." Jiang Chen looked at Long Ing-er and Qing Xian and said with a smile. He was not nervous at all. He did not want Qing Xian and Long Ing-er to bear too much pressure. At this moment, the battle between the Ancestral Dragon Emperor and Li Feng was very interesting. Wind blades were like blades and souls were colliding with each other. The entire dragon clan was shocked. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor had absorbed a lot of dragon soul's power. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was very powerful now. However, it was still unknown who would win the battle against Li Feng. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor is indeed the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even though he has fallen for thousands of years, he is still so powerful. Ancestor Li Feng might not be able to gain the upper hand. Can't you see that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor is not relying on his own strength? He won't last long in a battle like this. From the looks of it, the fight between our dragon tribe today will definitely be a bloody one. This fella is the most despicable one. Everything is because of him. Those who are not of our dragon clan must have a different heart. If he had given the sea heart lotus to us earlier, we wouldn't have had so many troubles. If a member of the dragon clan wins the Rising Dragon Banquet, he will definitely not take the sea heart lotus for himself. That's the common property of our dragon clan. Everyone from the dragon clan blamed Jiang Chen for this. They thought that Jiang Chen was the one who started this battle. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Jiang Chen was calm as he faced everyone's criticism. "What does the death of the people have to do with me? Who dares to do what I want? You guys treat the Ancestral Dragon Emperor as a treasure, I don't care. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His sword intent was cold like frost. Whoever wanted to be his enemy, he would kill them. Even the heavens were no exception. Kill. Zhou Xian was filled with killing intent as he rushed into the crowd. More than 50 early Divine Emperor realm experts rushed towards him. The limitless sword slashed through the 9 heavens. The 18th sword swept through the world. The 19th sword was cold like frost. The 20th sword swept through the 14 prefectures. Chapter 35-65. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of the 50 early divine emperors were killed by Zhou Xian. The scene was extremely shocking, causing countless experts of the dragon clan to tremble in fear. Isn't this too terrifying? He's like a human-shaped weapon, a murderous demon king. Zhou Qian's overbearingness made everyone fearful of him. Zhou Qian was invincible under the might of a mid-divine emperor. At this moment, Xianxia and Long Ying'er did not want to be outdone. They continued to launch their attacks, reducing the burden on Zhou Qian. The combat strength of the 2 girls was also quite strong. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 or even more. Aoji's face turned gloomy. He waved his hand and the 9 great elders immediately joined the battle. 3 of them were late divine emperors and the remaining 6 were mid-divine emperors. This battle was truly dangerous for Zhou Qian. The 9 great elders joined hands and their terrifying strength made even Aoji fearful. Killing Zhou Qian would be a piece of cake. Aoji looked at the battle between the ancestral dragon emperor and ancestor Li Feng and charged towards the latter. Because only his appearance at this moment could decide the outcome of the battle. I'm coming too. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I'm sorry. Aoji rushed up to the peak of the 9 heavens with the divine dragon spear in his hand. He swung the spear towards the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The battle between the Ancestral Dragon Emperor and Li Feng was already in a pinch. He did not have the upper hand at all. At this moment Aoji joined the fray. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was furious. He was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. Aoji's attacks played a crucial role, forcing the Ancestral Dragon Emperor to take a few steps back. Dragon soul in the heavens, only I appear. The dragon soul's strength in his palm was unparalleled. A seal was thrown out, causing the peak of the dragon tribe's mountain range to reverberate endlessly. Its might was as great as the sky. However, Aoji did not live up to his reputation. From this, one could tell that he was the leader of the dragon tribe. The mightiness of the late divine emperor realm was fully unleashed. The battle between the ancestral dragon emperor and Li Feng was getting more and more intense, forcing the ancestral dragon emperor to take a few steps back. At this moment, Zhou Qian was also in a very difficult situation. Not to mention the 9 great elders of the dragon clan, there were still dozens of early divine emperor experts. Now he was truly doomed. Because the patriarch of the dragon clan had already given the order, who would dare to disobey? At this moment the iron-blooded warriors of the dragon race were on full display. Ferocious attacks flew in the sky, catching Zhou Qian off guard. Roar! Zhou Qian roared furiously. His 300-meter-tall body soared into the sky like a mountain. He punched out and lightning flickered, causing the mountains to tremble. The great elder led the experts of the dragon clan to fight against Zhou Qian calmly, taking revenge for the experts of the dragon clan that had died. Zhou Qian dared not to underestimate the mightiness of the late divine emperor realm experts. Moreover, there were 3 late divine emperors and 6 mid-divine emperors. This kind of battle strength was unstoppable. Zhou Qian stood proudly on the dome, stepping on the mountains and rivers. His fist shook the sky and his sword aura was unparalleled. A single slash of his sword turned the void into a vast expanse. Zhou Qian's fists were ferocious, creating a 1,000-mile whirlwind. Under the bombardment of the heavenly lightning, the early divine emperor experts were unable to withstand it. They quickly retreated, fearing that they would be injured or even killed by Zhou Qian's heavenly lightning. The dreadfulness of the 1,000-flame destructive lightning was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. That kind of ferocious might was increasing along with Zhou Qian's strength. Now that the heavenly lightning had descended, the dragon clan was shocked. Except for the 9 great elders, everyone else retreated, giving Long Ying'er and Xianxia a chance to take a breather. Once again they charged forward with irresistible force. They would definitely die. Dragon transformation. The great elder roared furiously. 9 figures soared into the sky and turned into 100 zhang tall giant dragon. They were exactly the same as Xianxia. They soared above the void and continuously circled around, fighting a life-and-death battle with Xianxia. The 9 giant dragons flew. They were green and yellow in color. The giant dragons stood proudly in the sky. They were exactly the same as Xianxia's 100 zhang tall body. The two of them kept colliding with each other. It made it extremely difficult for Xianxia. This scene was something that he had never experienced before because the opponent's strength was too terrifying. Xianxia only knew now that his 100 zhang tall body was consuming a lot of divine origin qi. It was even consuming at a speed that was 100 times faster than usual. Such a shocking and peerless form consumed a lot of divine origin qi, but it was also extremely powerful. Compared to the strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, Xianxia's current power was more than 10 times stronger than before. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, the gigantic sword blocked the sky. The soul of the dragon roared and the shadow of the sword soared up to the sky. Although Xianxia had turned into 100 zhang tall, his attacks were still as swift and fierce as ever. His sword strike was not weak at all when facing the 9 great elders of the dragon clan. However, the 9 giant dragons were not willing to be outdone. They were even stronger than Xianxia. The 100 zhang tall dragon body of the dragon clan filled the void and blocked all the light. Xianxia displayed the 20th sword technique. He was like a sword god standing in the sky. Facing the entanglement of the 9 great elders, Xianxia advanced step by step, but he still showed signs of being defeated. After all, the joint attack of the 9 great elders was too strong. 3 late Divine Emperor Realm experts were enough to give Xianxia a hard time, let alone 6 mid-Divine Emperor Realm experts. Xianxia retreated step by step in this battle. He kept crushing boulders, mountains and ancient forests. He was in a sorry state. Compared to the ancestral dragon emperor, he was not any better. Xianxia die. The great elder roared in anger and rolled towards Xianxia. His face was extremely gloomy. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and clenched his fist tightly. Facing the great elder's attack, Xianxia did not move at all. However, it was not 1 giant dragon anymore but 9 giant dragons. They roared madly and rammed onto Xianxia's body. Xianxia's flesh, bones and veins were in great pain. His head felt like it was going to split open. Roar! Xianxia let out a deafening roar. With a palm strike he grabbed the tail of a giant dragon. No matter how hard the dragon struggled, it was useless. Then Xianxia turned his palm and punched out. The mountain-like fist smashed onto the giant dragon's head, causing the 5th elder to tremble and feel dizzy. This punch carried the strength of Xianxia and it was invincible. The other 8 great elders gasped. This bastard was really hard to deal with. Let go of my 5th brother. Chapter 3566. This Xianxia is too terrifying. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a great threat to our dragon clan in the future. The great elder was extremely shocked. This guy actually used the 5th elder's body as a weapon to fight against the 8 of them. At this moment, the 5th elder was already dizzy from Xianxia's attacks. The 5th elder was seriously injured by Xianxia's attacks. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He took a step forward with the dragon's might in his hand. The ground trembled and cracked. It's just a long worm. Under Xianxia's bombardment, the 5th elder was already on the verge of death. At this moment, Xianxia did not hesitate and killed the 5th elder directly. He took out his soul and destroyed it. At this moment, all the people of the dragon clan looked pale. The 5th elder was tortured to death. This was absolutely not what they wanted to see, but the result was terrifying. Xianxia killed the dragon clan's elder in the end, but he was also facing the merciless attacks of the other 8 great elders of the dragon clan. This guy is simply a lunatic. We must kill him. The 5th elder died just like that. I can't believe it. He is a demon. Bastard. Our dragon clan has never suffered such humiliation before. Countless people of the dragon clan were filled with righteous indignation, but they could do nothing because Xianxia was too powerful. He was able to kill one of the 9 great elders. Although he was facing a great crisis, he was still heavily injured by the great elder and the others and was forced to retreat. Xianxia's punches were so powerful that it shook the mountains and rivers. His 100 zhang tall body finally showed a hint of exhaustion. Xianxia returned to his normal human form. The 8 giant dragons soared into the sky and rushed towards Xianxia to force him to surrender. Jiangchen once again unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique. His violent and unstoppable manner was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation became more and more difficult. He was already at a disadvantage in the previous situation. The three late divine emperors were the most troublesome opponents for Jiang Chen. Don't give him any chances. Kill him first. The great elder couldn't allow anything to go wrong because the death of the fifth elder made him feel extremely guilty. His heart was filled with rage. Jiang Chen had actually killed the fifth elder in front of so many experts of the dragon clan. This was a great mockery to the great elder. The other experts of the dragon clan also felt the same. This was an insult to the dragon clan. Great soul derivation technique, soul destruction. Jiang Chen took them by surprise. A terrifying divine soul power rolled in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Except for Long Jingze, the other 7 great elders all suffered from soul damage. The 3 great elders were the strongest among them, so they could withstand the attack. However, they were seriously injured. In addition, their avatars had already been severely injured by Jiang Chen. This time it could be said that they were injured for the second time. Jiang Chen staggered away. However, the great elder and the others felt numb in their scalp and their faces turned pale. Their soul power was seriously injured. Long Jingze stared blankly at the scene. Jiang Chen had shown mercy and didn't use the soul-devouring technique on him. This made his heart filled with bitterness and sorrow. No matter what, Long Ying'er was already Jiang Chen's woman. Therefore Jiang Chen would not kill Long Jingze no matter what. However, he did not pity the other people. Each of them wanted to kill him. Why should he care about them? At this moment, even the ancestral dragon emperor could not protect himself. How could he still want to reconcile with the dragon clan? Wasn't that bullshit? At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Long Ying'er and Qing Xian. The two of them were struggling to move. They were facing more than 40 early divine emperor experts alone. It was a great pressure to them. It was inevitable that they were heavily injured. Coldness surged in Jiang Chen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, divine swords broke through the void and turned into rays of light, covering the void. The swords formed a formation, trapping over 40 divine emperors in the Ashura sword formation. You will definitely pay the price for hurting my woman, Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. It was extremely difficult for him to cast the Ashura sword formation now. However, he could not just watch Long Ying'er and Qing Xian fall into a crisis. At this moment, the great elder and the others regained their consciousness. The soul-snatching technique did not kill them completely because Jiang Chen was heavily injured. It was impossible for his soul power to trap and kill them completely. It would only greatly weaken their combat power, but not to the extent that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Be careful. The great elder roared furiously. Flying swords crisscrossed and pierced through the void. Thousands of swords shot out at the same time and the Ashura sword formation filled the sky, causing the entire dragon clan to tremble. Jiang Chen was going to kill them all. However, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. The moment the Ashura sword formation was activated, the divine origin strength in his body was continuously sucked out. However, the 40 early divine emperor experts' countenance changed drastically in this battle. Such a terrifying sword formation. We can't escape from it. Yeah, I don't want to die here. Great Elder, please save us. The 8 great elders of the dragon clan were terrified. Jiang Chen is a bastard. He's too terrifying. The great elder and the others quickly attacked. Facing Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation, some of them could not take it anymore. The sword shadows kept hitting the Ashura sword formation and the people of the dragon clan fell one after another. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. You're crazy. Stop. Stop right now. The great elder roared in anger as he watched the experts of the dragon clan fall one after another. His heart was bleeding. Go to hell. The great elder and the others attacked again in order to force Jiang Chen to retreat. The 8 of them joined forces and finally forced Jiang Chen to retreat. The Ashura sword formation collapsed by itself and Jiang Chen was blown away. He was severely injured under the heavy punches. However, there was a bloodthirsty smile on Jiang Chen's face. Among the 40 early divine emperor experts, more than half of them were either dead or injured. This battle made every member of the dragon clan feel extremely sad. Jiang Chen did nothing wrong. He just wanted to protect the woman he loved. He just wanted to protect his dignity. If someone wants to kill me, I'm not going to die. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's mercy encouraged the arrogance of the Dragon Clan, making them even more unscrupulous. Chapter 3567. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. At this moment, Aoji's eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. Half of the Divine Emperor realm experts of the Dragon Clan died in Jiang Chen's hands. The return of the ancestral Dragon Emperor had triggered everyone's anger. Life is like a game of chess. So what if we become enemies? It's all worth it to protect the one we love. You must pay for what you've done. I'll make you suffer for eternity. Jiang Chen. Aoji stared at Jiang Chen angrily. The divine spear in his hand was trembling. The spear radiance was shot out from his body. Countless members of the dragon tribe had a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with joy. With their tribe leader taking action, this bastard would definitely be executed. It would be impossible for him to hunt down the members of the dragon tribe. Clan leader, kill him. Even if this bastard dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be enough. That's right, clan head. You must definitely avenge the fallen experts of our dragon clan. Damn bastard. Jiang Chen, you'll pay for this. Everyone of the dragon clan stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Their relatives and brothers were among the dead experts. However, Jiang Chen did not slack off. He killed people like drinking water. Otherwise he would be killed. He had no other choice. Suppress him. Aoji smashed his spear down. The sky changed color. Jiang Chen kept retreating. With his current strength he would lose 9 out of 10 times. He had already used up a lot of his fighting strength. It was dangerous for Jiang Chen to fight against Aoji. On the other side, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's face was cold. Facing Li Feng's desperate attack, he could only defend himself. After all, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's strength had not fully recovered yet. The Dragon Soul's power that he absorbed from the ocean's core pillar could only support him for a short period of time. He was getting weaker and weaker. Surrender, ancestral Dragon Emperor. I don't want to kill you. As long as you surrender, I can even help you rebuild your golden body. Li Feng's voice sounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's mind. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. You want me to become your puppet and help you take control of the Dragon Clan? Ah, you're dreaming. Woman. The ancestral Dragon Emperor looked determined. Li Feng shook her head and sighed. She did have such thoughts. If the ancestral Dragon Emperor was willing to submit to her and become her puppet, it would be the best solution. However, the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not want to submit. Li Feng had no choice but to kill him. As long as the ancestral Dragon Emperor was still alive, she would feel uncomfortable. She was worried that someone would stand against her and kill her. Then I can only make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Perhaps you shouldn't have come back in the first place. Li Feng Leng said. In her eyes, the ancestral Dragon Emperor was worthless. Since he wanted to die, she would kill him and destroy his soul. One day you will be punished, Yi Zichen said coldly. The ancestral Dragon Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with loneliness. Who will punish me? Heaven. Even he himself would not be able to protect himself. My life is up to me, not the heavens. Even you can't have me. Even if the calamity of the world is coming, I, Li Feng, will still live on. Other than the Dragon Clan, I will make the entire divine land of the Middle Region kneel before me. Li Feng's face was as cold as ice. She was extremely domineering. However, in the eyes of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, she was just an executioner, a crazy woman who did not know what she was talking about. You don't understand how terrifying the calamity of the world is. Not to mention the Middle Region, a true expert can kill you with one finger. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Why haven't I seen such a powerful expert before? You're very powerful, but didn't you still die in my hands? Li Feng said disdainfully. A ball of golden flame gradually formed in her hand and turned into a sharp thorn. Li Feng held it tightly in her hand and shot it towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk. But at this moment 2 rays of cold light intercepted the red thorn and turned it into nothingness. Li Feng's pupils shrunk and shouted. Poor you, demon. Show yourself now. How dare you cause trouble in my dragon clan? You must be tired of living. Your dragon clan? You even killed the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Do you even deserve to be called the ancestor of the dragon clan? 2 burly figures slowly emerged from the void. Their imposing auras were like rainbows. They had actually reached the late Divine Emperor realm as well. So it's the two of you. Looks like there are quite a lot of traitors here today. I'm going to clean them up. Li Feng said coldly and glanced at the two of them. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan Ao Wangu is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan Ao Uni is late. Please forgive us, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's eyes lit up. Patriarch of the Eastern Dragon Clan Ao Wangu, and Patriarch of the Northern Dragon Clan Ao Uni. The two of them came at the right time. Otherwise I'll definitely suffer a great loss. All right. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor shouted and felt relieved. From afar, a dozen Divine Emperor experts broke through the sky and appeared in the horizon. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Dragon Tribe and Eastern Dragon Tribe were truly respectful towards him. Now that the two great dragon tribes had taken action, his situation was finally alleviated. Xianxia squinted his eyes and kept retreating. At this moment he finally had a chance to catch his breath because Aoji's eyes were filled with anger and danger. What he was going to face now was not just Xianxia alone, but the entire Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. This was the first time in thousands of years that the two clans had joined hands to fight against the Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan. A bunch of damn traitors. Aoji gritted his teeth. The Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan saw them as greedy wolves. They saw the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan as traitors. The three great dragon clans had their own opinions and refused to back down. The appearance of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor made them extremely nervous. A great battle was imminent. The Eastern Dragon Clan and Northern Dragon Clan knew that whoever could get the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. Hence to them this battle was a battle to the death. If they won, the one who stood beside the Ancestral Dragon Emperor would be the true heir of the Dragon Clan. For the 17K year-end golden ceremony, if you have a ticket, please vote for Elder Su. Dragon Mark and Sword Celestial can do it. This time I hope to get everyone's support. 1. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 1 compliment ticket a day. 2. During the event period, users who bought a small monthly package will receive 3 compliment tickets a day. 3. During the event period, users will receive 1 compliment ticket for every 10 yuan spent within a week. Chapter 3568. Fine. Since you guys like to fight each other, I shall not serve you anymore. Xianxia sneered and left quietly. He had succeeded in his mission. Go. This is our only chance now. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are related to the Demon Shadow Clan. It's not as simple as you think. You're just a chess piece if you stay here. You won't be able to change the situation. Xianxia's words were transmitted into the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's mind. At that moment the Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. Although Xianxia's words were sarcastic, it was reasonable. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was not strong enough. He would only be a target for them to fight over. He did not have the ability to change the situation. So what if he had a high position? No one in the Dragon Clan was willing to respect him. History only respects the strong. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor felt helpless and bitter. However, he knew that this trip to the Dragon Clan was about to end. It was not easy for him to escape. At least he found out the truth behind his death and the mastermind behind it. It was worth it. Seeing the Dragon Clan killing each other, he felt terrible as the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. However, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Xianxia's summon made him wake up. As long as there's life, there's hope. It's time for him to return when he recovers his strength to the Emperor realm. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was determined to return. Xianxia could not stop him. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not know if he should be happy or sad. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni faced Li Feng at this moment. The strength of the two patriarchs wasn't any weaker than Aoji. At this moment the entire Dragon Clan had turned into a battlefield. Dozens of Divine Emperor experts were fighting in the sky. Aoji had no choice but to lead the elders of the Dragon Clan and a group of defeated soldiers to start the final battle. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Xianxia. At this moment, leaving was their best option. Xianxia didn't want to become the cannon fodder in the battle between the three dragon clans. After all, they were one of the most powerful ancient clans in the divine world. The strength of the dragon clan shouldn't be underestimated. It was unrealistic to rely on Xianxia alone to turn the tide of the battle. Xianxia brought Qing Xian and Long Ying and quickly left the battlefield. Xianxia didn't dare to be slow. He would be an idiot if he didn't run away at this moment. Since there were people here, it was better for him to run away. If he continued to stay here, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Although the ancestral dragon emperor was pleased, he couldn't help but feel bitter inside. After all, it was his juniors who were killing each other. No matter how cold he was, he couldn't calm down at this moment. The ancestral dragon emperor understood Xianxia's words. Even if the eastern and northern dragon clan came to save him, they must have some ulterior motives. Because they were in cahoots with the demon shadow clan. Everyone knew that they came to save him at this moment. It was hard to explain the meaning behind it. The ancestral dragon emperor was not stupid. It was just a mystery. However, he trusted Xianxia. Although Xianxia's words were like a warning to the ancestral dragon emperor, it was very important to the ancestral dragon emperor. Brother Xianxia, I might have to leave. I need to return to my clan. This time I have gained something from the dragon clan. The power of the dragon clan's bloodline has brought me to the brink of a breakthrough. This time I should not be threatened by my clan anymore. Qing Xian bid farewell to Xianxia and the others. Long Ying was reluctant to leave. If you have the chance, you must come and see me, Sister Qing Xian. Long Ying looked at Qing Xian and said, if I have the chance, I will. Brother Xianxia, if you see him again, please help me tell him that I've been waiting for him. After Qing Xian finished speaking, she turned around and left. That resolute look on her face was admirable. She was just a woman, yet she was so resolute. To the monk, it was unknown if this was a good marriage. However, at least the monk would rather betray her than betray the monk. All right. Looking at Qing Xian's silhouette, Xianxia nodded heavily. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor had entered into a state of recovery. It was impossible for the dragon clan to return in a short period of time. He had to at least reach the emperor realm to be able to fight against the dragon clan. Xianxia was not a kind person. He would get his revenge sooner or later. He would definitely step on the dragon clan again. At that time he would step on the entire dragon clan and make them submit to him. It's been hard on you, Ying. Xianxia lifted Long Ying's hair and said softly. His heart was aching for her. After all, Long Ying had almost died and left the dragon clan for him. She was homeless now and the two of them could only depend on each other. She didn't even care about her parents and followed him to leave the dragon clan. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let Long Ying suffer any grievances. As long as I can be with brother Xianxia, it's not hard to go anywhere. Long Ying snuggled in Xianxia's embrace and smiled brightly. Wherever Xianxia was, that would be her home. After resting for 10 days, Xianxia's strength had recovered to the peak of the mid-divine emperor realm. At this moment, Xianxia already possessed the strength to barge into the middle state alone. His target this time was the divine pagoda. No matter what, he must save Qingqing and Sister Ning. Middle state divine pagoda. I Xianxia am back again. This trip might be filled with danger. You must be careful. It's not as simple as you think it is to stay by my side, and this time, to be honest, I'm going to save your sisters. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. I know. Brother Xianxia is so outstanding. There must be countless women who like you. I won't be jealous. As long as I'm in brother Xianxia's heart, Ying will be satisfied. Long Ying said obediently, revealing 2 cute dimples. However, the current Long Ying was no longer that naive girl. Especially after being nourished by Xianxia, her beauty had melted. The current Long Ying was so beautiful that it made Xianxia feel suffocated. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This femme fatale Long Ying was really his enemy in his previous life. Moreover, she treated him so well, where else could he find another one? Chapter 3569. At this moment the dragon clan was already in a state of chaos. The battle between Li Feng and the eastern and northern dragon clans had shocked everyone. Ao Wangu and Ao Yuni were both defeated. They couldn't gain any advantage from Li Feng, but their men managed to defeat the remnants of the dragon clan. It could be said that neither side had gained any advantage in this battle. However, the person they were all searching for had completely disappeared at this moment. Where's the ancestral dragon emperor? Ao Wangu said in confusion. He looked at Ao Uni and the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. The ancestral dragon emperor ran away? Jiang Chen left too. Ao Ji's face turned pale as he stared at Ao Wangu and Ao Uni, gritting his teeth. This battle was a great loss to the dragon clan. They had suffered a double loss. Even the ocean heart lotus was taken away by Jiang Chen. In the end, the ancestral dragon emperor did not manage to keep the ocean heart lotus. It was all because of these two bastards. The Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were all trash. It's all because of you bastards. Aoji was furious. You guys still have the cheek to say that? You guys didn't even let off your own ancestor. Are you guys still human? Even the ancestral dragon emperor wants to kill you? Have you forgotten how you came to this world? Ao Wangu roared. So what? The ancestral dragon emperor made a mistake. He's the same as us. When did we say that we want to kill the ancestral dragon emperor? We only want the ancestral dragon emperor to plead guilty. He has killed countless ancestors of the dragon clan. Should he be able to get away scot-free? Aoji argued with reason and went against the East dragon race. He wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, this was their dragon race. Humph. Why didn't your father shoot you on the wall back then? You bastard, you're not fit to be the leader of our dragon clan? Hilarious. Hilarious. You guys don't even recognize your own ancestor. You guys are simply animals. Ao Wangu never deal with animals. Ao Wangu laughed wildly. Ao Ji's face turned pale. Since it has come to this, there's no point in fighting anymore. Let's go and find the ancestral dragon emperor. Ao Uni said solemnly as he glanced at Ao Wangu. Alright, let's go. Ao Wangu said solemnly as he turned around and left. Do you think my dragon clan is a place where you can come and go as you please? Aoji was infuriated. He did not intend to let the East Dragon Tribe and the North Dragon Tribe leave just like that. If I, Ao Wangu, want to leave, I will leave. Your dragon clan can't stop me. Ao Wangu snorted coldly. Just as Aoji was about to give chase, he was stopped by Ancestor Li Feng. Don't chase a cornered enemy. You should chase after Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor. Li Feng said indifferently. Looking at the mess that the dragon race was in right now, her expression was extremely ugly. Let the Great Elder, Second Elder and Third Elder attack together to track Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor. He must be caught, dead or alive. With the strength of the First Elder and the others, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji took a deep breath and said, Send out the dragon clan's black and white sacred envoys. With their combined strength, you might not be a match for them. With the First Elder and the others, it should be enough. Li Feng said coldly. Yes, Ancestor Li Feng. Aoji heaved a sigh of relief. If the black and white sacred envoys of the dragon clan were to attack now, Jiang Chen and the ancestral dragon emperor would have nowhere to hide. As the clan leader, Aoji could not do it himself. But at this moment he was very relieved. In another 10 years I will come out of seclusion. By then I do not wish to see the current dragon clan. You have disappointed me. I can help you become the dragon clan leader. I can also destroy you and make a new dragon clan leader. After Li Feng finished speaking, she turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the void. Aoji wiped the sweat off his face. He was incomparably shocked. At this time he could only brace himself. If the black and white saint emissaries were here for 10 years, his achievements would be even greater. The black and white saint emissaries weren't something that he could command. Only Ancestor Li Feng could command them. Right now Aoji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But at the same time, the fact that Ancestor Li Feng could command the black and white saint emissaries meant that Aoji no longer believed that he could change the current situation of the dragon clan by himself. If he were to disappoint Ancestor Li Feng again, Aoji knew that his good days would come to an end. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Don't let me catch you. With the First Elder and the black and white sacred envoys, you won't be able to escape. Aoji clenched his fist tightly. His face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. It was not hard for Aoji to guess that the Northern Dragon Clan and Eastern Dragon Clan must have the same idea as him. They wanted to chase after the ancestral Dragon Emperor. They wanted to make him the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. But to Aoji he wanted to destroy Jiangqin and the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Only then he could sit on the throne forever and become the true king of the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Dragon Clan's leader Ao Wangu looked into the distance with a gloomy face. His lips were cold, causing the clansmen behind him to tremble. The most important thing now is to find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. As long as we find the ancestral Dragon Emperor, we can become the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Then it will be justifiable for us to attack the Dragon Clan. Otherwise we will always be seen as an outsider. Do you want to become the rightful ruler, or do your clansmen want to return to the Dragon Clan? Ao Uni said with a smile. His eyes were gleaming with a profound meaning. Ao Uni, don't be weird. I know what you're thinking. Since that's the case, let's go our separate ways. Whoever finds the ancestral Dragon Emperor will be the big brother. What do you think? Ao Wangu said in a deep voice. Right, it's a deal. Don't deny it when I find the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Ao Uni let out a roar and turned around to leave. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. Now both of them were prepared. They had no choice but to join hands to fight against the Dragon Clan. Now that they walked out from the Dragon Clan, they each had their own plans. Everyone wanted to find the ancestral Dragon Emperor and become the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Who would be willing to be under someone else? Especially the two of them who never interfered with each other's business. However, they were not willing to submit to each other. I hope your luck will be good. Don't let me get to you before you do. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni turned around and left. Now all three branches of the Dragon Clan had the same goal. Only by finding the ancestral Dragon Emperor would he be able to rule the world. The Dragon Clan was torn apart. The current situation was worrisome. Therefore everyone wanted to be the savior of the world, to become the new emperor of the Dragon Clan. Ao Wangu and Ao Uni were no exception. As for Aoji, what he wanted was the destruction of the ancestral Dragon Emperor in exchange for his position as the leader of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 3570. Jiangqin did not stop and rush to the central region Divine Land. However, when he arrived at the ancient city at the edge of the central region Divine Land, Jiangqin prepared for a period of time. Jiangqin wanted to forge his own divine weapon, but even if he used all the materials he had, he still could not make a peak origin divine weapon advance to a primal origin treasure. Although the quality was getting better and better, a primal origin treasure was too difficult to achieve. Jiangqin was confident that he could forge it, but the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. The materials he had on hand were not enough to forge an origin divine weapon into a primal origin treasure. If he could forge all the divine swords into a primal origin treasure, then the Ashura sword formation would be able to sweep away any experts under the Emperor realm. Even when he came to the central region ancient city, Jiangqin still did not gain anything. However, in the Nalan ancient city, Jiangqin heard an unparalleled thunder. It was this thunder. The entire Nalan ancient city within a radius of 10,000 miles was shocked by this thunder. The earth was shaking, the sky was roaring, and even the Nalan ancient city, which was 10,000 miles away, was shaking. The next day in the entire Nalan ancient city, the terrifying thunder came from the Jingzhi mountain, which was 30,000 miles away from the Nalan ancient city. The terrifying sound of thunder was deafening, making people unable to calm down for a long time. Therefore, the entire Nalan ancient city was no exception. It caused a tsunami-like earthquake in the Nalan ancient city. Everyone was incomparably shocked, discussing what this thunder was about. It was not difficult for Jiangqin to guess in the Nalan ancient city. He already had a good understanding of the thunder in the Jingzhi mountain. Some people said that there must be a beast being born in the Jingzhi mountain, some said that there must be an expert breaking through in the Jingzhi mountain, and some even said that the Jingzhi mountain was a land of thunder. In short, in the Nalan ancient city, there were different opinions, but many people had already gone to the Jingzhi mountain to find out. At this time, Jiangqin and Long Ying also had doubts and wanted to find out. I wonder what kind of place this Jingzhi mountain is. Why don't we go and take a look? Although Long Ying's appearance had changed greatly and she had a cultured and elegant, intellectual and generous look, she was still rather curious in her heart. She was also very confused about the strange tremors in the Jingzhi mountain. All right, let's go and take a look. Jiangqin pulled Long Ying's hand and headed straight for the Jingzhi mountain. There was an endless stream of people heading towards the Jingzhi mountain. Most of them were divine kings and hierarch realm experts. Those who were too weak dared not go there as they were afraid of being killed by some kind of disaster. Xianxia had only seen a few divine emperors but not many of them. It would not take long for them to travel 10,000 li away from the Xianxia mountain. The Xianxia mountain was a wilderness that was cloudless for thousands of miles. Rows of mountain peaks towered high into the sky, and even eagles would find it difficult to fly over them. The surroundings were filled with endless ancient trees that lined up like a sea, giving shade for thousands of miles. The Xianxia mountain was surrounded by mountains that surrounded the Xianxia mountain. Even if one stood in the sky, one would not be able to see the end of it. Xianxia saw hundreds of hierarch and divine king experts heading towards the depths of Xianxia mountain in an endless stream. Hey kid, I advise you not to go in. This is not a place that anyone can enter. Didn't you see the lightning just now? You look like an outsider at first glance. Every 1,000 years, there will be a heavenly thunder descending from the Xianxia mountain. At that time it will attract experts from all directions to watch. For us who live in Nalan ancient city all year round, it is nothing new. A peak divine king realm middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and said with a dignified look. Because he could not see through Xianxia's strength, he felt that Xianxia's strength was not high. Really? Then every time there is a sudden clap of thunder, what will happen to this Xianxia mountain? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man with interest and said with a smile. That's not something you can participate in. It's said that countless gems will appear after every lightning strike. Many people will come to fight for them. However, many people will die every time. Even a peak divine king realm expert like me can only pick up the leftovers. All the good stuff will be taken away by those hierarch realm experts. Occasionally there will be a few divine emperor realm experts. Those are the real bosses. We can only watch. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Although he was only a divine king realm expert, he still had the heart to improve. Facing those hierarch realm experts, he was helpless. However, he could still pick up some leftovers in case those hierarch realm experts looked down on them. So I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This is not a joke. The middle-aged man said with a prideful expression. Xianxia was so young and he had such a beautiful girl with him. Perhaps he would attract the attention of some powerful warriors and a great battle would break out. Thank you for telling me. Xianxia smiled. His indifferent look made the middle-aged man shake his head. Sai, you really don't know how high the sky is. I'm advising you but you don't want to listen. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear from the lightning strike this time. The middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. Suddenly, a hierarch realm figure landed in front of Xianxia, pointing at Xianxia and said with a cold face. You're a hierarch realm cultivator. You can leave now. Leave her here. I like this woman. An old man in a blue robe looked at Longinger with an arrogant look. He was filled with joy and excitement. He had never seen such a peerless beauty in his life. After living for tens of thousands of years, such a beauty was simply a work of art in this world. To think that she would be defiled by an unknown brat. It was truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. Are you talking to me? Xianxia smiled and said. What do you think? The blue-robed old man said coldly. You don't know what's good for you. Leave now. You'll be dead by the time I take action. The blue-robed old man shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man not far away also sighed. He had just told this man not to show off. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. This blue-robed old man was not simple. He was a true disciple of a great sect. What if I don't leave? What can you do to me? Xianxia smiled coldly and looked at the blue-robed old man. His eyes were sharp and fearless. Will it be very bloody later? Longing or was very innocent. Her innocent expression made the blue-robed old man even more arrogant. He snorted and said, You're right. It will be very bloody. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 3571. Elder Huang has such a high status. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. Ignorance is not to be blamed. I think this young man is quite talented. Why don't we let him go? The middle-aged man from before said with a smile. Xianxia was so young. If he was killed by Elder Huang, it would be a pity. The heavens cherished every living thing. It was rare for him to be so kind. Do you know who Elder Huang is? Boy, this is the elder of the resurgence sect, Huang Yue. Elder Huang is an expert from my Nalan ancient city. Now he is only back to visit his family for 100 years. Boy, you should quickly apologize to Elder Huang and let this matter go. Maybe you can still hold on to your little life. The middle-aged man said emotionally. Zhongxing Sec's Huang Yue, Elder Huang? Jiang Qin laughed involuntarily and shook his head in resignation. Are you an idiot? You are young and ignorant, but you don't know what's good for you. Looks like I have to kill you today. Huang Yue said domineeringly with a cold expression. Do you know Huang Longyu? Jiang Qin asked. Of course I know him. He is the sect leader of Zhongxing sect. What do you mean? Elder Huang stared at Jiang Qin. Could it be that this person knows someone from Zhongxing sect? Huang Longyu is dead and Zhongxing sect is finished. You still dare to say that you are from Zhongxing sect? Do you know who killed Huang Longyu? I didn't expect you to come back to visit your family and escape. But now it seems that you have come to me. Although there is no point in killing you, I am angry when I see someone from Zhongxing sect. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Huang Yue. Huang Yue looked at Jiang Chen in bewilderment. Stop looking. This scene will be very bloody. Jiang Chen smiled and said to Long Ying. As he turned around, he threw a punch. Huang Yue, who claimed to be Zhongxing sect's elder, was killed by Jiang Chen's punch. His flesh and blood were separated and he turned into ashes. That middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. He looked like a fool as he watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. His mouth was dry. Motherfucker, what kind of expert was this? Killing a hierarch with a single punch without even a chance to fight back. It was so domineering that it left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen and Long Ying broke through the air and left. At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a bitter laugh. He didn't think that he would be so blind and actually misjudged Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was something that he would never be able to match up to in his entire life. Experts are indeed not people we can hope to catch up to. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen's back, which was getting further and further away. This scene was destined to be his dream for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen's movement had attracted the attention of experts from all directions. Countless hierarch realm experts looked solemn. Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch to remind everyone that Jiang Chen was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, Jiang Chen flew towards the center of the thunderous explosion, which was the main peak of Jingzhi Mountain. Such a powerful expert. We can't even catch up to him. Yeah, he must be a Divine Emperor Realm expert. However, this Divine Emperor Realm expert is a little too hot-tempered. Who knows? Let's stay away from this unknown expert lest we get involved. Many people looked at Jiang Chen but did not dare to get close. They could only watch from afar. A few Divine Emperor Realm experts were also wary of Jiang Chen. They were afraid that these two experts who came out of nowhere would suddenly attack them. At the foot of the main peak of Jingzhi Mountain, Jiang Chen saw a 1,000-meter-wide area that was struck by lightning. The surrounding rocks were all turned into dust and all the plants were scorched. However, under the dust of the rocks, Jiang Chen saw a 30-meter large boulder standing there proudly. It was gray and didn't have any luster, but it was like a sword shadow. Even all the rocks and mountains within a 1,000-meter radius had been turned into dust, but this boulder was still as a mountain. What a good gem! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and a hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Seemed like he was really interested in this giant rock. This boulder might be able to help him refine a primordial origin treasure. His peak primordial divine weapon was finally going to be his. Friend, this boulder has caught my eye. There should be a first-come, first-served rule for everything. A Divine Emperor Realm expert Lung Lung said. He glanced at Jiang Chen as if he wanted to take the boulder for himself. Jiang Chen frowned and said, I also have my eye on this boulder. I've also taken a fancy to this stone. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. Jiang Chen's words made the three Divine Emperor Realm experts look gloomy. One of them sneered and said, What an arrogant guy. What an arrogant fellow. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in this world? Either get lost or die. The three of them were obviously on the same side. The three of them were Divine Emperor experts. They were fearless when facing Jiang Chen. Even when Jiang Chen killed Huang Yue with a single punch, they were still not afraid of him. They could also kill Huang Yue. Jiang Chen was just a clown who wanted everyone to be afraid of him. Of course, the three brothers did not care about him. Then you have made the right choice. Go to hell. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Brat, you really think that you are someone important. Looks like you won't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson today. Yang Xiaojiang shouted angrily and pointed a 9-foot-long blade at Jiang Chen. You don't know your place. Watch my saber. Yang Xiaojiang's face turned gloomy. He swung his saber decisively without any hesitation. Let me try such a bloody thing. Long Inger smiled mischievously. She took a step forward in front of Jiang Chen. Her palm was as fast as lightning. A shadow of a dragon shot out and hit Yang Xiaojiang away. An early Divine Emperor realm expert was defeated by Long Inger. All of a sudden everyone was shocked. Is this weak-looking lady more terrifying than this man? The two brothers next to Yang Xiaojiang also had a weird expression. At this moment the arrow that was knocked on the bow had to be released. The three of them looked at each other and rushed towards Long Inger. After all, the boulder was a real treasure. They did not want to give it up so easily. After all, there were 3 Divine Emperor realm experts while there were only 2 of them. Long Inger repelled the enemy with a single move. They did not dare to look down on the man and the lady anymore. They immediately used all their skills to attack Long Inger. You don't know your place. Long Inger sneered. She had already reached the mid-Divine Emperor realm. Although she could not be compared to Jiang Chen, it was more than enough to deal with these guys. Chapter 3572. Long Inger let out a delicate roar. Her palm technique was like lightning surging like thunder. In less than 10 moves the 3 of them were defeated. The terrifying aura caused countless people to be indescribably shocked. In the entire Nalan ancient city, or even within a radius of 200,000 miles, the 3 young brothers were absolute experts. But now they were defeated by a woman. It was truly inconceivable. Spare us, heroine. The 3 of them were no match for Long Inger. They knew that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. They begged for mercy. Long Inger didn't have any intention to kill them. He just wanted to play around. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck the 3 of them, turning them into ashes in an instant. Long Inger patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. She looked like she still had some lingering fear. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you leave them alive they might cause some trouble. Jiang Chen said casually. While he was talking and laughing, the boat turned into ashes. Suddenly the whole Jingzhi mountain became silent. No one dared to comment on such a powerful expert. Perhaps they would never be able to catch up to him in their entire lives. From this moment onwards, the 3 young brothers had become part of Narang ancient city's history. What a ruthless move. You really can't judge a book by its cover. There's a saying that goes, seeing is better than hearing about it. The 9th sword master of the sword drawing sect is indeed extraordinary. A faint laugh was heard. A young man in yellow stepped on the void. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were extremely clear. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. In an instant, everyone's expression turned serious. When they looked at Jiang Chen they finally let out a long breath. This person was actually the sword master of the sword drawing sect, one of the most powerful sects in the central region Divine Land. No wonder he had such unparalleled divine might. Coincidentally, I also have my eyes on this stone. The smile of the young man in yellow was also very mellow. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he didn't intend to let go. To be able to say my name, you shouldn't be simple, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. This person's strength was so strong that he dared not to treat him lightly. He was an intermediate divine emperor, even stronger than Long Inger. I'm Wu Changjiang from the Witch Cloud sect. The crowd was in an uproar once again. Witch Cloud sect, sword drawing sect. These were the top sects in the central region Divine Land. For a small city like Nalan ancient city to have 2 such experts at the same time, it must be said that it was really exciting. Witch Cloud sect. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Since this guy had such a technique he must be quite strong. Jiang Chen hadn't had any dealings with the people from the Magus Cloud sect. However, he had set his eyes on the stone first. If anyone wanted to get their hands on it he wouldn't show any mercy. Why don't Sword Master Jiang give it up? In the future, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and personally visit the sword drawing sect to thank Sword Lord Jiang for your kindness. How about it? Wu Changjiang said with a faint smile. He was calm and indifferent. Even though he knew Jiang Chen's infamy, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Why don't Brother Wu give it to me? In the future, I'll also prepare a generous gift and personally visit the Witch Cloud sect to thank Brother Wu for your kindness. How about it? Jiang Chen also gave Wu Changjiang a taste of his own medicine. At this moment Wu Changjiang's face became gloomy. Who didn't know that the stone was a peerless material for forging divine weapons? As a divine emperor expert, how could he not know? It seems like Sword Lord Jiang doesn't intend to have a good talk with me. Wu Changjiang sighed and shook his head. There are some things that can't be given up. So if Brother Wu is willing to give me face, I, Jiang Chen, will be eternally grateful. However, if you're not willing to, perhaps we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had nothing to be afraid of, but it was better to avoid trouble. However, he expected that Wu Changjiang would not bow his head so easily. Jiang Chen's attitude was very firm, so was Wu Changjiang. He also knew that Sword Lord Jiang of the sword drawing sect was not someone to be trifled with. However, he was willing to risk it for the sake of the gemstone. This was definitely a material for forging primal origin treasure. Even the 9 heavens shocking thunder could not damage it. My Witch Cloud sect and the sword drawing sect have been on good terms for a long time. I never expected that Sword Lord Jiang would want to meet on the battlefield with me today. This really shouldn't have happened. Wu Changjiang said with a smile. You're the one who wants to fight. Why do you have to put it in such a dignified manner? The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. The gemstone will naturally belong to whoever wins. Jiang Chen said coldly. Well said. Then I'll compete with Sword Lord Jiang to decide the outcome. Let's see who will get the gemstone. Wu Changjiang was fearless. He exchanged glances with Jiang Chen and smiled. This battle was inevitable. Wu Changjiang knew that such a big gemstone was definitely worth it for him to risk his life against Jiang Chen. Everyone wants good stuff. I also want to have a piece of this gemstone. Not just the two of you, what do you think? Jiang Chen and Wu Changjiang looked over. A white-clothed figure holding a long spear appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Wu Changjiang. Leng Ruyan. It's you. Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank as he stared at Leng Ruyan. The supreme expert of the Smoke Beacon sect was also not someone to be trifled with. This time it was really a gathering of heroes. If Leng Ruyan wanted to have a piece of the pie, Wu Changjiang knew that his situation might not be so good. Jiang Chen looked at Leng Ruyan with a grateful smile. It was a fact that Leng Ruyan had saved his life in the past. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. Leng Ruyan was incomparably calm, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. From now on we don't owe each other anything. I'm also taking this gemstone today. Leng Ruyan was very carefree. She exchanged glances with Jiang Chen and slightly nodded. This made Wu Changjiang's expression even more unsightly. These two actually had a friendship of life and death. Although they didn't owe each other anything, who knew if they would join hands to deal with him? What a nice way to put it. They had a friendship of life and death. Do you think I don't owe each other anything just because you said so? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'll believe you. You're a silver-haired old man who has lived for millions of years. You're the worst. Wu Changjiang gritted his teeth and glared at Leng Ruyan. The two of them had a 10,000-year grudge, but neither of them could do anything to the other. This made Wu Changjiang a little worried. Are these two really not going to join hands? Wu Changjiang wanted to believe them, but this was a friendship of life and death. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Wu Changjiang had to confirm it again and again. At this moment Wu Changjiang was in the most difficult situation. He couldn't advance, couldn't retreat, couldn't fight, and couldn't not fight. Chapter 3573. Jiang Chen was indifferent as he looked at Leng Ruyan. Leng Ruyan was the scariest one. Leng Ruyan's strength was extraordinary. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat her. Moreover, it was a long time ago. If they were to fight again, only God knows how powerful Leng Ruyan would be. Since Leng Ruyan was able to escape from Shangguan Hongyan's clutches, it meant that his strength had improved. Both of them had exchanged a life for a life. Now that they had met again, Leng Ruyan would never show any mercy. Jiang Chen knew this better than anyone else. Wu Changjiang was not someone who was easy to deal with. That was why Jiang Chen was so solemn. It seemed that the gemstone had not only attracted a few weak cultivators. Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect and Leng Ruyan of the Smoke Beacon sect were not to be underestimated. Looks like we're destined to have a life and death battle today. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. He looked at Leng Ruyan and Wu Changjiang coldly. No one dared to act rashly. The one who acted first would definitely become the target of everyone. At this moment, Leng Rian obviously had a deep grudge against Wu Changjiang. Leng Rian, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise this guy might stab us in the back. You should know what's more important. Wu Changjiang squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. He was afraid that Leng Rian would act at any time. If that happened, his situation would only become more difficult. The gemstone attracted everyone's attention. The Witch Cloud sect, the Sword Drawing sect and the Smoke Beacon sect. Looks like the gemstone this time is really extraordinary. That's right. To be able to attract the experts of the three great sects, I believe that this gem is definitely a treasure that can shake the entire Central Region Divine Land. Looks like we won't have any chance to pick up any scraps this time. The surrounding people did not dare to take a step forward. They were afraid that Jiang Qin and the others would turn them into ashes. Who would dare to act rashly after killing 3 early divine emperors? Experts were destined to be existences that countless people could only look up to. Looks like the few of you are in a dilemma. If I don't come out and resolve your problems, I'm afraid that no one will be able to take away this gem in a short period of time. A hearty laugh reverberated through the sky. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and looked towards the direction of the voice. This person was also harboring evil intentions. He was dressed in a gray robe and was as thin as a match. However, his almond-shaped eyes gave off an unfathomable feeling. They're from the Ghost Pill sect. What are you alchemists doing here? Wu Changjiang said coldly and disapprovingly. Not at all. No. Alchemy and blacksmithing are one and the same, so this old man is also very curious about this gem and would like to have a share. I wonder what the few of you think. Yan Liang said with a gentle smile. This made Jiang Qin even more curious. Was this gem really so attractive that it could attract all the experts of the 3 sects? Jiang Qin found it hard to believe. Although this gem was very precious, it was definitely not a coincidence that the experts of the 3 sects were scrambling for it. Their target was probably not this gem, or they had other intentions. You're Jiang Qin. Yan Liang's eyes flashed and fell on Jiang Qin. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and saw the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin and the Ghost Pill sect had been enemies for a long time, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. The people of the Ghost Pill sect also saw Jiang Qin as a thorn in their side. This time, although it was the first time that Yan Liang and Jiang Qin met, their eyes were exceptionally red when they saw each other. The strong fighting intent between them was already pressing. The people of the Ghost Pill sect also want to interfere. I think some people have ulterior motives. Leng Rian said coldly. Jiang Qin's heart shook. It seemed that these guys all had ulterior motives. His guess was right. It was very likely that they all came prepared. This was definitely not a coincidence. Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang's expressions changed. It seemed that Leng Rian also knew about this. Otherwise she would not have said such words. It seems that this gem is far from being attractive to you guys. I'm the only one who was kept in the dark. Jiang Qin laughed. You don't know about the changes here? Leng Rian frowned and looked at Jiang Qin. Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang looked at each other. It was obvious that these two guys did not want more people to know about this, but the paper could not cover the fire. Jiang Qin shook his head. I'm just passing by. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen here. The experts of the 3 sects have gathered here. It seems that my luck is not bad. Jiang Qin smiled and looked calm. It made Yan Liang and Wu Changjiang's eyes become very cold. Leng Rian looked at the two of them without the slightest fear. She said to Jiang Qin bluntly. There is indeed more than just a gem here. More important things are under the ground. Leng Rian said in a deep voice. Even if she had nothing to do with Jiang Qin, their relationship was not something that Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang could compare to. After all, they had been through life and death together. Although Leng Rian was cold, she was more willing to be an opponent with someone like Jiang Qin. That was because Jiang Qin was open and above board, which was also his original intention. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Rian. Long Ying-er, who was next to him, was also very nervous. It seemed that what they had encountered this time was really unusual. What is it? Jiang Qin asked curiously. The essence of the Mother of Thunder. It is also the thunder that was born in the Jingzhi mountain, the heavenly thunder that is still in the fledgling stage. Leng Rian said in a deep voice. Whoever could obtain the essence of the Mother of Thunder would definitely be able to control the heavenly thunder. That was why the people of the three sects were so eager to obtain it. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more serious. Wasn't the heavenly thunder what he wanted the most? It made Jiang Chen feel as if he'd worn out his iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. The essence of the Mother of Thunder was something that only existed when the heavenly thunder was born. It was like a fledgling that was still in its infancy. Even Jiang Chen had not heard of the heavenly thunder before. It was like a newborn ferocious beast that was crying piteously for food. It made people look forward to it and be filled with fear. It seems that I did not come for nothing this time. I want this gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. Chapter 3574. You're really greedy. I'm afraid you won't be able to take anything with you. This Jingzhi mountain is not your sword-drawing sect. Yan Liang glared at Jiang Chen and was ready to fight. What are you waiting for? Brother Yan, if you don't take action now, when will you? Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang looked at each other and sneered. The two of them quickly attacked towards Jiang Chen. Be careful, brother Jiang Chen. Long Inger shouted. The two of them immediately went forward. Long Inger did not show any weakness when facing Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect. The two of them instantly intertwined with each other. The might of the mid-divine emperor realm was extraordinary. Between the heavens and the earth, the 9 heavens and the earth trembled. Countless experts looked at the sky and quickly retreated, afraid that the city would be caught in the crossfire. You're courting death. Jiang Chen snorted, and the killing intent at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen drew out his sword and started a fierce battle with Yan Liang. Yan Liang was holding a 9-foot-long knife and fork and struck out a blow that broke the void. Jiang Chen held his blade and horse and launched a heavy punch while his long sword swung. The battle between Jiang Chen and Yan Liang was quite intense. Their battle was filled with shocking battle intent. The aura of the limitless sword was arrogant and domineering. It had already surpassed the previous sword intent. It carried an incomparably overbearing aura as it pressed down on Jiang Chen. Yan Liang took every step carefully, not daring to look down on Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was an old rival of Guidan's sect. As the chief refiner of Guidan's sect, one could imagine how angry Yan Liang was. Falling Dust wanted to obtain the gem and the essence of the Mother of Thunder. He was asking for trouble. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would never let them go. The 9-foot trident soared through the sky and crossed the void. It was a true primal origin treasure. It turned into a divine weapon that covered the sky. The sword and saber slashed through the sky, intending to kill Jiang Chen. Reckless. Jiang Chen raised his sword. The limitless sword was invincible. As he fought with Yan Liang, his sword flew everywhere. Yan Liang had no chance to fight back at all. Jiang Chen used his absolute advantage to suppress Yan Liang. Yan Liang cried bitterly and retreated, looking very embarrassed. On the other side, Long Inger's situation was rather worrying. Faced with Wu Changjiang's powerful attack, Long Inger could only ensure that she stabilized the situation. Being pressured by Wu Changjiang step by step, Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. He instantly closed the distance between them and fought 1 against 2. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wu Changjiang sneered. His palms were like the wind, deafening like thunder. You don't know what's good for you. Then let me send you to hell. The sword in Jiang Chen's hand was spinning rapidly. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even though he was fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Facing Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang's pursuit, Jiang Chen and Long Inger had the upper hand. Hitting a woman is not what a hero should be, Leng Ruyan said faintly. Leng Ruyan said indifferently. She moved like the wind, rapidly closing in. A terrifying shockwave surged out as she joined the battle. With the 3 of them working together, Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang had no chance to retaliate. Every move they made forced them back in a sorry state. Beacons smoke like a torch, evergreen. Leng Ruyan threw a heavy punch, shaking the 9 heavens. Above the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. When her palm landed, the sky and earth spun. Skyward destruction. Wu Changjiang's pupils shrank. The great power swept over. 2 rays of light intertwined continuously, causing the experts in all directions to sweat. Yan Liang was also helpless against the joint attack of Jiang Chen and Long Inger. Jiang Chen's sword aura was terrifying, sweeping through the 4 seas and 8 wilderness. 5 figures were at the peak of the void, above the Xianxia mountain. The sky and earth spun and the wind swayed. "You lunatic Leng Rian, I'm not done with you." Wu Changjiang retreated after one attack, looking quite embarrassed. However, Leng Rian was not much better. After all, this guy was still on the same side as Jiang Chen. Although the two of them had previously said that they would no longer have anything to do with each other, I don't believe you. You old monsters, bad old men, you're all fucking bad. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder pierced through the long rainbow. In the clouds, the wind howled and the clouds surged, completely covering the entire Xianxia mountain. What's going on? Why is the Xianxia mountain covered by the clouds? Yeah, these 5 experts are really too strong. When did our Nalan ancient city have such experts? It's really shocking. The experts below the Divine Emperor realm gradually retreated and left the Xianxia mountain. Because under the shroud of the dark clouds, the layers of pressure were hard for them to handle. If they were to stay and watch the show, they would probably be beaten into ashes. The might of the Divine Emperor realm experts could be turned into ashes with a flick of their fingers. They didn't even have the ability to protect themselves. Jiang Chen and the others all looked at the void above. Between the layers of clouds, the dark clouds were spreading. Waves of black chi crisscrossed, like black flames in the netherworld, constantly burning. That incomparably dark attack made people's hearts tremble. Therefore, countless experts retreated, not daring to stay any longer. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He could feel the throbbing in the dark clouds. That was definitely an extremely terrifying heavenly lightning. Even the 1,000 flame destruction lightning in his body seemed to be restless. That's it. Wu Changjiang let out a cold snort, turned around and headed straight for the gemstone under the clouds. Jiang Chen and the others calmed themselves down and withdrew their techniques, rushing towards the gemstone. At this moment, the entire Xianxia mountain seemed to be trembling violently, as if an earthquake was happening. The situation was critical and imminent. Careful. Suddenly, Jiang Chen exclaimed and pulled Long Inger back. Leng Rian also looked at Jiang Chen and took a step back. Although he didn't know why, he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't lie to him. Even Wu Changjiang and Yan Liang's expression became serious and they took a step back subconsciously. It was obvious that Jiang Chen's words had saved everyone's lives. Because Jiang Chen sensed the danger from the 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Almost at the same time, a bolt of lightning soared into the sky from under the gem. The thick bolt of lightning was several feet in size and it connected the entire sorcerer cloud. The dazzling light seemed to have illuminated the entire Xianxia mountain. What a terrifying heavenly lightning. Even from thousands of miles away we can see this terrifying light. It's simply infuriating. The light that connected the heavens and the earth made Jiang Chen and the others lose their sight in an instant. It was only after a few breaths that the heavens and the earth became clear. Only then did Jiang Chen and the others regain their sight. The terrifying power of the heavenly lightning made them feel that they were far inferior. Chapter 3575. The lightning was like the light of the heavens illuminating the surroundings. The moment the light faded, the terror in the dark clouds was even more terrifying. However, there was indeed a 10 zhang deep pit on the ground. The bottom could not be seen. The lightning had already disappeared, but the dark clouds were still rolling. Jiang Chen and the others were all looking at the deep pit. Even though they were Divine Emperor realm experts and their spiritual strength was already earth-shattering, they still could not detect what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground. What should we do? Wu Changjiang looked at Yan Liang. At this moment they were looking at each other. No one knew what kind of terrifying existence was under the ground, but it was possible that the essence of the Thunderbolt Mother was under the ground. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you're afraid, then stay here and wait. Leng Rian said coldly. She leaped into the deep pit. What are you pretending to be? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wu Changjiang roared angrily and followed closely behind, jumping into the deep pit. Yan Liang glanced at Jiang Chen. If he continued to stay here, he was destined to be empty-handed. Without a second thought, he also followed. Let's go. I must get this heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen held Long Inger's hand tightly. Long Inger nodded slightly, hugged Jiang Chen tightly and jumped into the deep pit. Just as Jiang Chen and the others entered the deep pit, a dark blue figure broke through the air. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. His sleeves were rolled up and he looked rather capable. His long hair was scattered in all directions and he looked extremely domineering. The man's eyes were like stars and his expression was stern. He looked at the huge deep pit and his brows became extremely solemn. Because he felt an extremely terrifying aura erupting from the deep pit. Especially the black hole, it was like an ancient ferocious beast that could devour everything, and it made one's heart tremble. If we don't leave now, we won't have the chance later. Dressed in white, she had delicate eyebrows and was extremely beautiful. She was as cold as ice and her aura was cold. She glanced at the man and said indifferently, "Looks like this time around the Lightning Mother essence has attracted quite a number of people." The man in blue smiled faintly and stood with his arms crossed. His eyes were like the vast stars, making it hard to fathom. Normally it is hard to find it. Only the essence of the Thunder Mother can be used by humans. It will definitely attract experts to attack. The woman in white whispered. She could not help but think of Zhou Xian, a man who could control sky lightning. Moreover, he could control more than one sky lightning. The person you mentioned should also be here, right? Today I'll take him along with me. Perhaps this world will be much more peaceful. Looks like I'm destined to have a bountiful harvest this time. The blue-clothed youth glanced at the white-clothed woman with a scorching look in his eyes. I will make you understand who is the strongest man in this world. When I soar into the 9 heavens, I will make the heaven and earth tremble beneath my feet. At that time I will make you the empress of the 9 heavens. I just want to find my mother. I hope you won't disappoint me. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice. The firmness in her eyes was unquestionable. Don't worry. I promise that I will definitely help you find her. The blue-clothed youth was full of confidence. He jumped down and rushed into the terrifying deep pit. The white-clothed woman also followed. The terrifying deep pit was like a big mouth of nothingness swallowing everything. When the two of them stepped into the deep pit, a fat man who was eating noodles in a noodle shop in Nalan ancient city suddenly raised his head and looked at the light in the void. Eventually, the light gradually dissipated in the dark clouds that covered thousands of miles. What the fuck? Such an awesome weather. I can't even eat beef noodles. This matter must be strange. After slapping the divine origin stone on the table, the fat man immediately soared into the sky and flew straight in the direction of Xianxia Mountain. Damn it. This is the big picture of the world. I almost missed it. It's all because of the beef noodles. I just need to eat one less bowl. I didn't expect it to come so soon. The fat man was old Daoist Wuxia. Back then he fled from the dragon clan, afraid that he would be defeated by Zhou Xian. Now that he had predicted the great tribulation of Xianxia Mountain, the fat man had been waiting here for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would still miss it. He should not have been greedy. He should have been waiting at Xianxia Mountain. By the time the fatty arrived at the Xianxia Mountain, the dense fog in the clouds had already dispersed. However, Taoist Wuxia, who was at the top of the void, had a change in expression. Motherfucking thunder essence stone. This is a fucking trap, a huge trap. Old Daoist Wuxia's face turned pale and his body trembled. When he saw the layers of clouds in the 9th heaven, he was shocked to discover that the landscape of Xianxia Mountain was completely a dead end. This must have been the cultivation place of a terrifying powerhouse in ancient times. However, this thunder essence, could it be that it was also a bait? Old Daoist Wuxia was very nervous. He wanted to go down but he was afraid of being tricked. If he did not go down, he did not know what would happen next. This 9 dragons cloud-locking great array without the strength of an emperor realm, it is absolutely impossible to arrange it. This is a heaven and earth grand array luring people into it. If they enter and can't come out, won't I, old Daoist Wuxia, fail miserably? Old Daoist Wuxia murmured. He was extremely frightened. From Tianer's point of view, the dark clouds and Xianxia Mountain had converged into an incomparably terrifying blueprint of hell. Xianxia Mountain was like an incomparably huge skeleton. It seemed to be only 100 feet wide black hole, but it contained an overbearing power that could devour the heaven and earth. Who on earth has such a great ability? Who set up such a big trap here? Old Daoist Wuxia narrowed his eyes. His expression was solemn as he pinched his fingers to calculate. After a long while, old Daoist Wuxia saw the clouds in the sky changing again. The landscape of Xianxia Mountain was also changing constantly, causing him to be quite puzzled and frown. Old Daoist Wuxia murmured. Soon after, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a shocked expression. When Jingzhi Mountain rises, the wind and clouds change. With the sky as the blanket and the earth as the furnace, the black burial ground refining the 9 heavens just to play a big game of chess. Damn it, Amitabha. I old Daoist Wuda have come to the wrong place. No, I have to go. This is a fucking dead end. Old Daoist Wuda was just about to turn around, his heart turned cold. However, he was kicked into the black hole. What the fuck? Who kicked me? Chapter 3576. The aura of darkness was boundless, as if it was connected to the depths of hell. The deep pit was thousands of miles long and it led deep into the ground. No one knew where it went. The moment everyone landed, they saw a miracle of a glacier. The surrounding walls of ice seemed to have not melted for millions of years. 100 feet wide, bottomless ravine extended forward. The incomparably terrifying cold air assaulted them from all directions. It was like an unparalleled ice blade that tore at everyone's body. In the bottomless underground riverbed, there was a meandering river flowing in an unknown direction. The water was gurgling and splashing. A wave of cold air came, causing Jiang Chen's body to feel extremely cold. He had no choice but to quickly use the azure lotus star flame to get rid of the cold air around him. Long Ying'er's expression also became a little more relaxed. What a terrifying cold air. Wu Changjiang took a deep breath. If he didn't use his divine origin qi to resist the cold air, he would probably be frozen into a popsicle in no time. Leng Rian's brows were tightly furrowed as she charged forward along the riverbed. All they could see was the ice walls on both sides. They were like glaciers that hadn't changed in tens of thousands of years, emitting a cold chill. The Thunder Mother essence they were originally looking for seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This seems to be a trap. Jiang Chen frowned. When he raised his head and looked at the sky, the passage seemed to have been completely sealed. A trap? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Do you think we would set up such a big trap to deal with you? Yan Liang chuckled disdainfully. There was a cold aura coming from underground, but it was hard to tell where it came from. The water in the riverbed was blue in color, and no one knew where it was flowing to. You won't because you don't have the ability to do so. But they might. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the ice wall above his head. There were 2 people shrouded in black robes. They had a pair of blood-red eyes and they seemed to be staring at everyone. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as a chill rose from their hearts. That was because they had not discovered the person in the ice wall since the beginning. It was as if he had suddenly appeared there. That gaze seemed to have pierced through the past, through the ages and met their eyes. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Jiang Chen's words gave them a great deal of pressure. The person in the ice wall is so powerful. Just a single gaze is enough to make us shrink back. Even such a person is trapped in the ice wall. Could this be the dojo of some ruthless person? Long Ying'er furrowed her brows, which made everyone feel gloomy. Even Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. What Long Ying'er said made sense. Back then, in the pillar of the sea's core of the dragon clan, he saw countless frost dragons sealed in the ice and turned into statues. And these people seemed to have existed since ancient times. Even if they were no longer alive, their cold eyes still gave them a great impact and pressure. The people here should have lived for a very long time, Leng Rian said in a deep voice. Even so, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the person in the ice wall still had a supreme might that pressed down on their hearts. There's something in the water. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and he shouted in a deep voice. He raised the sword in his hand and a black shadow broke out from the water like a sharp sword. Everyone's expression was solemn as they focused their eyes to look. Shadows that were like swarms of locusts shot out from the riverbed. In an instant no one dared to be careless. Long rays of light filled the riverbed as blade lights and sword shadows shot out horizontally and vertically, slashing down the myriad of shadows. But there was still a shadow that shot into Wu Changjiang's body. The shadow retreated and it was cut into thick water by Jiang Chen's sword. At this moment, Wu Changjiang suddenly turned around and rushed towards Long Ying. Wu Changjiang's eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and he struck out with his palm aiming to kill. Long Ying'er and Wu Changjiang's palm met, but she was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen quickly attacked and confronted Wu Changjiang. He struck out with heavy punches and every move was fatal. But Wu Changjiang's body seemed to be exploding at this moment. Even Jiang Chen couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Terrifying fists rained down like raindrops, creating a storm. Jiangchen did not show any sign of neglect. Even with his peerless dragon body and iron-like bones, he could not gain any advantage over Wu Changjiang at all. Wu Changjiang's attack was extremely powerful. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily and a bolt of lightning shot out from his mouth. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and he stood with his hands clasped, and his face was extremely serious. The dreadful thunderbolt shocked everyone. If it was someone else, he or she would have been killed by the sudden thunderbolt. However, Jiang Chen easily neutralized the force of the thunderbolt, which made Long Ying heave a sigh of relief. However, Wu Changjiang didn't have the slightest intention of retreating at this moment. Instead, he faced the difficulty head-on. Jiang Chen frowned and he struck out with his fists. A terrifying aura descended once again, and by activating the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen forced Wu Changjiang to retreat with an absolute advantage. However, it seemed that Wu Changjiang didn't know fatigue and he didn't know pain. Jiang Chen smashed his shoulder bones and his hand bones, but he didn't move an inch and didn't show any signs of retreating. What a lunatic! Yan Liang also shook his head slightly. At this moment, Wu Changjiang's mind had completely lost its reason and he was in a daze. One could see that there was only fearless killing intent in his blood-red eyes. Roar! Wu Changjiang roared angrily again and lightning flashed. Jiang Chen faced the difficulty head-on, and he swept his sword horizontally, breaking the wind and waves. The sword momentum was like a rainbow and it went straight to the sky. In the face of the terrifying thunder, Jiang Chen ignored it. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a ray of light, and the sword intent was shocking. It directly broke through the 9 bolts of lightning and went through Wu Changjiang's mouth. Wu Changjiang knelt on the ground and his body was as shriveled as a bag of skin at this moment, and he was all bones. Yan Liang gasped. At this moment he realized that Jiang Chen was actually so terrifying. At this moment, a black flying shadow came out from Wu Changjiang's body, and it went straight to Jiang Chen and went into Jiang Chen's body. Brother Jiang Chen. Long Ying's face turned pale. Leng Ruyan and Yan Liang also realized that Wu Changjiang was being controlled by the flying shadow. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and the 5 elements divine fire in his body burned, and it spread throughout his meridians. The black flying shadow immediately flew out of Jiang Chen's body, but it was stabbed into the ground by Jiang Chen's sword, and turned into a pool of blood. Chapter 3577. What a strange thing. Can control people's minds and spit out lightning. Can even spit out lightning. Looks like this wyvern shadow is quite terrifying. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. If the 5 elemental fire had not forced the black insects out of his body, he might have ended up like Wu Changjiang. These insects were not simple to be able to control even a divine emperor. Long Ying heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Jiang Chen was fine. She was worried that brother Jiang Chen would become crazy like Wu Changjiang. Rumble. The thunder in the distance was low and deep, coming from the depths of the riverbed. Above their heads, between the ice walls, there were many figures of different shapes. They seemed to be extremely terrifying, as if they were all staring at them. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen pulled Long Ying and walked deeper. His eyes were resolute. No one could take what he wanted away from him. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, the terrifying insects shot out from the riverbed again. This time even Yan Liang and Leng Ruyan's faces darkened. Jiang Chen set up the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Countless black insects shot out and eventually died under the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, turning into ashes. However, Leng Ruyan and Yan Liang were not so lucky. It was extremely difficult for them. They took each step carefully, afraid that they would follow in Wu Changjiang's footsteps. Come. Jiang Chen waved his hand and put Leng Ruyan into the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Thank you. Leng Ruyan said in a low voice with a cold expression. Jiang Chen had saved her once again. Help Jiang Chen, help me. Yan Liang's face was pale as he kept calling for help. However, Jiang Chen was extremely calm and had no intention of helping. Yan Liang was not so lucky. In the end, the insects drilled into his body and he fell into the riverbed. He was covered by thousands of insects. It's a mutated leech. These guys have a trace of lightning power and can spit lightning. Looks like the essence of the Thunder Mother is definitely here. When all the leeches had retreated, Jiang Chen looked deeper into the depths of the abyss where thunder rumbled. What he wanted must be there. Jiang Chen quickly moved deeper into the forest. The sound of thunder became fainter and fainter. However, the surrounding ice walls became wider and wider. The meandering riverbed also turned into a huge river that flowed endlessly. When Jiang Chen reached the end, he saw the surrounding waterfalls that fell from the sky and converged into a river. Under the waterfall at the source of the river, there was a stone tablet with the words, Thunder River written on it. Thunder God River? What is this place? Lung Ruyan was also very confused. However, the Thunder God River and the sound of flowing water made them feel as if their blood was flowing out of them. It made them feel an inexplicable fear. Jiang Chen fixed his eyes on it and saw a 30-meter-tall statue standing under the waterfall. A dark green figure was standing there, holding a sharp awl in its left hand and a giant hammer in its right. The statue was mighty, domineering, and lifelike. However, what made Jiang Chen speechless was that the statue had no eyes. What a powerful aura. This statue must be an extremely powerful being from the primordial era. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Even his Dao accumulation seemed to be greatly restricted in this place. It was not hard to imagine that this statue must be a supreme expert who possessed Dao accumulation. Even though there was only a statue left, it still gave people a domineering feeling, and even gave people the urge to bow down and worship it. The 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. This is the thunder god. An ancient god. Lung Ruyan's expression suddenly changed. He saw the words on the tablet in front of the statue. Jiang Chen and Long Ying'er looked over with a solemn expression. I am the thunder god, the descendant of the 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate. The divine court has fallen and the thunderhead palace has collapsed. Therefore I have guided the water of the river Styx from the heavens to nourish the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, to nurture the mother of all worlds, to become the voice of the past and the present, and to cover the light of the heavens. Thinking of the heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Thousands of years have passed without change. I hope that the fated person will uncover it and regain control of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, and the desolation of all living things. This is my wish. Jiang Chen murmured. Although the tablet had experienced tens of thousands of years, it was still clear. Jiang Chen looked up. This water was actually the water of the river Styx? It was normal that it was hard to find the source. However, what was the background of this 9 heavens responding thunder heavenly venerate? An expert from the divine court? An ancient god? Look, brother Jiang Chen. This Tai Chi 8 trigrams seems to be constantly flashing. Long Ying'er noticed that in front of the stone tablet, there was a Tai Chi 8 trigrams at the center of the statue's abdomen. The outer 8 trigrams and the core Tai Chi, the 2 Tai Chi circles, seemed to be burning with thunder and fire. The 3 of them looked at the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Jiang Chen also felt a little strange. Could this be the essence of the Mother of Thunder? Lung Ruyan said in a low voice, her eyes slightly narrowing. It's hard to say. Jiang Chen's expression froze. His eyes fell on the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. He felt an incomparably terrifying power, as if it was roaring and surging, constantly emitting dense thunder and lightning. It's this. This is it. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to make a move, he was forced back by a blue sword shadow. A blue figure with long hair draped over his shoulders stepped on the air. With a raise of his hand, he took out the Tai Chi 8 trigrams from the statue. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Thank you, Jiang Chen. The blue-clothed young man laughed loudly. His expression was arrogant and calm. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams was actually a small cauldron. He held it tightly in his hand and there seemed to be a milky white ball of light within it. It was already clear what was within the ball of light. Zhang Huayu. It's you. Lung Ruyan said in a low voice, pointing her spear at the blue-clothed young man. Lung Ruyan, how have you been? It's a pity that you're only number 2. Even without me, you probably wouldn't have been able to obtain this essence of the Mother of Thunder, right? Zhang Huayu smiled indifferently. He held the essence of the Mother of Thunder in his hand and was full of confidence. There's another reason why I'm here today. Brother Jiang, I'm here for you. Zhang Huayu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiang Chen and said, Despicable person, you sneak attacked me. Return my brother Jiang Chen's essence of the Mother of Thunder. Long Ying'er's anger rose. She stretched out her hand and struck out towards Zhang Huayu. Retreat. With a cold shout, Long Inga was forced to retreat. A white-clothed lady landed in front of Zhou Xian and the others like a shadow. It seems like you've come prepared. Zhou Qian's eyes gradually turned cold. Tantai Jingzong, it's her again. You can say that. After all, you and Tantai are old friends. This time our goal is the same. If you die, we can obtain everything. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Chapter 3578. Are you here to kill me as well? Zhou Qian sneered as she looked at Tantai Jingzong. 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect? Were you the one who killed them? Tantai Jingzong stared at Zhou Qian without blinking. Are you questioning me? Zhou Qian did not mind. So what if I am? What if I'm not? Do I need to ask you if I, Zhou Qian, want to kill someone? In my life, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. The entire fossil sect deserves to die. Zhou Qian was as dazzling as a star. She looked at Tantai Jingzong with a complicated expression. Why did you have to start a massacre? Why did you want everyone to die? Tantai Jingzong could not help but shake her head. To her, the fossil sect was the place where she grew up. After all, there were her childhood memories and the tens of thousands of years of brotherly love. That was her root. But now the fossil sect no longer existed. Zhou Qian's sword had destroyed everything in the fossil sect. To Zhou Qian it was just killing a few more people, but to Tantai Jingzong, what was erased was her lifetime of memories. Because they all deserved to die. Zhou Qian's expression did not change and was still as cold as ice. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Do I also deserve to die? Tantai Jingzong said indifferently. 2 streams of tears fell down. In her heart, she mourned for the misfortune of the fossil sect and was angry that they did not fight. You only saw me kill 100,000 disciples of the fossil sect, but did you know? Why did I do such a vicious thing? Why was I so domineering? 100,000 disciples were in the same boat. Who said anything about Wang Fengqi's injustice? My disciple was disheartened in the fossil sect, but he was treated as a traitor. Who said a word of sympathy? You don't know and you don't want to know. Because what you saw was only me killing 100,000 disciples and destroying the fossil sect. Zhou Qian laughed self-mockingly. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. In today's battle, life and death will be determined by fate. There is no choice. Zhou Qian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The blade was like frost and the dragon's soul trembled as he pointed it at Zhang Huayu. This battle was also the battle that ended his relationship with Tantai Jingzong. If you want to take away the essence of the Thunder Mother, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand. You are not worthy. Zhou Qian's eyes were sharp as he confronted Zhang Huayu. At that moment, both sides were ready to fight. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have stayed. The Galaxy Master Sect wants what you have. Therefore no one can save you today. Zhang Huayu gripped the Star's Big Dipper sword in his hand and faced off against Zhou Qian. The flames of war burned the prairie, ready to erupt at any moment. Be careful, his Big Dipper Star sword is peerlessly powerful. It's an ancient divine sword and it's extremely powerful. Leng Ruyan reminded. In my hands all my opponents are the same. There's only one way to describe them. Trash. Zhang Qian's expression was cold and arrogant. He was even more confident than Zhang Huayu. With Tantai joining forces with me, all of you can do is die. Brother Jiang, from now on your inheritance will be surnamed Jiang. As for who's the real trash, we'll only know after the battle. Zhang Huayu took a big step forward. His eyes were like golden crystals as he swept his sword down. The Star's Big Dipper sword had been passed down from primordial times. It was the treasure of the Galaxy Master Sect and it was the symbol of the Galaxy Master Sect. Zhang Huayu was the #1 genius of the Galaxy Master Sect. Even the sect master was not inferior to him. He had swept through the universe with the power of a mid-stage divine emperor realm cultivator. Countless middle prefecture geniuses had died at his hands, and he was even fearless when fighting late-stage divine emperor realm experts. Be careful, Inge. Zhang Qian glanced at Inger and said solemnly. This battle was no small matter. Tantai Jingzong's current strength was no weaker than his own. In this world he was not the only chosen one. There would always be an endless stream of experts and there was no shortage of geniuses. Zhang Qian looked highly upon Zhang Huayu's strength. Since Leng Ruyan was so serious towards him, it was obvious that the two of them had fought before. Looking at Zhang Huayu's casual attitude, Jiang Chen guessed that Leng Rian was defeated by him. Therefore only Jiang Chen knew how dangerous this battle was. He knew that his inheritance of the craftsman god was no longer a secret. At the very least, many people already knew about it. Once the news spread, Jiang Chen might even become the unluckiest person in the entire Central Prefecture Divine Land. Everyone wanted to deal with him and obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, and he would have nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen did not intend to retreat. He had to obtain the Thunder Essence energy. Once he could complete the fusion of the 5 types of Sky Thunders, he would most likely be invincible below the Emperor realm. This was an extremely important matter for Jiang Chen, as it would affect his life and his future achievements. Galaxy Sword Technique. The astral sword of the Big Dipper was unleashed, tearing the sky apart. The heavenly dragon sword was not to be outdone. At this moment, a golden and a blue light shadow continuously overlapped with each other. The battle between the swords seemed to be unfathomable to Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword and the astral sword of the Big Dipper fought against each other. The atmosphere was like a rainbow, no one was willing to take a step back. Every sword shadow overlapped with each other, causing a great impact to both Jiang Chen and Zhang Huayu. However, the domineering aura between the two did not diminish at all. The limitless sword against the galaxy sword technique. This was what Jiang Chen was looking forward to. That sword pierced through the heavens and earth. That sword slashed through the void and reincarnation. The limitless sword met its match at this moment. The might of the galaxy sword technique had far exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation. Not only the astral sword of the Big Dipper but the galaxy sword technique and the limitless sword were also evenly matched. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to gain the upper hand. The battle between the two could be said to be evenly matched. It was shocking. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He did not hesitate at all. The limitless sword was unleashed to the extreme. The galaxy sword technique also gave him quite a bit of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was charging forward step by step. The domineering aura of the sword soul was as though it was going to break out of his body. The domineering aura of the sword soul seemed to be able to crush the astral sword of the Big Dipper. However, the astral sword of the Big Dipper was also extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be the treasure of a super sect in the Central Region Divine Land? The blue sword rain fell from the sky. Jiang Chen was invincible. His sword aura was overbearing. At this moment, the prelude to this battle of life and death had been completely unveiled. The battle of the strong, meeting on a narrow path. When old Daoist Wu De arrived, his expression changed once again. When he saw that the essence of the Mother of Thunder had disappeared from the statue, his entire body trembled. Chapter 3579. Galaxy Sword Technique 9 Heavenly Rotations Big Dipper Shift, Star Severing. Rays of sword chi flickered. Jiang Chen rose to the challenge and displayed the limitless sword, withstanding the galaxy sword technique. The Big Dipper sword slashed down like a waterfall, covering thousands of miles of sky with frost. Both of them intertwined and clashed. The stars in the sky seemed to be cut down by Zhang Huayu. His power was monstrous and unstoppable. "You're still too young to fight me," Jian Wushuang said domineeringly. He sneered and soared to the sky. With a slash of his sword, the ice wall collapsed. Icicles fell and the sky changed color. "The one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best," Jiang Chen said indifferently. The limitless sword and the galaxy sword technique were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The galaxy sword technique had been displayed to the extreme by Zhang Huayu, but Jiang Chen's limitless sword was constantly improving, constantly searching for a stronger sword technique. Although Jiang Chen might not be able to condense the 21st blade in a short period of time, the 20th blade was constantly improving, changing and attacking. It was full of vigor and was hard to resist. The limitless sword was silent and unstoppable. This was the true essence of the limitless sword. There was no end to it, there was no end to it. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. The heavenly dragon sword roared and the soul of the sword burst out. It roared and pierced through the sky. Zhang Huayu dared not let his guard down when facing Jiang Chen's super strong combat strength. After all, Jiang Chen was the descendant of the craftsman god. Even Leng Rian was willing to stand beside him. Zhang Huayu knew that Jiang Chen was not a simple person. It would not be easy for him to defeat him. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Destruction. Jiang Chen moved his soul. Thousands of phantoms pierced through the sky. It was like the netherworld opening up the soul and destroying the soul. What a terrifying soul suppression. Jiang Huaiyu's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Jiang Chen's soul energy had already engulfed him. Jiang Huaiyu had never thought that Jiang Chen's soul energy could be this strong. In an instant, Jiang Huaiyu retreated with a shocked expression. However, he was still heavily injured. His soul was shaken and he even felt a little sluggish and dizzy. His soul was severely injured. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and seized the opportunity. He rose with the wind and slashed down with his sword. Jiang Huaiyu spurted out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes. Facing Jiang Chen's charge, he decisively raised his sword. However, Jiang Chen's sword had already fallen. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants pressed Jiang Huaiyu more than 3 feet into the ground. The Star Dipper sword could not help him resist Jiang Chen's attack at this moment. The Heavenly Dragon sword slashed down. Together with Jiang Huaiyu's Star Dipper sword, the 2 swords formed a cross and pierced into Jiang Huaiyu's shoulder. 9 swords of the Milky Way. Jiang Huaiyu roared and rose with his sword, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. His face was extremely pale and his body was no longer clean. He looked very embarrassed. The 9 swords of the Milky Way turned into 9 rays of starlight. Each ray was like a sword from the heavens, sealing Jiang Chen from all directions. "I'll make you pay with your blood," Jiang Huaiyu shouted with all his might. The 9 swords slashed down like meteors, piercing through the sky and violently attacking Jiang Chen. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and immediately swung his blade. The 9 rays of starlight all hit Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell. Light and shadow dispersed and layers of cracks appeared on it. However, the Eastern Emperor Bell still stood proudly. As Jiang Chen's strength increased, both the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Heavenly Dragon Sword became more powerful. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was a broken divine tool, Jiang Chen was still unable to display its full power. A true ancient divine tool belonged to a true ancient ruthless person. It was an existence that could overturn the heavens. Back then, the Eastern Emperor Tai Huang held the Eastern Emperor Bell and swept through the ages to establish the divine court. How powerful was that? How glorious was that? It's a pity. Sigh, this Eastern Emperor Bell is also broken. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen, you're really surprising me more and more. Old Daoist Wu De murmured. Even he was extremely fearful of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Even though the Eastern Emperor Bell was only a damaged divine artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell that represented the prestige of the divine court could not be underestimated. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone with golden light. As soon as the God-sealing prohibition appeared, the ice and snow in the sky melted. The 9 rays of starlight in front of Jiang Huaiyu were completely annihilated. Such a terrifying technique was shocking. The might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was still unparalleled. Jiang Huaiyu retreated step by step. His face was pale, but the pressure of the Eastern Emperor Bell did not stop. Chaotic astral ocean, light of the Big Dipper. Jiang Huaiyu's eyes were like torches. He swore to fight to the death. The might of Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell was too terrifying. He no longer had the capital to hide anything. If this attack could kill Jiang Chen, it would not be a loss. Countless stars gathered. Sword light fell. The Big Dipper sword rose and the wind howled. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and suppressed Jiang Huaiyu. However, Jiang Huaiyu's galaxy sword technique was also extremely terrifying. He did not give in at all. As the 2 rays of light, one gold and one blue, converged and collided with each other. In the end, they completely dissipated. The light faded and Jiang Huaiyu staggered backward with a serious expression. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. His aura was extraordinary and he was still very cold. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's a worthy death to die under my last sword. Jiang Huaiyu slowly stepped forward with the Big Dipper sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was dark and his killing intent was like a rainbow. His steps were steady and his aura could swallow the sky. Chaotic stars. Galaxy sword essence. Jiang Huaiyu was infuriated. His roar was like thunder as he swung his sword towards the east, drawing the attention of the stars in the 9 heavens and the endless Milky Way. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by this strike. 20th sword. The limitless sword for the first time showed a trace of stagnation. Although the sword essence was not defeated, it had to be said that Jiang Huayu's terrifying aura was difficult to resist. The 20th sword soared into the sky and became stronger as it met the strong opponent. Performed the strongest combination with the heavenly dragon sword. For a moment, no one was able to move an inch forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes moved and the great divination art penetrated the sword essence. He formed a seal with one hand and broke the sky. Heaven expansion seal. Jiang Chen flipped his hand and struck out a seal. It was shocking and it carried the supreme Dao accumulation that made people tremble. The heaven expansion seal forced Jiang Huayu to retreat. Jiang Huayu was completely defeated. His face was pale and he even sat on the ground with a thud. His blood vessels, tendons and bones were all badly mutilated under Jiang Chen's seal. Puff. Under the gushing of blood, Jiang Huayu's aura was gone and his face was pale. He was really defeated and it was a crushing defeat. There was no room for him to fight back. Jiang Chen stopped and stared at Jiang Huayu. He had to admit that Jiang Huayu was very strong, but it was a pity that the person he met was him. Chapter 3580. Jiang Chen extended his hand and absorbed the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. At that moment he felt the terrifying power of the thunder within the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. It was like a bomb that could explode at any time. The terrifying power of the thunder made the heart of the thousand flame destruction thunder palpitate. Jiang Chen, believe me. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning to its original position. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Daoist Wu De said with a solemn expression. His words were certain and left no room for doubt. You again? Do you think I will fall for your trick again? Old Daoist Wu De, since you took the initiative to come to me today, I won't be polite anymore. Jiang Chen looked up and met Old Daoist Wu De's gaze. His smile was very calm. Old Daoist Wu De's face was filled with anxiety. Why don't you believe me? If you don't return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning, we will all die here. This is a dead end. Old Daoist Wu De was impatient. However, Jiang Chen did not believe him. The reason was that he had done too many bad things and had long lost his integrity. How could Jiang Chen believe him? Jiang Chen probably thought that he wanted to seize the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. That was why he thought of such a childish method. However, what he said was the truth. Like how I believe you. You smelly old Daoist is very evil. This dead end was also designed by you. Once I kill you, won't everything be solved? Jiang Chen sneered. There's also my 5 lightning edict. I still don't believe that it will fly away by itself. If you don't say it, perhaps you should also leave this world. Facing Jiang Chen's accusation, old Daoist Wu De could not say anything. In the end, it was because he had lied to Jiang Chen too many times. What I said is the truth. You must believe me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Quickly return the essence energy of the Mother of Lightning. As for why, don't ask me. I won't tell you. Anyway, you just have to believe me. Old Daoist Wu De said anxiously. His body trembled and his face turned green. He did not want to die here. This was the place of the Heavenly Lord of Lightning. However, he did not know whether this was a trap set by the Heavenly Lord of Lightning or not. Nonsense. Old Daoist Wu De, today I will start with you. Today. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and ignored Old Daoist Wu De. Old Daoist Wu De was suffering a lot. He finally thought of the fable of the wolf coming. This time the wolf really came, but Jiang Chen didn't believe it. Facing Jiang Chen's pursuit, Old Daoist Wu De complained incessantly. He could only run for his life. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to let Old Daoist Wu De go. Because of some matters, they met again today. This was what it meant by enemies meeting on a narrow road. On the other side, even Jiang Chen did not expect Tantai Jingzong's strength to become so strong. Even with the combined strength of Long Ying'er and Leng Rian, they were still on par. Under the pursuit, Old Daoist Wu De ran extremely fast. This guy's strength was not good, but he was very good at running. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to catch him, it would not be an easy thing. Don't run if you have the guts, stinky old Daoist. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down and dust flew everywhere. However, Old Daoist Wu De still narrowly dodged it. However, his pants were cut off by Jiang Chen at this moment. If he had been a hair's breadth away, his head would have been separated from his body. Jiang Chen was annoyed and could not be bothered to continue entangling with Old Daoist Wu De. On the other side, Tantai Jingzong's momentum was also quite fierce. Facing Leng Rian and Long Ying's pincer attack, he was skillful and at ease. With the addition of Jiang Chen, Tantai Jingzong finally fell into defeat. Jiang Chen's moves were swift and fierce, making it difficult for Tantai Jingzong to resist. In the end, he could only be defeated. His face was pale and his eyes were like torches. He looked at Jiang Chen without a trace of fear. "You can't kill me," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Then kill me so that I can reunite with the disciples of the petrified sect in hell." Tantai Jingzong was fearless. She was already indifferent to life and death. This time she wanted to kill Jiang Chen and avenge her fellow disciples. The 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect could not die in vain. However, the outcome was still the same. Even Jiang Huayu from the Galaxy Master sect could not kill Jiang Chen. She had once again become a prisoner in Jiang Chen's hands. "Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish." Tantai Jingzong shut his eyes tightly and said faintly. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He raised his sword and a strand of black hair was cut off. However, Jiang Chen did not slash down in the end. Tantai Jingzong opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen silently. "I won't kill you not because I can't do it, but because my disciple Wang Fengqi told me that you're the only good person in the petrified sect." Jiang Chen sheathed his sword. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's tensed nerves suddenly collapsed. She became extremely disappointed and her lips curled into a bitter smile. Why can't you kill me with your own hands? Why? Tantai Jingzong said word by word, tears glistening in her eyes. This was the most painful moment of her life. She could not avenge her fellow disciples or let the 100,000 living beings of the petrified sect rest in peace. This was her incompetence and sorrow. It's hard to meet, but it's also hard to say goodbye. From now on we're strangers. Jiang Chen turned and left with a cold expression without a shred of emotion. To Tantai Jingzong it was an incomparable heartache. It was as if a handful of salt was poured on a torn wound. Their gazes brushed past each other and did not meet again. At that moment Tantai Jingzong's heart was as still as water. She had already lost all hope. Killing Jiang Chen was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, he was so powerful that even Jiang Huayu of the Galaxy Master sect had to admit defeat. The two of them were like enemies yet friends. They had fought several times, but Tantai Jingzong had still been defeated by Jiang Chen. She had always been full of hope, but now she was really in despair. She was helpless against Jiang Chen. If she had been able to remain calm and confront Jiang Chen before the petrified sect had been destroyed, she would have lost her last bit of hope. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and thunder rumbled. Everyone looked at the statue that was more than 10 meters tall. It started to break into pieces, and the entire glacial underground palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if heaven and earth were changing and the earth was collapsing. "I told you, you have to believe me. This is definitely a dead end. You insisted on taking the Thunder Mother Essence energy. Jiang Chen, it's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you." Old Daoist Wu De was in agony. The statue gradually broke into pieces and collapsed, crashing towards Jiang Chen and the others. Chapter 3581. Retreat quickly. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. After dismissing Long Yinger, he dodged the gigantic statue by a hair's breadth. The statue had already turned into huge rocks and was falling down from the sky. The surrounding glaciers were gradually breaking apart. 9 silhouettes fell down from the ice wall. Each of them was holding a gigantic hammer in their hands. Their bodies were tall and sturdy, their eyes were lifeless, but their mightiness was terrifying. 9 burly men in blue robes were as strong as bulls. They were 10 feet tall and their gigantic hammers were more than 5 feet long. They were as big as humans. It's the Thunder God Guards. Damn it. These guys were all Emperor Realm experts back then. Old Taoist Wu De said with a sobbing tone. His face was solemn. Even so, these 9 figures were still as strong as Jiang Chen. Any one of them was as strong as Jiang Chen. 9 mid-divine emperors. The dreadfulness of the Thunder God Guards once again shrouded everyone's heart. Especially old Daoist Wu De's words. It made Jiang Chen shiver. How could the Thunder God Guards be so dreadful? They were all Emperor Realm experts back then. It went without saying how terrifying an Emperor Realm expert was. A true Emperor Realm expert did not even need to take action. He could turn them into ashes with just a thought. Divine Emperor experts were powerful, but they were nothing compared to an Emperor realm expert. Xianxia summoned the 7 heavenly dragon riders. The heavenly dragon riders were only at the early Divine Emperor realm. However, they had already been refined by Xianxia. The 7 heavenly dragon riders should be able to resist for a while. Run quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to escape. If the Thunder God guards are here, then the energy essence of the Thunder God must be here too. Although this isn't the Thunderhead Palace, it's the dojo of the Thunder God. Kid, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Leave the energy essence in your hand. Old Daoist Wuda pointed out a clear path for Xianxia. However, Xianxia's expression was cold. He did not plan to leave just like that. Moreover, he would never give away the energy essence in his hand. We are no match for these 9 mid-divine Emperor realm Thunder God protectors. Lung Rian's expression was cold, but it was unprecedentedly serious. This was a matter of life and death, no one could stay out of it. Only old Daoist Wuda knew how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. Xianxia and the others had no idea how terrifying the Thunder God's guards were. 9 heavens responding thunder resounding heavenly venerate. Even in the divine court realm, he was a peerless expert that could be counted on one's fingers. Even when the divine court realm was destroyed, he still stubbornly survived until the end. He was a peerless god that participated in the primordial war. The Thunder God's guardians were the most loyal guards of the Thunder God. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, their will was eternal and undying. They protected the Thunder God and swore to die. Even if I'm not a match for him, I still have to fight. This Thunder Mother Essence energy is mine. Xianxia clenched the Thunder Mother Essence and faced the 9 experts of the Thunder God guards with a stern expression. Charge. Xianxia waved his hand and the 7 dragon riders' heavenly guards charged forward. However, to Xianxia's surprise, they were smashed by the Thunder Giant hammer fiercely. The terrifying power almost caused the dragon riders' heavenly guards that were as hard as rocks to suffer heavy injuries. They were instantly pushed back and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. The terrifying Thunder Giant hammer raged with the power of thunder and lightning, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Brother Xianxia, you must be careful. These 9 Thunder God's guardians are definitely not that simple. Long Inger said worriedly. However, as Xianxia's woman, even if she were to die, she would die by Xianxia's side. She would support whatever he wanted to do and become the woman that stood behind him silently. At this moment, the 7 dragon riders' heavenly guards were forced to retreat by the Thunder God's guardians. They did not even have the slightest ability to fight. Xianxia was extremely shocked. The mid-divine Emperor realm was not a joke. One should know that they were real Emperor realm experts. It's just that their bodies had already died and their will had become divine. That's why they were like puppets. However, their will was to protect the Thunder God and they would not rest until they die. Terrifying guys. Old Daoist Wuda murmured. However, his back was already in danger and there was no way out. It had become a battle of life and death. The Thunder God's guardians were domineering. It gave old Daoist Wuda a feeling of death. It was too terrifying. Amitabha. Hallelujah. Amitabha. You must protect me. Protect me. Old Daoist Wuda murmured. However, at this moment, the 9 silhouettes of the Thunder God's guardians had already arrived. A huge hammer fell from the sky and smashed towards old Daoist Wuda's head. Old Daoist Wuda quickly dodged. Facing the pursuit of the Thunder God's guardians, it was even more terrifying than the battle between Xianxia and the Thunder God's guardians. Damn you, Xianxia. It's all your fault. I already said that this is a trap, a dead end. You didn't believe me. You insisted on taking away the essence of the Mother of Thunder. This time we're all going to die here. Xianxia raised his head and looked over. He moved his palm and threw a punch. The punch collided with the huge hammer of the Thunder God's guardian. The Thunder God's guardian was pushed back. He looked quite serious. At this moment, Xianxia already believed old Daoist Wuda's words. This guy was not completely unreliable. However, could he really change the current situation by sending the essence of the Mother of Thunder back? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to say anything now. Long Inger and Lung Rian were both facing a Thunder God's guardian. As for Xianxia, he was quite tyrannical. He fought against 6 alone. The 6 huge hammers continuously smashed down, causing great trouble for Zhou Xian. He was completely unable to escape. Every step he took was messy. The power of the huge hammers brought along a terrifying power of lightning. Other than Zhou Xian, the other three people had bitter expressions. That was because the power of lightning was the thing that they found the most difficult to resist. The six of them were like gods descending to the world. They were peerless as they soared into the sky. Zhou Xian advanced step by step. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the six thunder gods' guardians. He was defeated after every move. Although Zhou Xian could kill one or two of them with his strength alone, when the six thunder gods' guardians attacked together, even the great soul derivation technique and soul-stealing divine technique that he was so proud of could only barely stabilize the situation. Facing the hammer that was like a storm, he was unwilling. However, if he didn't get rid of these guys, then he would be in a difficult situation. The result was self-evident: he would definitely die. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As they fought, Zhou Xian found it very difficult to fight against the six thunder gods' guardians. The great soul derivation technique and the soul-stealing divine technique had no effect on them. Zhou Xian was entangled with the six thunder gods' guardians. It was even more impossible for him to set up a formation. Chapter 3582. Helplessly, Zhou Xian activated the Heaven Expansion Seal and struck out once again. The Tao power in his body was almost depleted. However, the Heaven Expansion Seal did manage to push back the six Thunder God Protectors. But that was all. Their bodies were as sturdy as a diamond. Even the Tao power could not destroy them. However, Zhou Xian thought about it. After all, they were once Emperor Realm experts. Their physique was unimaginable. Zhou Qian's Tao power was still too weak to destroy them. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, Zhou Xian finally understood what old Taoist Wu De meant by dead end. His strength was enough to fight against a late divine emperor expert. But even he could not do anything about it. The other three were not in a better situation than him. Thunderbolts were like a waterfall, gushing out from the warhammer of the Thunder God Protector. Zhou Xian ignored the thunderbolts and charged forward. However, at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword in his hand started to tremble. Both of his arms were numb and he could not hold on anymore. He could only take a few steps back. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor was still recuperating. He could not be of any help at all. As soon as the black submerged flag appeared, it was blown away by the thunderbolts. One could imagine how terrifying the Thunder God Protectors were. Facing the fierce thunderbolts, the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag could not exert any power. The Zulong Tower and the myriad Qi Cauldron could not suppress the six Thunder God Protectors either. They were too strong. They were the masters of justice. They were extremely strong. Demon suppressing steel. Zhou Xian held the demon suppressing steel tightly. But it was still useless. The demon suppressing steel could not suppress the Thunder God Protectors. Zhou Xian was in despair. These Thunder God Protectors were too abnormal. Even the demon suppressing steel could not do anything about it. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. The Thunder God Protectors were too strong. They were pure yang and impenetrable. It gave Zhou Xian a headache. Give them a taste of their own medicine. It's up to you now. Zhou Qian's eyes turned cold. Only Tianlei could fight against him. Thunder. With a flick of his palm, 4 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, engaging in a life and death struggle with the 6 lightning god protectors. The descent of the heavenly lightning caused the 6 lightning god protectors to turn sluggish, causing their attacks on Zhou Xian to gradually lose their previous strength. As the bolts of lightning descended, the 6 lightning god protectors also slowed down considerably. There's hope. Zhou Qian's heart tightened and he let out a long sigh of relief. The 1,000 flame annihilation lightning continuously pierced through their bodies, seemingly reducing their offensive power. Even the Thunder God Protectors were unable to withstand the impact of Zhou Qian's 4 bolts of heavenly lightning. As Zhou Qian's heavenly lightning continued to descend, he could feel the consciousness and attacks of the Thunder God Protectors continuously weakening. He was overjoyed. Lightning was the strongest thing in the world. The power of the heavenly lightning had completely purified the lightning god protectors. There was not a single trace of it left. Their final consciousness that was protecting the lightning god was gradually being dispersed or even destroyed. The power of the heavenly lightning strengthened their strength. However, the impact on Zhou Xian was even weaker. This was because the heavenly lightning was purifying their consciousness. Thunder God protectors, purify them for me. Xianxia used everything he had. He did not hold back the divine yuan energy in his body. All of it turned into bolts of heavenly lightning that pierced through the 9 Thunder God protectors. The 4 bolts of heavenly lightning continuously intertwined on the bodies of the Thunder God protectors, causing the 9 Thunder God protectors to become even stronger. However, they no longer attacked Xianxia and the others. That scene was extremely thrilling. Old Daoist Wuda's head was almost smashed by the hammer of the Thunder God protector. Amateus Buddha. Damn it. That scared me to death. Old Daoist Wuda sighed as he survived the disaster. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Lung Rian and Long Ying instantly felt a lot more relaxed. That was because Xianxia's heavenly lightning had completely purified the consciousness of the 9 Thunder God protectors. Even Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning couldn't destroy the consciousness of the Thunder God protectors and give them a taste of their own medicine, then Xianxia really didn't know how to deal with them. Jiang Huaiyu, who was in the distance, still had a lingering fear in his heart. This scene was too shocking to him. This Xianxia is really abnormal. They are both mid-divine emperors, but judging from the strength that he has displayed, even a late divine emperor expert might not be his opponent. It was reasonable for him to be defeated today. Long Ying revealed a bright smile. Brother Xianxia had succeeded in the end. He had once again turned the tide and escaped from the pursuit of the Thunder God protectors. Everyone was happy. Lung Rian's expression was cold. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she had to admit that Xianxia was more terrifying than her. Xianxia's face was pale. He leaned against the ice wall dejectedly. His strength had already been exhausted. No one expected Tantai Jingzong to suddenly rush out at this moment and point his sword at Xianxia. Do you want to take revenge for the fossil sect? Xianxia said with a smile. He looked at Tantai Jingzong, but her hand was constantly trembling. It was only a centimeter away from Xianxia's chest. Why? Why did you kill 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect? Why are you so cruel? Why did you do this? Why? Tantai Jingzong kept asking Xianxia. At the same time, she was asking herself what she should do. Should she slash down with her sword? Should she take revenge for the entire fossil sect? There's no why. I did what I wanted. I have a clear conscience. Xianxia shook his head. His expression was calm and his heart was as still as water. Even though he had killed 100,000 living beings of the fossil sect, he still did not regret it. You have a clear conscience. Then who will atone for the crimes of the 100,000 innocent living beings? Tantai Jingzong bit her red lips and said word by word. Xianxia's smile made Tantai Jingzong even more furious. In his eyes, the 100,000 living beings were not even worth mentioning. However, she had also helped the 100,000 living beings to commit evil. She had never spoken up for her disciple. The 100,000 living beings could only watch as Wang Fengqi was wronged. They only felt disdain and disdain. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong charged forward without hesitation and stabbed her sword into Xianxia's chest. Long Ying's smiling face suddenly changed. She charged at Xianxia. That sword did not pierce Xianxia's heart. It did not pierce Xianxia's vitals. I have taken revenge. Unfortunately, my sword technique is too weak. Tantai Jingzong smiled. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, that pitiful smile made one's heart feel stifled. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Before Long Ying could reach him, Tantai Jingzong pulled back her sword and swallowed it. Under Xianxia's complicated gaze, she fell straight down. Her soul scattered and she died. In an instant, ice flowers fell. No one knew how many flowers bloomed and withered. Who would pity her when she died? Chapter 3583. Big Brother Xianxia, are you all right? Long Ying rushed to Xianxia's side and asked nervously. Although the sword had pierced through Xianxia's chest, it was not fatal. This was also because Tantai Jingzong did not have the intention to kill Xianxia. That sword had severed her relationship with Xianxia. Tantai Jingzong did not let down the hundreds of thousands of creatures of the fossil sect, but he had let down Xianxia. Therefore, she could only choose to commit suicide to apologize. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and gave Long Ying a comforting look. However, at that moment, Xianxia felt a slight pain in his heart. Tantai Jingzong was dead and all her hopes were turned to dust. She had taken revenge, but her heart had also died along with it. There was no longer a trace of vitality left. Tantai Jingzong's death was a huge blow to Zhou Xian. After all, the two of them had a grudge against each other, and it was not the first time they had met. Could not be said to be unforgettable, but Tantai Jingzong still held a significant position in Zhou Qian's heart. Longing, was also very understanding. At this moment she hugged Zhou Qian tightly without saying a word. Her brows were full of heartache. Even though Tantai Jingzong had pierced his chest, Zhou Qian still did not care about the past. Lung Rian looked at this scene. He did not rob Zhou Qian's things. He never took advantage of others. Although he and Zhou Qian could not be considered friends of life and death, his life was saved by Zhou Qian, so he owed Zhou Qian a life. What a crazy woman. Zhang Huayu's face was pale. At this moment, everyone was already heavily injured. Only old Daoist Wuda had a smile on his face. At this moment, Zhou Qian had already been pierced by the sword. It was time for him to take advantage of the situation. Brother Jiang, we can be considered to be old friends. Why don't you hand over the Thunder Mother Essence energy to me and we'll both be happy? How about it? Old Daoist Wuda said with a chuckle. Since the current situation was like this, he didn't care if it was a dead end or not. Right now, old Daoist Wuda only wanted the Thunder Essence in Zhou Qian's hands. Your wishful thinking is not bad. You can have this Thunder Mother Essence. Zhou Qian said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence really appeared in his hand. In an instant old Taoist Wuda was dumbfounded. What the hell? Seriously? So straightforward. Couldn't be some kind of conspiracy, right? Old Taoist Wuda looked at Zhou Qian in shock and said in a deep voice. Aren't you going to be more reserved? You gave it to me just like that? I don't need to be reserved. Anyway, I'm already an arrow at the end of its flight. If I go down with you, I'll just be killed by the Taoist priest. I might as well be obedient. If you want this Thunder Essence, I'll give it to you. Nothing is more important than my life. Don't you think so? Zhang Chen's smile made old Taoist Wuda a little puzzled. His heart was like 15 buckets of water being drawn. He was in a mess and did not know what to do. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. This Zhang Chen was willing to give him the Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence so generously. It was really too abnormal. Even old Taoist Wuda found it hard to believe. But why did Zhang Chen do this? Could it be that this guy had been planning something? He had painstakingly snatched these things from these people. He had used his life to exchange for these things. If he were to just give it to someone else, it would be somewhat unreasonable. But what Zhang Chen said did not seem to be wrong. What could be more valuable than one's life? But old Taoist Wuda still did not dare to accept Zhang Chen's Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence. What if this was a full set? Then what should he do? He had fallen into Zhang Chen's trap. He would definitely not let him off. At this moment old Taoist Wuda was in a dilemma. Do you want it or not? Taoist priest, you can't wait when you're late. This Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence is something that I exchanged with my life. If you want it, I will give it to you without a second word. What else do you want? Zhang Chen said in a serious manner. You brat, you won't cheat, right? Old Taoist Wuda warned again. Bullshit. I am so sincere. Could it be that I would frame you? Why don't you let me go? Let's go our separate ways. Zhang Chen said solemnly. I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? Give it to me. Old Taoist Wuda's body trembled. Zhang Chen could not run away. This thing was a treasure. How could it be ordinary when it was left behind on the statue of Empyrean Universal Thunder? Old Taoist Wuda's heart was filled with trepidation. But if he missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance in the future if he did not want it now. Zhang Chen handed it over with both hands. Old Taoist Wuda followed suit and slowly walked towards Zhang Chen. His heart was still filled with doubt. But since he had already made up his mind, he must obtain it. Old Taoist Wuda would not give up on this Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence. He was thrown into this place. If he could not obtain anything, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? Although he knew that this was a place left behind by the Thunder God and was a dead end, old Taoist Wuda was still unable to extricate himself from this Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence. It was unknown what was going on in Zhang Chen's head. He even let go of this Thunder Mother Spiritual Essence. But at the very least he did not want to miss it. Back then when you fought with me for the 5 Thunder Edict, you were not like this. Brother Jiang, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise we will both die here. This is not a good place. Old Daoist Wu De looked at Jiangchen with a smile and a hint of warning and threat. I'm just lamenting. Life is precious. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions. Endure for a moment and take a step back. Jiangchen said solemnly. Old Taoist Wu De nodded slightly and took the Thunder Mother spiritual essence from Jiangchen's hand. At this moment Old Taoist Wu De was extremely excited. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence was like a restless thunderbolt. It carried a terrifying power of thunder. One look and one could tell that it was a treasure. The smile on Jiangchen's face grew wider. The reason why he gave this Thunder Mother spiritual essence away was because he had already sensed how terrifying this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was. This damn thing seemed like it could explode at any time. Moreover, this Thunder Mother spiritual essence had already matured. Jiangchen could feel that within this Thunder Mother spiritual essence, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying life force brewing. This was what Jiangchen was most worried about. At this moment he was powerless to protect this Thunder Mother spiritual essence. He might as well do Old Taoist Wu De a favor and give this Thunder Mother spiritual essence to Old Taoist Wu De. If this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was in Old Taoist Wu De's hands, the one who should be worried would be Old Taoist Wu De. However, because Jiangchen had 4 thunderbolts in his body, he could feel the throbbing of the Thunder Mother spiritual essence. Old Taoist Wu De did not seem to think that this Thunder Mother spiritual essence was a Thunder Mother spiritual essence. This Thunder Mother spiritual essence is a good thing. What a majestic power of thunder. I'll go back and study it properly. However, this place is not suitable for me to stay for long. I should leave as soon as possible. Old Taoist Wu De said in a deep voice and slowly retreated. However, at this moment when Old Taoist Wu De lowered his head and looked at the Thunder Mother spiritual essence in his hand, the Thunder Mother spiritual essence had completely turned into a bluish-purple color and was shining brightly. Boom! An earth-shattering sound. The entire glacier underground palace was on the verge of collapse. Jiangchen's pupils shrank. Old Taoist Wu De was blown away. That was because the thunderbolt that fell from the sky was too terrifying. It made the thunderbolt in Jiangchen's body palpitate. Chapter 3584. Old Taoist Wu De spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale as he stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen also had a face full of shock as he muttered, "How could this be? The essence of the Thunder Mother actually exploded by itself? You're not dead yet? It's good that you're not dead." Jiangchen's words almost angered Old Taoist Wu De to death. Not only was he sent flying by this kind of explosion, he almost died. He did not believe that Jiangchen did not sense it at all before this. If he did not sense it, why would he give the essence of the Thunder Mother to him? He was clearly the one who harmed him. However, at this moment Old Taoist Wu De wanted to cry but no tears came out. Who asked him to be insatiable? This was called suffering the consequences of one's own actions. I have fun. A 4 or 5-year-old child had his legs protruding towards the sky. His 2 little feet were bare as he looked at Old Taoist Wu De with a mischievous smile. That sly look made people unable to restrain their laughter. It was completely not the look that a child should have. What a cute child. Longing looked at the child in blue and her eyes lit up. Her motherly love overflowed. She immediately looked at him and was unable to shift her gaze away. Old Taoist Wu De's sorry figure made her chuckle. There was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Jiangchen's mind moved. The child in blue suddenly turned around and looked at Jiangchen with a complicated expression. However, he held his head and rolled around on the ground as if he was in extreme pain. "What's wrong with him?" Longing said worriedly as she glanced at Jiangchen. "Little brat, you still dare to laugh. Serves you right. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been blasted into this state." Old Taoist Wu De said lightly. Looking at the child in blue who was rolling on the ground, he suddenly came to a realization. This kid was formed from the essence of the Thunder Mother. Suddenly the child in blue suddenly stood up. His little face was extremely stern. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes were scarlet red. The expression in his eyes was completely unlike that of a naughty child. It was more like that of a scheming fellow. "I will kill you." The blue-clothed child glared at Jiangchen and said with killing intent. Even Long Inger's beautiful eyes flashed and she clenched her fists tightly. No matter how much she liked this little boy, no matter how cute he was, as long as he dared to harm Zhou Xian, she would definitely fight him to the end. You want the heavenly lightning in my body. Zhou Qian's pupils constricted as he stared at the blue-clothed child. However, he did not treat him as a child at all. That's right, I'm Heavenly Lord Inyuan, Thunderclap of the 9 heavens. It's your good fortune to be able to be used by me. Once I devour you, I'll be able to use the 4 heavenly thunders for my own use. Can also help me recover my strength and step back into the Emperor realm. The blue-clothed child said coldly. Then his face turned pale as he muttered to himself. Why do I have to step back into the Emperor realm? Where am I? Why am I here? I'm the god of thunder. Why am I so weak? Why? The blue-clothed child said furiously. His current strength was only at the mid-divine Emperor realm, which was the same as Zhou Qian. However, a 4 or 5-year-old mid-divine Emperor realm expert was indeed terrifying. Looks like you're quite ambitious. To think that you want to devour me. I also want to devour you. Let's see who's stronger. Zhou Qian crossed his arms and looked at the little boy silently. The little boy also looked at Zhou Qian silently and frowned. The reason why he wanted to devour Zhou Qian was because the 4 heavenly thunders in Zhou Qian's body could help him step back into the Emperor realm. Otherwise, if he relied on himself to cultivate, God knows how long he would have to wait. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was getting thinner and thinner, why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? After all, Zhou Qian was a top-notch tonic. You're not my opponent. The little thunder god said proudly. You're so cute just like you. Even if you're the heavenly lord of the 9 heavens responding thunder, you're still a little thunder god now. You're only a mid-divine emperor and you want to devour me? Aren't you thinking too much? Zhou Qian squinted his eyes. Although he said so, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, the thunder god was once the god of thunder. Even though he had become smaller and his strength had regressed, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No one could guarantee that this fella had any heaven-defying ability that Zhou Qian could not compare with. There's one thing. My Tao essence is not something that you can compare with. The little thunder god stared at Zhou Qian. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he said in a deep voice. His pink little hand pointed at Zhou Qian. He looked serious and even a little cute. However, no one could laugh. This little fella was really the thunder god, a venerable of the divine court in the ancient times. A supreme god. This was too shocking. I will make all of you my puppets. There's no room for error in my journey to the heaven-trampling realm. It's your fortune to be able to devour for me and help me to step into the Emperor realm. The little thunder god said in a serious manner. He stretched out his hand and shouted. Where's the 5 thunders edict? Thousands of miles away, the 5 thunders edict flew across the sky and mountains, returning to the little thunder god's hand. At this moment, old Daoist Wuda and Zhou Qian narrowed their eyes, staring at the 5 thunders edict in the little thunder god's hand. I've told you that the 5 thunders edict has flown away by itself. You didn't believe me. Now my grievance has been cleared. Old Daoist Wuda looked at Zhou Qian with a wronged expression, as if he wanted to clear his name. The little thunder god's eyes turned cold. He held his head high and chest out, holding the 5 thunders edict in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Qian knew that a battle with the thunder god was unavoidable. Although he had recovered 40% of his strength, it would still be difficult for him to block the little thunder god's divine might. The 5 thunders edict, it's been a long time since I last saw it. The glory of the thunder god is destined to reappear in the world. Billions of years have passed. I'm afraid that the world has already changed. However, the name of the thunder god will resound throughout the universe. No one can stop my rise. You don't have a choice. Becoming my slave is the glory of your life. The little thunder god held the 5 thunders edict in his hand, pointing at Zhou Qian. Do you still want to fight with me? Why not? You don't have the qualifications to subdue me without a fight. So what if you're the thunder god? I Zhou Qian like to kill gods. You're the god of the world, but you're not my god. If you want to take my life, I'll fight you to the death. This 5 thunders edict is not bad. Together with the essence of the Thunder Mother, it'll form 5 heavenly thunders. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Zhou Qian smiled. Since the thunder god was so arrogant and despotic, he would teach him a lesson. If he didn't have the Tao, Zhou Qian might not have dared to challenge the thunder god. However, his heaven-conquering Tao was also incomparably domineering. What was there to be afraid of when the Thunder God was weakened to below the Emperor realm? After seizing the Thunder God's origin and forming 5 heavenly thunders, his strength would rise again. The 5 thunders edict returning to him was also fate. I want the 5 thunders edict. I also want it. It's still uncertain who will swallow who. Chapter 3585. Heavenly Thunder, listen to my command. The wind rises, the thunder comes. Little Thunder God waved the 5 thunder edict in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky towards Zhou Xian. At that moment 5 bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky. Zhou Xian's expression was cold and fearless. The 5 bolts of heavenly thunder that the 5 thunder edict had attracted formed a destructive force at that moment. It crushed down and caused the sky and earth to change color. Big brother Zhou Xian. Longing, cried out in surprise. She wanted to help Zhou Xian block the power of the 5 thunder strike, but she was forced back by Zhou Xian's palm. Don't worry. This 5 thunder strike can't do anything to me. Zhou Xian sneered and looked at Little Thunder God. At that moment the 5 thunder strike came down, but Zhou Xian was still standing there leisurely, which made Little Thunder God very shocked. Even the 5 thunder strike can't do anything to you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The power of thunder in your body is no longer as overbearing as it was in the ancient times. I have 4 sources of heavenly thunder in my body. What can the 5 thunder strike do to me? Zhou Xian stood proudly and punched fiercely. The 5 thunder edict attracted bolts of lightning to kill Zhou Xian, but it was of no use. Instead it made Zhou Xian's strength recover faster and faster. Even Zhou Xian was overjoyed. The 5 thunder strike actually made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. Not only did it not kill him, but it was also used by him. Zhou Xian rushed forward step by step. He clenched his fists and each of his attacks was fatal. Facing Little Thunder God who looked harmless, he did not give him any leeway. This guy's strength could not be underestimated. Zhou Xian would not look down on him. There were many cases of people failing miserably in an easy task. Heavenly Thunder Path, 5 Thunder Strike. Little Thunder God raised his blade and the 5 thunder edict swept across the sky. An overbearing and ferocious power of Dao accumulation ran through his hands. When the heavenly thunder descended, the Dao accumulation was extraordinary. Heaven-crushing seal. Zhou Xian struck out with his seal and the lightning in the sky changed color. The ancient lightning was like a tide, forced back by Zhou Xian's howling heaven seal. At the same time Little Thunder God was also forced back, his face deathly pale and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body trembled as he glared at Zhou Xian. Who are you? Why does it have the Yantian seal? Zhou Xian frowned. He didn't expect that this Little Thunder God would be able to recognize the expandable heaven seal. Could it be that this heaven-spreading seal belonged to an amazing person in the ancient times? Why do you care? Zhou Xian sneered. He changed his hand seals and attacked again. The open heaven seal was already in his hand. The power of Dao accumulation poured out, causing the 9 heavens to change color. Little Thunder God retreated continuously, his face pale. He was almost knocked to the ground by Zhou Xian. He rolled on the ground and fell on his butt. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. I didn't expect that you have also comprehended the great Dao. My remaining power of Dao accumulation has become a wedding dress for you. Little Thunder God said in a deep voice, looking at Zhou Xian with extreme reluctance. Your power of Dao accumulation is still too weak. Little boy, you are still not my opponent. Zhou Xian smiled. Little Thunder God frowned and snorted coldly. If it was in the ancient times I could kill you with a sneeze. Since you have become a prisoner, kill me or torture me as you wish. Weak chicken, you can't even withstand a single blow. Now you want to devour me? Oh, what a fool's dream. I'd like to see what's so special about the so-called 9 heavens resonating thunder and universal heavenly lord. After devouring your thunderbolt origin, let's see who can do anything to me with 5 heavenly thunderbolts. Zhou Qian's eyes were burning. He narrowed his eyes and his killing intent was stirred. This Little Thunder God had long wanted to devour him, but now he was suppressed by him. Zhou Qian approached Little Thunder God step by step. He moved his hand and took the 5 thunders edict. This item was a great treasure. Zhou Qian, don't kill him. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice rang in his mind, causing Zhou Qian to frown. If I don't kill him, how am I going to obtain the Thunder God's origin power? He is the universal heavenly Lord of Thunder, one of the gods of the Divine Palace. In the ancient war he gave his all. Although I had lost a lot of things in my memories, I knew that the Thunder God was a vanguard figure in the immemorial war. His contributions were outstanding. I really shouldn't have killed him like this. It's already not easy for him to leave behind an inheritance with a peerless technique. In the ancient war no one could stay out of it. He also lost a lot of his memories. Hence after being reborn it's not all his fault. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's solemn voice made Jiang Qin silent for a while. In the end he did not do anything. Although Jiang Qin did not know what happened in the ancient war, at least he knew from the ancestral Dragon Emperor that it was a calamity of the heavens and earth. It was a war that could shake the entire divine world. Countless people had sacrificed themselves for this cause. Although Jiang Qin hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he could feel the tragedy and sorrow of that battle. Even so, I'm going to take his thunder origin, Jiang Qin said reluctantly. Killing him or not was not important, but the source of lightning was something that Jiang Qin must obtain. Right, tell him, the ancestral Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Qin looked at Little Thunder God. Little Thunder God's eyes moved, as if he had discovered the ancestral Dragon Emperor's presence. His expression slightly changed and became more and more interesting. There was happiness and sadness on his face. After a while Little Thunder God hugged his head and cried bitterly. His face was extremely pale. His cry was heart-wrenching as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Are you done crying? Jiang Qin said coldly. I will give you a strand of thunder origin. I can also give you the 5 thunders decree. But you must help me find the golden light goddess. Little Thunder God said with a solemn expression. He sat upright and still, looking extremely calm. He looked at Jiang Qin with a serious expression. Mother of Lightning is my wife, also known as the Goddess of Golden Light. Back then, during the battle of the primordial era, I was separated from her. It's very likely that she has fallen somewhere. If you can help me find her, I, the God of Lightning, will never forget your grace. Seeing Thunder God's expression, Jiang Qin was moved. Thunder Mother was the golden light goddess that he mentioned. Can I really find her? I will try my best. Jiang Qin nodded his head solemnly. With the ancestral Dragon Emperor's plea and the 5 lightning edict and the ancestral Dragon Emperor's willingness to give him a shred of lightning origin and the 5 lightning edict, why not? I hope you can fulfill your promise. Little Thunder God's gaze towards Jiang Qin became solemn. Even Jiang Qin was surprised. From the initial disdain, Little Thunder God's gaze towards Jiang Qin had changed. What did the ancestral Dragon Emperor say to him? Chapter 3586. Now I'll pass you a strand of Thunderbolt origin energy. This strand of Thunderbolt origin energy is comparable to the most terrifying heavenly thunder in the world. As the ancestor of all thunderbolts, I can control all heavenly thunder. It's a pity that I'm too weak now and my Taoist connotation has been exhausted. After being reborn in this world, I no longer have the unparalleled might. Little Thunder God seemed to be holding a grudge against Jiang Qin for losing to him. All right. Jiang Qin smiled. The ancestral Dragon Emperor did not appear because there were some things that he did not want to tell Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had asked the ancestral Dragon Emperor many times about the immemorial war, but the ancestral Dragon Emperor always said that he would tell Jiang Qin one day. Although Jiang Qin was curious, he did not ask the ancestral Dragon Emperor about it. Maybe the ancestral Dragon Emperor would tell him when he breaks through to the Emperor realm. My thunder origin is extremely pure. It's too difficult to separate a strand of my thunder origin to you. The step might take at least a few years. I'll go to the ancestral Dragon Pagoda to separate the thunder origin first. Little Thunder God threw the 5 thunders decree to Jiang Qin unwillingly. The 5 thunders decree is the scariest when it gathers 5 heavenly lightning. You have 4 heavenly lightning now, but it's still very powerful. Let's see how much of it you can unleash. Although it's not as powerful as the Zulong Tower and your heavenly dragon sword, it's more powerful. As long as there's heavenly lightning, the 5 thunders decree will be able to unleash heavenly lightning unceasingly. The amount of energy consumed is minimal. Little Thunder God said meaningfully. If there's a day when the sky changes and the earth changes, I'll have no regrets even if I die 9 times. The world's calamity is not far away. Without the power of an Emperor Realm expert, how can you resist it? I hope the ancestral dragon emperor did not misjudge you. After that, little thunder god was sucked into the Zulong Tower by the ancestral dragon emperor. Jiang Qin held the five thunders edict in his hand and took a deep breath. Was he one step closer to the Great Tribulation? He had heard about the great calamity of the world more than once. On that day, did the world really change and everything was overturned? Even Heavenly Lord Universal Transformation has been subdued by you. Kid, I'm completely convinced by you. This old Daoist priest admits defeat. May I have a look at the Five Thunders decree? Back then I really... Scram. Jiang Chen's killing intent was like a rainbow as he stared at old Taoist Wu Da. Old Taoist Wu Da gave a dry laugh and retreated subconsciously. Ah, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to gain so much this time. Five Thunders decree, lightning source, craftsman god's inheritance. Not a single one can be missing. A sturdy man about 10 feet tall slowly walked out from the darkness. His expression was arrogant, his brows were cold and his eyes were blazing. Motherfucker, did you kick me down? Old Taoist Wu Da suddenly turned his head and looked at the sturdy man. He suddenly felt a little terrified. To be able to see through this deadlock, you do have some ability. Unfortunately, the one to break the deadlock is not you, but the inheritor of the craftsman god. It would be great if both of you perished together. It would save me the trouble. However, it seems like I still have to deal with you guys who don't know your place. The sturdy man crossed his arms and stood not far away from Jiang Qin. In his eyes, there seemed to be only Jiang Qin. Who are you? You want to strut around in front of Brother Jiang? Even the 9 heavens responding thunder Heavenly Lord was defeated by Brother Jiang. Who do you think you are? Old Taoist Wu Da immediately hugged Jiang Chen's thigh tightly. If he continued to act arrogantly at this moment, he would be the one embarrassed. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan. To be able to be used by me, you guys have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. I'm convinced. Ba Chaoyuan said proudly. Pagoda. It's the pagoda again. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were about to pop out. When he thought of Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, the anger in his heart burned uncontrollably. You have already been listed as my pagoda's must-kill target. Jiang Qin, if I bring your corpse back today, I might even be rewarded. Ah. Ba Chaoyuan laughed. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Jiang Qin. If he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god or the 5 heavenly edict, he must first kill this reckless thing, Jiang Qin. With him in front of him, the truth would not go his way. So it's all because of you. Brother Jiang, kill him. I'll cheer for you. Old Taoist Wu Da said with a domineering expression. Jiang Qin glared at him. Immediately, old Taoist Wu Da retreated and did not speak anymore. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can still leave your corpse intact. Jiang Qin, what do you think? Ba Chaoyuan said with a stern expression. Leave you? Fuck you. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you so long-winded? You're a retard. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pulled it out. Soaring into the sky, 20 swords battle rage. Good. Ba Chaoyuan's eyes lit up. He soared into the sky with a giant axe in his hand. His aura soared into the sky, unstoppable. The sword and axe clashed, the sound was resounding. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's attack, Jiang Chen's strength was obviously lacking. He had recovered 50 to 60% of his strength, but facing a late divine emperor Ba Chaoyuan, he had to be careful. Even if he was at his peak, it would be very difficult for him to face Ba Chaoyuan. The eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qin used the ancient soaring dragon art. His strength continued to rise. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's thunder axe, his aura did not decrease. The two figures soared into the sky and clashed. The thunder axe slashed past Jiang Chen's side, tearing the void. He retreated step by step, not daring to be careless. The limitless sword had a beginning but no end. The battle between the two was shocking. Ba Chaoyuan, who was a late divine emperor, faced Jiang Chen's attack with confidence. Vajra axe, heaven-breaking strike. Ba Chaoyuan held the thunder axe with both hands and slashed down. The wind and water rose. Proud sword slashes soaring clouds. Jiang Qin slashed out with his sword and clashed with Ba Chaoyuan. Radiance shone in all directions and the mightiness of the collision was overwhelming. Both of them were pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression looked terrible. His strength had been weakened by a lot. After the previous battle, it was hard for him to continue. Now that he was fighting Ba Chaoyuan again, he was already at the end of his strength. On the other hand, the eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan, was very cold. He held the giant axe in his hand, looking calm and composed. Chapter 3587. Ba Chaoyuan bared his teeth. His momentum was terrifying as he attacked 3 times in a row. The 3 axes were like celestial emperors descending, reversing the sky. Under the 3 axes, Jiangchen was blown back. His face was pale as he held the 5 thunders edict and summoned lightning. 1,000 flame destruction lightning. Severing drought lightning. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Dawn sky golden lightning. 4 heavenly lightnings were summoned by Jiangchen one after another. Within the 5 lightning edict, the heavenly lightning was rolling and overbearing. Combined with the 5 lightning edict, the dreadful qi made Ba Chaoyuan feel a tremendous pressure. Interesting, but even so you can't beat me. Ba Chaoyuan faced the wind and swung his axe. He was like a warrior that had fought 100 battles, looking down on the sky. He allowed the 4 bolts of lightning to shoot out. Under the 5 thunders edict, Ba Chaoyuan raised his head and used his axe to block the lightning without fear. Vajra Pagoda art. Golden Pagoda body. Ba Chaoyuan roared. His body instantly changed, becoming twice as big. Golden light blossomed from his body as he faced the lightning without fear. The golden body turned into an elephant like a god. Golden light shone brightly, unparalleled. However, the 5 thunders edict in Jiangchen's hand was also very powerful. Even little thunder god in the Zulong Tower was shocked. This 5 thunders edict was simply made for Jiangchen. Moreover, the 5 thunders edict consumed very little divine origin energy, so its power was also very shocking. Facing the thunderbolts that fell from the sky, Ba Chaoyuan was fearless. His eyes were cold and filled with provocation. Of course, Jiangchen would not give up. The power of the thunderbolts burst out like a tide. Although it was not as terrifying as the fused lightning, it was endless. The heavenly lightning fell and the 9 heavens changed color. Jiangchen used all his strength to summon the 5 thunders edict. The 4-colored lightning caused old Daoist Wu De Leng Rian Longinger, and even Jiang Huayu, who was hiding to the side, to shiver. The power of this lightning was very terrifying. However, Tyrant Chaoyuan's strength was also exceptional. His golden pagoda body was like a deity or an elephant, withstanding layer after layer of heavenly lightning. This was the true unrivaled power. However, Ba Chaoyuan was having a hard time facing Jiangchen's 5-blow thunderstruck. When Jiangchen's divine origin qi was about to run out, the heavenly lightning gradually thinned. Ba Chaoyuan's complexion turned ashen, but his golden body was still as imposing as before. Ba Chaoyuan raised his eyes and looked over. The lightning had retreated and his body had also suffered significant injuries. However, Jiangchen was already exhausted. He did not fear anyone in this battle. Now what else do you have? Ha ha, the power of Taoist connotation. You're already gone, right? You don't have any strength left. You still want to use the power of heavenly lightning? That's impossible, right? My golden pagoda body is indestructible. As long as I am still breathing, you will never be able to break my golden pagoda body. Ba Chaoyuan said proudly with a stern expression. I know that you have an extremely strong soul in your body. This soul-suppressing bell is specially prepared for you. Ba Chaoyuan held the 7-colored bell in his hand. Instantly, the void condensed and the ancestral dragon emperor could not leave the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Jiangchen's complexion was incomparably gloomy. This bastard, it seems like he was already prepared. Is it really like what old Taoist Wu De said, that this is a dead end? Today all of you will die. Jiangchen, I'm afraid that you're tired of living. You dare to go against my Zulong Tower. Ba Chaoyuan said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold and disdainful. In his eyes, everyone was like an ant. Brother Jiangchen, are you all right? Long Inger was guarding Jiangchen's side. If they were to die, they would die together. She was already prepared to die together with Jiangchen. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Jiangchen frowned as he saw a blazing flame. Tentai Jingzong's corpse was also engulfed in flames at this moment. Tentai Jingzong's body was engulfed in flames. His aura became more and more terrifying as his body was engulfed in flames. Nine Heavens Luan Feng reborn from the fire. I never thought that she's from the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Old Taoist Wuda's face was filled with confusion as he murmured. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes were slightly opened. She was like a fairy from the nine heavens. Her aura was even more peerless, causing people to stop at the sight of her. She's not dead. Jiang Chen murmured as he looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ba Chaoyuan. She's dead. She's only able to be reborn from the fire because she awakened the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix clan. Old Taoist Wuda said in a low voice. His face was solemn. When he looked at Tantai Jingzong again, he finally felt a trace of hope. I don't care who you are. Those who block me will die. Ba Chaoyuan coldly looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong held a ball of purple flame in his hand and rushed towards Ba Chaoyuan. He didn't say anything, but his attack was extremely ruthless. Ba Chaoyuan's expression changed. His body trembled as he retreated. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Tantai Jingzong's purple fireball. Flames enveloped the sky, sealing Ba Chaoyuan within. Tantai Jingzong's expression was solemn. Flames rained down from the sky. The domineering flames made Ba Chaoyuan feel miserable. He was forced to retreat step by step. Now that his strength was damaged, the pressure on him increased greatly. Facing Tantai Jingzong, who was reborn from the fire, Ba Chaoyuan roared in anger. His face was pale as he retreated. He already had the intention to retreat. I, Ba Chaoyuan, will remember today's enmity. We'll meet again in the future. Jiang Chen, let's see if you'll be so lucky next time. Ba Chaoyuan's face was ashen. He quickly retreated and disappeared from the underground palace. The flames dissipated. Tantai Jingzong stood in front of Jiang Chen. That scene seemed to have happened thousands of years ago. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After saying that, Tantai Jingzong turned around and left. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Tantai Jingzong's figure echoed in his mind. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. However, the best outcome was that Tantai Jingzong was still alive. She left resolutely. However, could the love-hate relationship between the two of them really be able to draw a happy ending? Could they really not owe each other anything from now on? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Long Yinga was by his side. At this moment, after packing up, it was time for Jiang Chen to leave. However, Wuda and Jiang Huayu were already nowhere to be seen. These two fellows had also left with Ba Chaoyuan. Leng Rian also said goodbye to Jiang Chen. At this moment, there was no meaning in continuing to stay here. It was impossible for him to take food from Jiang Chen's mouth. Moreover, he owed Jiang Chen a favor. Leng Rian could only return. Slaughter Pagoda. It's the Slaughter Pagoda again. Chapter 3588. The east was the mountain, the west was the sea, the north was surrounded by red peaks, and the south was covered by mist. 8,000 miles of the east mountain, 10,000 miles of the west sea. Spiritual energy lingered between the mountains and the seas. Snow fell on the flat ground, 5 fingers as the peak. Flowers bloomed everywhere on the east mountain, and the ice flowers on the top of the mountain looked like sculptures. Flying snow shot a white deer in the sky, and the laughing book hero leaned on a jade mandarin duck. A man holding a longbow smiled, carrying a white deer on his shoulder, and stepped on the top of the ice and snow mountain. Snowflakes fell around him, but none of them fell on him. He was like a rainbow piercing through the void. Gazing at the ice and snow that covered the mountains, his heart was full of fighting spirit. The man was 9 feet tall with a mellow smile, handsome and elegant. He was wearing a fluffy cotton coat which was warm but not heavy. His eyes were bright and simple and his aura was monstrous. I'm here, junior sister. The man soared into the sky and landed on top of the ice mountain. He was a woman dressed in white, wearing a thin white dress. No matter how the cold wind pierced through the thin quilt, her heart was as calm as still water, as if she had become one with heaven and earth. Her cold face and proud eyes were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a city. No matter how the snowflakes slid down her face, she was untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like the one and only goddess of this time, untainted by the mud, pure and clear but not demonic at all. The woman's eyes were cold, as if nothing in this world could move her, and even the sky couldn't make her feel pity. Junior sister, what do you think this is? I hunted this white deer for you. If you make it into clothes, it will be very warm. The man seemed to be used to the woman's attitude, and there was still a tireless smile on his face. I don't like to kill. The woman sighed and shook her head. The man scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, junior sister. I just want you to wear something warmer. Disappointment flashed in Chu Junsong's eyes as she said in a low voice. If your heart is cold, what's the use of wearing more? The woman smiled indifferently, but it didn't look like a smile. It was more like a self-deprecating sigh. But at least you don't need to use spiritual energy to resist the cold, and your body will be warm. Chu Junsong insisted. No matter how much you wear, it won't help. The woman said coldly. Why won't you look at me? Junior sister, am I not outstanding enough? Don't I love you enough? Or am I not working hard enough? Chu Junsong said, unwilling to give up. However, the woman didn't say a single word. She silently stared into the distance with a cold expression on her face. Her eyes flickered. She would always be here at dusk. He still remembered the tears that fell from his eyes when he left. In the darkness, he had the illusion that hot tears were burning his body. The horizon at dusk had never said goodbye, but it was already worlds apart. Countless women have been willing to go through fire and water for me, but I'm indifferent to all of them, because I only have you in my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I've already decided that in this life, I'll only marry you. Chu Junsong's gaze was scorching hot as he stared at the devastatingly beautiful woman before him. How many years has it been since he was able to shake her heart? The hard work that he had put in had never stopped as well. But in the end, she was still unwilling to take a single look at him. To Chu Junsong, it was too bitter, too tiring. However, he would never give up on his hard work. It doesn't matter who you love or where the person who loves you is. In this world, the person who loves you the most will always be me. Junior sister, I will let you see that I, Chu Junsong, am an indomitable man in the Central Plains divine land. I am the number one person. Chu Junsong's expression was solemn and meticulous. He didn't believe that his sincerity couldn't move her heart even after a few decades. You're a good person, you're also very outstanding, but we're not suitable for each other. Senior brother, you better give up. I've long stopped caring about relationships. I'm not worthy of you being so serious about me. The woman shook her head. Her eyes were as clear as water, without the slightest bit of emotion, just like a spiritual spring. In this world, she had already forgotten about the past. Her heart was as calm as water. Therefore, when she faced Chu Junsong, she could be completely focused. There were so many outstanding women in this world, but she wasn't the only one. Facing Chu Junsong's love, she was powerless, but he was so stubborn. Unfortunately, the king had his heart, the goddess had no dreams, the falling flower longed for love, but the heartless river. In the end, they weren't people of the same world. However, Chu Junsong shook his head. His eyes were still incomparably determined, incomparably serious. Liking someone, loving someone, there was no reason. No matter what, he wouldn't choose to let go. And this was how he treated this junior sister of his. No matter how beautiful the flowers were, no matter how weak the water was, he would only take one scoop. I, Chu Junsong, have never failed in anything I've said or done. In my entire life, you're the first person to reject me. No matter how beautiful those people are, no matter how much they flatter me, to me they're nothing more than beautiful skeletons. But you're different. From the moment you appeared in my life, I couldn't extricate myself and resolutely fell in love with you. Even though you were silent and never smiled at me, I still couldn't control myself because you're the only light in my life. With you, my world is colorful enough. Junior sister, I know that I'm not in your heart right now, but one day, I'll make you fall in love with me. I'll make you understand that there's no one in this world who loves you more than me. Chu Junsong took a deep breath. Loving someone was so difficult. But since he loved someone, he had no regrets. He would never change, never change. The woman's expression was still cold, she didn't waver at all. She stepped on the void, into the clouds, as if she had fused with the world. I want the sky to be unable to hide my words. I want the earth to know how much I love you. Junior sister, one day I'll definitely have you. Chu Junsong clenched his fist tightly, his expression was incomparably gloomy. He had never been rejected like this before. Countless women were treated like grass by her, but his face was completely thrown away in front of her. He was like a child who didn't know what fatigue was. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still changed his appearance. He was destined to be the only one covered in wounds. I don't believe that there's someone who loves you more than me, someone who's more outstanding than me. If there is, I'll kill him because he doesn't have the right to live on these stone steps. Chu Junsong said indifferently. His pair of eagle eyes looked at the peak of the sky. No one dared to look at him. Dong, 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 the deafening sound of the bell, which could be heard from thousands of miles away, rang out. When the bell rang, something big must have happened. Chapter 3589. What's going on? The bell of our mountain and sea sect hasn't rung in 10,000 years. When the bell rings, something big must have happened. I wonder what it is that can make the mountain and sea sect pay so much attention to it. Yeah, let's go and take a look. It's been a long time since our mountain and sea sect has been so lively. Within the entire mountain and sea sect, the sound of the bell was melodious. The world was shaking, the mountains were dark, and the sea was blowing. Within 10,000 miles of the mountain and sea sect, countless disciples were rushing towards the center of the mountain and sea sect. As a force that was second only to the Buddha Pagoda and the Martial Dan Hall in the Central Region Divine Land, the terror of the mountain and sea sect was not something that the Rock sect or the Ghost Dan sect could compare to. The mountain and sea sect had as many experts as the clouds and tens of thousands of disciples. Just the disciples above the heavenly god realm alone numbered in the tens of thousands, and there were thousands of hierarch realm and divine king realm disciples. There were even hundreds of divine emperor realm experts. Even the Martial Dan Hall and the Buddha Pagoda did not dare to act rashly against a super sect like the mountain and sea sect. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. From this, it could be seen how vast and terrifying the mountain and sea sect was. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. In the sky, the third elder of the mountain and sea sect stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the hundreds of thousands of disciples below with a serious expression. This was an unprecedented gathering in the history of the mountain and sea sect, and countless disciples had rushed over. The third elder's might was unparalleled and his strength was shocking. Countless disciples were bowing down in worship. As one of the top sects in the entire central region, the mountain and sea sect's grand event was the grand event of the entire central region. As the overall elder of the mountain and sea sect, Yang Chan was extremely serious. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. The 100,000 disciples were silently looking at him, raising their heads in anticipation. Countless noises caused the entire mountain belly to be filled with reverberations. Tens of thousands of disciples were discussing one after another. All of them were guessing what exactly the third elder was going to announce, causing the crowd to be filled with anticipation. Today's matter is the grand event of my mountain and sea sect in 10,000 years. It is worthy of the celebration of the entire world and the cheers of tens of thousands of people. I am the third elder Yang Chan. Under the orders of the Mountain Lord, I once again announce that 100 days from now, my mountain sea sect will hold a martial arts competition to find a spouse. In this world, experts from all over the world, whoever can become the final victor will become a disciple of my mountain sea sect and the son-in-law of the mountain sea sect. Yang Chan's words caused the entire mountain and sea sect to be incomparably shocked. Countless people were eager to give it a try and couldn't help but look at each other. This was because everyone was incomparably curious. Just who was this so-called female disciple? According to the Mountain Lord's imperial edict, his disciple Ling Yun is a graceful lady, virtuous and virtuous. She is the role model of our mountain sea sect, a hero among women. Therefore she has personally arranged for the holy marriage, which is a joyous occasion for our mountain sea sect. It is truly worthy of celebration. Yang Chan said proudly. Instantly the entire mountain and sea sect was in an uproar. Ling Yun was the goddess of their mountain and sea sect. She was the #1 disciple in the entire mountain and sea sect. Not only was she powerful, she was also the Mountain Lord's disciple. Her future was limitless and her strength was shocking. In the entire mountain and sea sect, countless people could only look at her in the dust. Although there were many people who admired her, very few people dared to express their love for Ling Yun. This was because everyone knew that the eldest senior brother of the mountain and sea sect, Chu Junsong, was Ling Yun's strongest supporter. Whoever dared to take even half a step towards Ling Yun would probably be forced back by Chu Junsong or even killed. Ling Yun was outstanding, beautiful like a flower, aloof and cold. She was one of the most talented disciples of the mountain and sea sect, and countless people viewed her as their dream lover. At this moment Chu Junsong silently looked at Yang Chan, then looked at Ling Yun who was on the distant mountain peak, and a hint of confidence flashed across his mouth. "No one can snatch you from my hands. You must be mine." Chu Junsong clenched his fists tightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes. He had finally waited for this moment. It seemed like the Mountain Lord had decided to betroth Ling Yun to him. Not to mention the entire Mountain and Sea sect, even among the young geniuses of the Central Region Divine Land, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although this martial arts competition was rather rushed, it caused the entire Mountain and Sea sect to be in a perilous state. Cries of surprise continuously rang out, causing countless male disciples to go crazy and female disciples to be jealous. This was a marriage personally bestowed by the Mountain Lord. What a great honor it was. Third Elder, I don't want to become Dao companions with anyone, and I'm even more unwilling to participate in the martial arts competition. Ling Yun walked out of the crowd and stepped into the air. She looked straight at the Third Elder and spoke in a low voice. Yang Chan frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is the Mountain Lord's decree, it's not up to you. Ling Yun, you should think about it. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be disobeyed, otherwise, you will definitely receive unimaginable punishment." Ling Yun still firmly shook her head. Ling Yun doesn't have such intentions. It's not that I'm sincere in going against the Mountain Lord's wishes and giving face to the Third Elder. My heart is as calm as water and I'm focused on cultivation. That's not up to you. This is a matter of life. The Mountain Lord's words cannot be taken back. The Mountain Lord didn't tell you personally, but let me announce it. At this moment, you should understand that the Mountain Lord is thinking for your sake. Don't be so ungrateful. Yang Chan said with a serious expression. With a cold snort, Ling Yun's heart trembled. It seemed that this was the Mountain Lord's intention, and the Mountain Lord didn't directly tell her. This way, it would also overrule her intention to go against the Mountain Lord's wishes. This was not to seek her opinion, but to inform everyone that the martial arts competition in Ling Yun's name would definitely cause a storm in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Ling Yun bit her lips and her face turned pale. Her heart had also become gloomy. She originally thought that she could cultivate in peace in the Mountain and Sea sect forever, but it seemed that she still couldn't escape the control of the secular world. She originally thought that the Mountain Lord had treated her with kindness, but in the end she was in such a situation. What was love in the world? It made people live and die for it. Ling Yun couldn't help but think of Jiang Qin, the man who was unwilling to marry her. Since she was already his wife, she would be Jiang Chen's wife for the rest of her life, and would never marry again. Even if the two of them would be separated from each other, she would never leave Jiang Chen's world. If she loved him, then so be it. She hated him, then so be it. If the two of them loved each other for a long time, it would be enough for her to have love in her heart, even if Jiang Chen couldn't give her a peace of mind. No one understood Ling Yun's feelings at this moment. Everyone in the Mountain and Sea sect was silently waiting for a true expert to step into the 9 heavens and marry their goddess, Ling Yun. Although they were sad, they were also happy to see such a grand event. Yang Chen's determination shattered the dream in Ling Yun's heart. It seemed that she couldn't escape the claws of fate, but if that day really came, she would rather die. Chapter 3590. On the peak of the mountain, Ling Yun's expression was solemn as she looked into the distance indifferently. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye for many people, but to Ling Yun, it was incomparably long. A martial arts competition for a spouse sounded so old-fashioned, but it was a true battle of life and death. It was to choose a husband that could be used by the Mountain and Sea sect, and she was just a primer, attracting even more experts from all directions. Ling Yun had already guessed this long ago, but she never thought that the Mountain Lord would be so decisive, not even willing to see her. The ending was obvious. It was to let her accept it with peace of mind so that she didn't have to think too much. At this moment she had also become a real canary. Originally she thought that she could live a peaceful life, but she still couldn't escape the misfortune of the secular world, the claws of life. Ling Yun was not a woman filled with ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful life, but the Mountain and Sea sect did not plan to let her live so simply. As the #1 goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect, Ling Yun seemed to carry an extremely heavy burden on her shoulders. She had to live for the rise and fall of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, fight for the strength of the sect, and die for the sect. It seemed that this was her destiny. This world is so big, how can there be a place for me? Hee hee. Ling Yun sighed, her beautiful eyes flickered, her heart was incomparably sad, but she was like a canary. Even if she wanted to be half a step stronger than the mountain and sea sect, it seemed to have become an extravagant hope. Ling Yun knew that since the Mountain Lord had already made a decision, and it was a golden imperial edict, not personally appearing, it had already expressed his position. It wasn't that Ling Yun didn't know what was good for her, but that she had truly lost hope in life once again. What the mountain and sea sect had brought her was truly an incomparable harm. Demon, it was this stinky body that caused chaos in the mortal world, causing the entire mountain and sea sect to flock to it like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, Chu Junsong might not have stayed by her side day and night. Everything could only be blamed on herself, and she couldn't blame anyone. She could only blame herself for being too much of a failure in life. Jiangchen, in this life I hate you to the core and I love you to the core. In my next life I hope that we will never meet again. Ling Yun stared at the tens of thousands of miles of snowy mountains in the distance. The white snow couldn't compare to the chill in the depths of her heart. In less than 10 days, the news of the mountain sea sect had spread across half of the central region divine land. Like locusts flying in the sky, it had spread to almost all the sections. At that moment, countless people were boiling with excitement. The geniuses of the various sects and experts of various domains were all eager to give it a try. One had to know that Ling Yun was the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect. Her elegance was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, causing all the disciples of the mountain sea sect to admire her greatly. They viewed her as their dream lover. There were also many suitors like carps crossing the river. It was difficult to say just how many there were. Although this martial arts competition was old-fashioned, it attracted tens of thousands of experts to the mountain sea sect. Because these people wanted to see the elegance of the #1 goddess of the mountain sea sect, just how fascinating it was. In this martial arts competition there were many young elites. It would definitely be a storm and no one dared to compliment it. In the mountain and sea sect alone, there were probably dozens of divine emperor realm experts who yearned for Ling Yun. In this battle, Chu Junsong wasn't the only one who was a true competitor. It wasn't that easy to become the absolute victor and bring home the beauty. The entire central region divine land had even become a grand event. More and more people were participating, all for the sake of seeing the beauty of the mountain and sea sect's goddess. In the eastern Camp Mountain, in a 10,000-year-old ancient city, Jiangchen had already stayed here for more than half a month. This was because the divine weapons in his hands were being refined once again. This time he wanted to turn all 108 swords into primal origin treasures. Once the 108 primal origin treasures were completed, Jiangchen would almost be invincible under the Emperor realm. 108 primal origin treasures were something that no one could imagine. Even a half-step Emperor realm expert would have to avoid them. However, it wasn't an easy task for him to reforge so many divine weapons. It might even cause him to be injured. An ordinary Grandmaster refiner would probably need a long time to refine a primal origin treasure, but Jiangchen needed to refine 108 swords at the same time. One could imagine how difficult it would be. However, this was the most important step for Jiangchen. As long as he completed the refinement of the primal origin treasure, he would be able to face the experts of the central region divine land. Even if he were to face the slaughter pagoda, he dared to say that he would be able to escape unscathed. However, Jiangchen wouldn't underestimate these ancient forces. To be able to stand in the central region divine land for millions of years, there was naturally a reason for their existence. Their strength and foundation couldn't be underestimated. The only thing that Jiangchen could do now was to raise his strength and methods to the peak. Because the person he might have to face was the slaughter pagoda. Qingqing and Sister Ning were both in the hands of the slaughter pagoda. Jiangchen didn't dare to be careless. Killing his way up to the slaughter pagoda and shaking the central region divine land. This was what Jiangchen wanted to do. When he truly shocked the entire central region, Xiaoyu should be able to see it, right? Jiangchen felt incomparably sour in his heart. After so many years, the only person he felt sorry for was Xiaoyu. He came all the way from the northern cold divine continent to this day, yet he didn't manage to find any news of Xiaoyu. He couldn't forgive himself. That was his failure. It was his incompetence that caused the disappearance of Qingqing and Sister Ning. If he was a little stronger, maybe the ending would be completely different. Jiang Chen's face and ears were flushed red. He wielded the heavy hammer in his hand and unceasingly forged the 108 divine treasures. The azure lotus astral fire gushed out unceasingly removing the impurities within. To Jiang Chen, it wasn't so easy to reforge a primal origin treasure. What he needed to experience was an extremely painful and dry process of refinement. Finally, after 2 months, the 108 primal origin treasure swords in Jiang Chen's hands were completely forged. Luckily, he had set up a formation beforehand. If not, the entire ancient city would have been turned into ruins. Shocking lightning bolts rained down unceasingly, tempering the divine swords. In addition to the heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands, the lightning bolts and lightning finally transformed into treasures. Chapter 3591. When he woke up, Long Inger was still standing by his side. She did not move at all and had a gentle smile on her face, causing Jiang Chen's heart to feel incomparably warm. Let's go, let's leave this place now. Jiang Chen rubbed Long Inger's incomparably exquisite face and said with a smile. His current strength had already reached the great perfection of the middle Divine Emperor stage, and was only a step away from the late Divine Emperor stage. However, Jiang Chen could not wait any longer. He had to rush to the pagoda as soon as possible. He had to make the entire pagoda pay the price, even though his current strength might not be enough to complete the attack on the pagoda. The moment Jiang Chen and Long Inger left the ancient city, they were attracted by the conversation of the people below. Why are there so many people rushing to the mountain and sea sect? Could it be that something big is about to happen? I heard that it's because the sect master of the mountain and sea sect has pushed his female disciple out for a martial arts competition. That's why countless people are rushing there one after another. Is that so? If that's really the case, I should go take a look. Haha, who knows, I might be able to bring a beauty home. Sit with just you? Don't even think about it. Countless Divine Emperor stage experts will have their heads squeezed off. Just you? No way. It was said that the goddess of the mountain and sea sect was devastatingly beautiful. She was a peerless beauty in the central region divine land. I think she's called Lingyun. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with an uncontrollable light, and the blood in his body also began to boil at this moment. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and shot down into the sky. The 4 or 5 Hierarch Realm experts felt Jiang Chen's supreme pressure, and all of their faces turned pale. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, and their bodies trembled as sweat flowed profusely. This was because Jiang Chen's pressure had completely enveloped them. Who were you just now? Who was that person from the mountain and sea sect? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. It's Lingyun, the #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect, the most dazzling genius of the Central Plains divine land. Lingyun, a man said in a low voice. He did not dare to show any neglect as he was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill all of them. They thought that the Hierarch realm's strength was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the entire ancient city. Who would have thought that there was such a powerful expert hidden in this small ancient city? You guys can leave. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he did not make things difficult for them. As if they had been granted amnesty, all of them retreated. Their faces were pale as they hurriedly escaped from Jiang Chen's sight. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance with mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't know what to do. Lingyun, Jiang Chen murmured. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? They had the same name, but they were so outstanding? Jiang Chen did not believe it. He clenched his fists tightly with mixed feelings in his heart. Back then, Lingyun left him and the northern cold divine land without saying goodbye. Jiang Chen felt guilty. It was not that he did not love her, nor did he reject her because his heart belonged to someone else. It was because he had too much guilt in his heart that he could not extricate himself from it. He was worried that he could not give her enough security. The scenes of the past replayed in his heart. Jiang Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Ever since he entered the divine world, the person he met was Lingyun. From the moment they met, fell in love and got to know each other, everything happened without him noticing. Jiang Chen did not look for Lingyun because he wanted to give her a sense of security. He knew that it was a cowardly thing to do as a man, but he had no other choice. If there was a day when she and her heart were still there, Jiang Chen would definitely look for Lingyun after finding little Yu and the rest. Although it was unfair to her, Jiangchen could only do so much. But at this moment it was different. Ling Yun and the marriage contest were imminent. Jiangchen wanted to leave, but could he really do it? The answer was no. In that instant his heart suddenly tightened. He asked himself countless times, if Ling Yun really married someone else's wife, would he be able to accept it? The madness in Jiangchen's heart was enough to give him an answer. No, absolutely not. He owed Ling Yun too much. He did not know how much pain she had suffered, how many years she had endured, how many times she had to wander from place to place. He knew that if it was her, even if it was a marriage contest, she would definitely not agree. Jiangchen trusted her more than anyone else. The Mountain and Sea sect was one of the 3 major sects, second only to the Martial Dan Hall and the Slaughter Pagoda. One pagoda and one hall occupied 2 sides. With the Silver Sea 8 extreme mountain in front, they even dared to barge into the Slaughter Pagoda. What could a mere Mountain and Sea sect do? If it's really you, then this time I will definitely not let you leave me again. Jiangchen swore in his heart. What's wrong? Big brother Jiangchen. Long Ying could see that Jiangchen was absent-minded. At that moment she had a feeling that perhaps that so-called woman from the Mountain and Sea sect should have an inextricable relationship with big brother Jiangchen. A woman's nerves were very sensitive, and her 6th sense was also very strong. Therefore there was no need for Jiangchen to say anything more. The understanding Long Ying had already guessed everything. The current her was no longer that weird young girl. She desired to understand Jiangchen more than anyone else. For the rest of her life she would treat him the same as before. Jiangchen glanced at Long Ying and sighed. No matter where you go, Ying will go with you. Don't hesitate. If you want to do it, then do it. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Don't wait until you lose it, then regret it. Long Ying's smile was incomparably mellow. The intellectuality and elegance between her brows had already become more and more calm. Compared to before, it was 1,000,000 times better. She had never caused trouble for Jiangchen. She only thought about how to make her big brother Jiangchen happy. This was her heart. As long as she could make her big brother Jiangchen happy, it would be enough. Thank you, Ying. Let's go to the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiangchen said with incomparable determination, his expression serious. This time he did not know how to return, but he was destined not to leave behind any regrets. Just as Long Ying had said, since he had made his choice, he would not have any regrets in his heart. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Alright, as long as big brother Jiangchen is here, it will be home. To me, no matter how big the world is, it is not as big as you. Long Ying's chivalrous and tender feelings made Jiangchen feel even more gratified in his heart. He was extremely fond of his wife. What more could he ask for? Mountain and Sea sect, I Jiangchen am here. Ling Yun, this time I will definitely not let you go. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will bring you along. No one will be able to separate us. Jiangchen clenched his fists tightly. The stubborn faith in his heart was finally filled with hope. Chapter 3592. In the Mountain and Sea sect, on a snow-capped mountain that was dozens of miles wide, it was cut horizontally by a sword. Snow swirled in the air and it was covered in silver. The 100 days were approaching and countless experts had already gathered at the periphery of the Mountain and Sea sect. There were more than a few hundred Divine Emperor Realm experts, and countless Hierarch Realm experts had already come here and were already sighing. With so many Divine Emperor Realm experts, no matter how capable they would only be cannon fodder. Thus, even more people had completely lost hope and were reduced to spectators. Although Ling Yun had yet to appear, everyone was already ready to make a move. Even some of the large sects in the Central Region Divine Land had sent out many outstanding disciples. There were countless powerful rogue cultivators, and hundreds of Divine Emperor Realm experts, forming a grand occasion around the Mountain and Sea sect. The Mountain and Sea sect also had the demeanor of a great sect, bringing all the experts into the Mountain and Sea sect. After all, this was the martial arts competition that they were hosting, and the Mountain and Sea sect was also incomparably confident. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would be courting death. Even the people from the Buddha Tower might not have the guts to do so. The Mountain and Sea sect was the cornerstone of the Central Region Divine Land. The sect was powerful and had lived for tens of millions of years. With such power, who would dare to act rashly? The disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect were also extremely proud. Even if they could not accompany the goddess, they still hoped that an expert would appear and look down on everyone. Only then would they have the peerless talent to go to the world with the goddess of the mountain and sea sect, Ling Yun. Looks like our mountain and sea sect's goddess is not just for show. This time's martial arts competition has actually caused so many people to rush over like a flock of ducks. Senior sister Ling Yun is indeed shockingly beautiful and devastatingly beautiful, but what those fellows truly value might not only be senior sister Ling Yun. That's right, perhaps what they care more about is the resources of the mountain and sea sect. Once they join the mountain and sea sect and marry senior sister Ling Yun, wouldn't their status rise? Becoming a big shot of the mountain and sea sect is even more prestigious than those rogue cultivators, or even the sect masters of some sections. Of course, perhaps there are also many people who are here for senior sister Ling Yun's beauty. Even if they die under a peony flower, they will still be able to become a ghost. Countless people raised their heads and waited silently. There were more than 400 Divine Emperor Realm experts participating in this groom search competition. It could be seen how wide the mountain and sea sect's appeal was and how attractive it was. At this moment in the mountain and sea sect, the mountain lord was still in seclusion. The person presiding over the groom for a spouse search was still the third elder, Yang Chan. As the external affairs registrar of the mountain and sea sect, Yang Chan was responsible. At this moment, even in the face of countless outsiders, Yang Chan was still calm and composed. The might of the mountain and sea sect and the demeanor of a great sect were fully displayed. Yang Chan's expression was indifferent as he looked at the crowd of people on the snowy peak. He was very pleased. It seemed like the decision of the mountain chieftain was right. He had expected this scene. Mountain and of mountain sect. Of mountain of sect of people. Of mountain of. Whether or not you can bring the beauty home will depend on whether or not you have the guts, whether or not you have the strength. Yang Chan stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with arrogance, causing countless Divine Emperor experts to shrink back. Yang Chan was a late Divine Emperor. His strength was enough to be ranked among the strongest in the first echelon of the Central State Divine Land. Such strength was indeed enough for him to be arrogant. What you need to do is not only fight with 2 carriages, but also the one who can laugh till the end. In the end, 40 people will be chosen to fight in pairs. Whoever can become the final victor, whoever can stand at the peak of the experts will be a disciple of my mountain and sea sect, and will become a son-in-law of my mountain and sea sect. Of course, the disciples of the mountain and sea sect could all fight. Right or wrong, success or failure, it was all in a single thought. Since they had chosen to fight, then there was no need to worry about life or death. Who would be able to laugh to the end, who would be able to carry the beauty back, I will wait and see. I hope you all don't disappoint me. At that moment, Jiang Qin was already standing in the mountain and sea sect. He did not see Ling Yun, so Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. Instead, he changed his name to Qin Jiang and joined the martial competition. The conditions set by the mountain and sea sect were extremely harsh. Out of 10 people, only 1 could advance. This was undoubtedly a martial arts competition that tested one's strength. It would not be easy to truly stand out. However, for the sake of Ling Yun, Jiang Qin was duty-bound. It was obviously impossible for him to become enemies with the entire mountain and sea sect. Just the third elder Yang Chan alone made Jiang Qin feel some pressure. This guy's strength was not ordinary, and he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time, and only through this martial arts competition would he have the chance to see Ling Yun. The true victors will receive the blessings of the Mountain Lord. At that time, the Mountain Lord will personally host a great celebration for you. This will be the glory of your life. Yang Chan pointed to the highest mountain peak of the mountain and sea sect, which was the Mountain Lord's dojo. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, and they could not wait to start the competition. Hundreds of Divine Emperor Realm experts were filled with fighting spirit at this moment, because only by becoming the final victor would they be able to bring the beauty home. Furthermore, it was not that easy to establish a foothold in the mountain and sea sect. Hurry up and start. We can't wait any longer. That's right, Elder. We only have one wish right now, and that is to quickly meet the goddess in our hearts, Ling Yun. A group of people who don't know what's good for them, do they really think it's that easy to be the son-in-law of the mountain and sea sect? Amongst the crowd there were quite a few people from the mountain and sea sect. Towards those country bumpkins who had never seen the world, they were filled with ridicule. They really did not know why the Mountain Lord would expand this martial arts competition to the entire central region Divine Land. Could it be that there were not many geniuses in the Mountain and Sea sect? Over 400 people, 1/5 of the people participating in the competition were all from the Mountain and Sea sect. Every single Divine Emperor realm expert was unwilling to be outdone. Although they might not be able to come out on top, it was a different kind of attempt for them, and it was also a kind of yearning for their goddess, Lingyun. Our senior sister Lingyun has a beauty that can captivate even the birds and beasts, a beauty that can cause the moon to blush. How can any of you be able to see her beauty? To those who had seen Lingyun's appearance, all of their faces were filled with pride. Chapter 3593. More than 400 people were divided into 40 groups. In other words, only 40 people could advance to the second stage of the competition. The battle of 10 people seemed simple as long as one of them could stay. However, it would be a fierce battle to defeat the other 9. It would be easy to win with numbers. Xianxia looked at each of them carefully. He didn't have the capital to lose this battle. If he lost, he would become the enemy of the entire Mountain Sea sect alone. In other words, if he lost, there might not be anything after that. If he couldn't even win this martial arts competition, it might mean that they were not fated to be together. In the end, Xianxia saw that there were 7 early divine emperors and 2 mid-divine emperors among the 9 of them. All of them were true experts. Each of them had their eyes on the top of their heads and refused to submit to anyone. However, this was still a tough battle for the throne. If the 10 people wanted to become the final winner, they would have to form a group. It was still quite difficult to turn the situation around alone. Xianxia knew that it was not necessary for him to show his full strength at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted. A skinny man stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Xianxia and the mid-divine emperor beside him and said in a low voice, "How about we get rid of the 7 of them first? At that time, whether the 3 of us will be able to emerge victorious will depend on our own abilities and luck." The skinny man's words were agreed by Xianxia and the other man. The 7 early divine emperors looked at each other. They knew that they had been underestimated. In other words, the 3 of them had to fight 7 early divine emperors. It would not be an easy battle even if they were early divine emperors. Which divine emperor realm cultivator was easy to deal with? Some early divine emperors might not be easy to deal with. Xianxia remained calm. The 2 mid-divine emperors were also very cautious. Although it was 3 against 7, it would not be easy if the opponent was strong. Fortunately, the 2 mid-divine emperors that Xianxia encountered were not weak. After the 3 of them defeated the 7 early divine emperors, the battle between the 3 of them finally began. At this moment, Xianxia was fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. The 2 of them were just average. Although they weren't weak, they weren't too strong either. Xianxia was afraid that they wouldn't be a match for him when he was still an early divine emperor. In the end, Xianxia defeated the 2 of them as expected. There were strong and weak mid-divine emperors. Obviously, the 2 of them belonged to the bottom tier. Big brother Xianxia is awesome. Long Inger cheered for Xianxia from the side. Even the surrounding men raised their eyebrows. Aren't you a little too greedy? He has such a beautiful wife in his house, comparable to a fairy from the heavens. Her beauty is shocking and can cause the downfall of a city and country. Yet he still wants to fight with us for Lingyun. This was simply the anger of the gods. Xianxia smiled calmly, completely ignoring the murderous gazes around him. He held Long Inger's hand and looked at the people around him silently. The most eye-catching person was a green-clothed man who was as strong as a bull. He was 9 feet tall and had a strong body. He had sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Both of his hands were rolled up in his sleeves and he looked indifferent. His terrifying aura was terrifying. The 9 people who were assigned to his group all kept quiet out of fear, because this guy's aura had already filled them with shock and horror. Who is this guy? So fierce? My blood is boiling just by looking at him. You don't even know him? Lang Juji of the Baji school is not an ordinary guy, he is comparable to any genius disciple of the Mountain and Sea sect. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Zhongzhou, this Lang Juji is not someone to be trifled with. Even Chu Junsong of the Mountain and Sea sect is not his match? I don't believe it. Although this guy is very strong, it is not an easy task to be stronger than Chu Junsong. It is hard to say how strong the 2 of them are. It is said that Lang Juji has the highest chance of becoming an existence in the Baji school and breaking through to the Emperor realm. In the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many people have been left in the dust. Baji school, Lang Juji, mountain and sea sect, Jujinsong. These two men kept appearing in Jiang Chen's mind. Both of them had the same strength. Their momentum was unstoppable. 1 against 9, domineering and awe-inspiring. In front of them no one could remain calm. Their indomitable killing intent had caused their opponents to tremble uncontrollably. Their names were like the shadows of trees. The unstoppable domineering aura that these two people possessed was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Their path was unimpeded and no one could stop them. Among them Jiang Chen also saw a person. It was a familiar figure, Ba Chaoyuan, the head disciple of the Vajra Pagoda. This name made countless people's hearts palpitate. The Buddha Pagoda had always been in existence that made people's hearts palpitate, but even the Buddha Pagoda did not dare to be arrogant and take the initiative to cause trouble. Therefore Ba Chaoyuan only had one goal in coming here, and that was to marry Ling Yun, the woman who was respected as the #1 goddess of the mountain and sea sect. Jiang Chen hid his appearance and aura, and Long Inger also chose to keep a low profile. She wore a bamboo hat, afraid that Ba Chaoyuan would come looking for her. Ba Chaoyuan's dreadfulness had also shocked the onlookers. In Jiang Chen's opinion, Ba Chaoyuan's strength was not any weaker than Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect. Jiang Chen had a battle with Ba Chaoyuan in the past, but the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided. It was a pity that Jiang Chen did not have a proper battle with Ba Chaoyuan. He did not know if he would be able to meet Ba Chaoyuan today. At this moment Ba Chaoyuan passed by Jiang Chen and frowned. He looked at Jiang Chen and Leng Leng and said, "Have we met somewhere before?" Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "We've only met by chance, so you should be lenient." Ba Chaoyuan snorted coldly and turned around. He did not say another word to Jiang Chen. In the end all 40 people advanced. Among them nearly half of them were mid-divine emperor experts. It was a gathering of almost half of the young prodigies of the central region divine land. It was dangerous and dangerous. Even if they were divine emperor experts they were no exception. Out of the 400 people 18 divine emperor experts had died. This made countless people speechless. 18 divine emperor experts were the absolute main force of some medium-level sects. But in this martial arts competition they seemed insignificant. Chapter 3594. Due to the will of the heavens, Jiang Chen, Lang Jiuji and Chu Junsong were not in the same group. However, Ba Chaoyuan was in the group of 5, and this was also Jiang Chen's strongest battle today. "Brat, I never thought that you would actually be able to reach this step. You have truly made me look at you in a new light." Ba Chaoyuan glanced at Jiang Chen, but he did not place him in his eyes. In the battle of 5 people, the one who could laugh to the end would be the one who had the best laugh. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent, because this time he would definitely face Ba Chaoyuan. The most shocking thing was that Jiang Chen saw a person that he had never expected. Where? She had disguised herself as a man and appeared in the martial arts competition, causing Jiang Chen to be filled with shock. He did not even know whether to laugh or cry. However, at this time, even though she had already changed her appearance, she could not change the familiar aura that Jiang Chen had towards her. She was dressed in white, spotless, tall and slender. She held a folding fan in her hand, giving her a rather heroic appearance. Yue had also passed through 5 trials and 6 generals along the way. In the end she was assigned to Jiang Chen's group, causing Jiang Chen to feel extremely emotional. "Big brother, we meet again. Did you miss me?" "Hee hee." Yue looked at Jiang Chen and said with a voice transmission. Her voice was filled with mischief, and the playful smile on her lips made Jiang Chen not dare to compliment her. "Why are you here?" Jiang Chen frowned. He was naturally happy to see Yue for the first time, but Yue's appearance in this kind of situation was not something that Jiang Chen could accept. "I know I can't hide it from you anymore. Back then, after you left the Hellion family, I received a message from big sister Ling Yun saying that everything was fine, but I was extremely worried. I don't know how to explain what happened between the two of you, so I came out from the Hellion family." However, in the end he was unable to see big sister Ling Yun no matter what. The mountain and sea sect was heavily surrounded, and even divine emperor realm experts were unable to sneak in. In the end he did not expect the mountain and sea sect to use such a method, A martial arts competition to find a spouse. I guess that big sister Ling Yun must have been restricted by the mountain and sea sect. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her not to come out and see me. I had no choice but to disguise as a man. I wanted to try and see if I could walk to the end. If I managed to marry sister Ling Yun, would Big Brother cry himself to sleep in the toilet? Yue had a smile on her face and her eyes were filled with tenderness. She was happier than anything else when she saw her big brother. With her big brother here, her heart was incomparably at ease. Xianxia couldn't help smiling. He didn't expect this girl to be here before him. She even knew where Ling Yun was, but he was kept in the dark. Don't you think you should say something to me? When I left, you didn't say a word. Xianxia pretended to be angry as he glared at Yue. Yue curled her lips, a look of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, big brother. I know I was wrong. Yue said in a low voice. At this moment, Long Inger could also tell that Yue was disguised as a man, and her heart was filled with doubt. Women were extremely sensitive, and with just a glance, Long Inger could tell that Yue's eyes were filled with love towards Xianxia. That was not attachment but an unforgettable love. Although she was very reserved, it could not be denied that when she looked at Xianxia, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yue seemed to have also felt Long Inger's gaze and was slightly surprised. Long Inger, my wife. Xianxia looked at Long Inger, and Long Inger smiled at Yue. At that moment, Yue's expression was a little ugly and she forced out a smile. However, deep in her heart she was filled with disappointment and loneliness. In the end, there was still a layer of gauze between her and her big brother, causing her heart to be filled with tears. Xianxia was not a fool and naturally he could tell what Yue was thinking. However, at this moment it was not the time for love. For now he had to defeat Ba Chaoyuan first. However, at that moment he could not ignore Helian Ronger's gaze. That innocent girl looked at Xianxia with a face full of hope, and the corner of her mouth was filled with expectation as she asked in a low voice. Benefactor, where's your disciple? Where's Wang Fengqi? At that moment, Xianxia was even at a loss for words. He did not know what to do and his face was filled with helplessness, and sorrow was written all over his face. Xianxia's expression made Helian Ronger's heart skip a beat. She had followed Aunt Yu all the way here to find Wang Fengqi. For 20 years she did not relax in the slightest. She knew that the moment Aunt Yu found her benefactor she would definitely see Wang Fengqi. That silly guy was her true benefactor. She would never forget the scene back then. It was Wang Fengqi who saved her from a hopeless situation. Although she knew that Wang Fengqi's heart belonged to someone else, Helian Ronger was not afraid, because she believed that one day she would be able to touch his heart. After all, the dead had passed away but the living should always look forward. He has already left. I couldn't protect him. Xianxia's words caused Helian Ronger's body to tremble. She staggered a few steps back and finally sat on the ground. The emptiness and confusion in the girl's eyes, and her dazed expression made people's hearts ache. Xianxia felt that as a master his heart was filled with guilt. Don't worry, I will definitely not give up. As long as I reach the Emperor realm, I will definitely be able to help him reconstruct his golden body. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Emperor realm? Was it really that easy to reach? For Helian Ronger, Wang Fengqi's death was like a blow to her head. Her heart died at that moment. Helian Ronger sobbed silently, crying like a child. Or rather, she was a child herself. It was as if she had lost the most precious thing in her life. Life seemed to have lost its meaning. Yu sighed. However, she was unable to change anything. Back then, when she left the Helian clan with her, Yu understood that this was definitely not a simple journey. In the end, this girl had still experienced an unimaginable life and death parting. Long Inger hugged Helian Ronger. That scene made Xianxia sigh. In the end, it was his incompetence as a master that led to the disaster. Xianxia was responsible for it. It's not your fault. Big brother, people have to learn to grow. What's in one's life must be obtained, and what's not in one's life must not be forced. Yue held on to Xianxia's hand. Long Inger gave the two of them a calm gaze. She would properly comfort Helian Ronger. A great battle was imminent and they could not afford to be distracted. In this battle against Ba Chaoyuan, Xianxia had already made all the preparations. Big brother, I will support you. In this battle you will definitely win. Chapter 3595. I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly, completely ignoring Jiang Qin and the others. Although Jiang Qin and Helian Yu were not weak in Ba Chaoyuan's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. There were only two people who could make him move and confront them head-on: Baji School's Lang Jiuji and Mountain and C-Sex Chu Junsong. These two people were his only opponents, the rest were trash. You're very arrogant, Ba Chaoyuan. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the Buddhist pagoda. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? A man with two sabers in his hands said coldly. He was also a mid-divine emperor and had great strength. He had overcome many obstacles along the way and seemed to be very determined to win this time. It seemed that he was very interested in this martial arts competition. Stubborn. It seems that only by killing all of you will you understand that it's better to be low-key in life. Ba Chaoyuan said coldly. His cold eyes swept across Jiang Qin and the others. He showed no mercy and directly attacked the man who spoke bluntly. Come at me together, it saves me the trouble of fighting one by one. Ba Chaoyuan's contempt made the others very angry. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? You're courting death. Give me your life. Both of them attacked together, not planning to give Ba Chaoyuan a chance to hold back. Since you're so arrogant, then let's see who's the real deal. Both of them also understood that no one held back. Kill him. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. This was a great opportunity. Since this Ba Chaoyuan was so arrogant, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Although they weren't as strong as Tyrant Chaoyuan, it wouldn't be easy for Tyrant Chaoyuan to kill them all. Jiang Qin held the candle dragon sword in his hand. In order to hide his identity, Jiang Qin kept the heavenly dragon sword. The candle dragon sword was also very terrifying. Its sword aura was astonishing. Together with Jiang Qin's sword of solitude, it shocked everyone and attracted many people's attention. Yu's strength had always been underestimated by Jiang Qin. This time Yu attacked with the great divination art. Facing Ba Chaoyuan's attack, Yu was full of confidence. Jiang Qin and her joined forces and instantly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan. With the addition of the other two, Ba Chaoyuan did not expect that he would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position after bragging. Jiang Qin's candle dragon sword was the most terrifying. Thousands of divine souls wreaked havoc. Killing intent filled the sky. The terrifying deterrence made Ba Chaoyuan retreat again and again. Bastard! Ba Chaoyuan roared. He turned around and faced the attack with the thunder axe in his hand. However, it was still a little difficult for him to deal with the four of them. After all, Jiang Qin's candle dragon sword and Yu's great divination art had already made it difficult for him to move. Under the joint attack of the four of them, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked like a punching bag and could only passively take a beating. Spinning in the air, the huge axe fell down in torrents. Axe shadows linked together and rippled out. Apart from Jiang Qin and Yu, the other two were forced back, looking quite miserable. Ba Chaoyuan twisted his nose. His face was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Qin. Brat, I feel that I've seen you somewhere before. Since you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Ba Chaoyuan held the axe in his hand as his aura surged. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan was thoroughly enraged. He was forced back by Jiang Qin and Yu again and again. He also ignited his battle intent. His axe flew out, causing the heavens and earth to change. He was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Under the sweep, Jiang Qin's sword of solitude was already a little stretched. Fortunately, with Yu, the two of them were able to suppress Ba Chaoyuan. If you don't want to die, then go all out. Let's kill this guy first. Jiang Qin glanced at the other two Divine Emperor Realm experts and said. Ba Chaoyuan's hatred had already broken through the limit. The two of them looked at each other without any hesitation. They only had one goal, which was the same as Jiang Qin, to kill Ba Chaoyuan. To get rid of this resentment. Even Ba Chaoyuan did not expect that he would be forced to retreat under the joint attack of the four of them. Yu seized the initiative, causing great trouble for Ba Chaoyuan. On the other hand, Jiang Qin attacked with his sword. The terrifying might of the torch dragon sword was something that even Ba Chaoyuan had to deal with carefully. In addition to the other two Divine Emperor Realm experts, Ba Chaoyuan was already beginning to show signs of fatigue. Although he was incomparably furious and the axe in his hand was earth-shattering, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The pressure that Jiang Qin and Yu gave him was almost irresistible. Under such a crisis, Ba Chaoyuan could only complain incessantly. Son of a bitch, this daddy will fight with you. Ba Chaoyuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. If this continued, it would only become more and more difficult for him. It was impossible for him to win. These two bastards came out of nowhere. One was incomparably cunning, and the other seized the initiative step by step. It was a headache for someone like Ba Chaoyuan. Vajra Pagoda. Ba Chaoyuan, clad in a Vajra armor, took large strides and charged towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was not polite at all. The Sword of Solitude created a great obstacle for Ba Chaoyuan, making it difficult for him to advance. Her also made her move at the right time. The great divination art could create more trouble and obstacles for the opponent in battle, making it impossible for him to carry out his plan. The Vajra Pagoda body was indeed terrifying. Even when surrounded by the four of them, it was still fearless. The overbearing and ferocious protective divine art brought great trouble to Zhou Xian and Yu Er. Moreover, the battle axe in his hand was so powerful that it could pierce through the 9 underworlds and devour mountains and rivers. Relying on the Vajra Pagoda, Ba Chaoyuan finally stabilized the situation and began his counterattack. Zhou Qian's expression was cold. At this time he had already made up his mind to kill. He did not intend to leave any leeway for this bastard. Everyone from the Buddha Pagoda deserved to die. Therefore, even if it was in public, Zhou Qian still wanted to kill Ba Chaoyuan. If Ba Chaoyuan knew it was him, he would definitely not give him a chance. Moreover, the four of them had already forced him to use his full strength, so he did not dare to relax in the slightest. Killing Ba Chaoyuan was Zhou Qian's goal all this time. This bastard must be killed as soon as possible. Once Ba Chaoyuan died, the Vajra Pagoda Hall would definitely be thrown into chaos. At that time, even the pagoda might appear. However, Zhou Qian wanted to cause such a big mess because he wanted the entire Central Plains divine land to focus on him. So that everyone could see, so that Xiaoyu could also see. I will control his mind, but only for a breath of time. You all use your full strength. It would be best if you can kill him. Chapter 3596. The Great Soul Derivation Technique combined with the soul-stealing divine art could at most cause Ba Chaoyuan to fall into a trance. Although he would definitely be severely injured when he reacted, it would not be so easy to kill him. Yu Er slightly nodded. At this moment, Zhou Qian did not hesitate and immediately casted the soul-seizing divine art. As expected, Ba Chaoyuan was in a daze. In an instant he felt that his soul was severely injured. Yu Er and the other two used their strongest technique to attack Ba Chaoyuan. However, Ba Chaoyuan's Vajra Pagoda body was too tough. Although the three of them had broken his invincible Vajra body, they could not continue attacking. Ba Chaoyuan's expression changed and his eyes turned cold. He looked at Zhou Qian. He already knew who this guy was. At this moment, Ba Chaoyuan truly felt that his life was in danger. I did not expect it to be you. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Ba Chaoyuan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and his face was pale. He did not retreat but instead advanced. At this moment, the battle axe that rose into the sky seemed to split the endless void as it slashed down. Zhou Qian's expression was solemn. He used fulgurating shadows and his speed was shocking. However, he still could not avoid Ba Chaoyuan's attack. You don't know what's good for you. Sword of Solitude, one sword eternity. Zhou Qian held the candle dragon sword in his hand and faced the challenge head-on. The sword's chi was so terrifying that even he felt a trace of fear. The Sword of Solitude, lonely at the top, invincible for life, destined to be lonely. Ever since Shui Liang inherited the Slayer Immortal sword, Zhou Qian had not used the Sword of Solitude again. However, this did not mean that the Sword of Solitude was not strong enough. This was because he needed to open up his own sword Dao. Therefore, the limitless sword was where his ultimate strength lay. That was why he had ascended step by step to the heavens with the 18, 19 and 20 swords. Each sword was stronger than the last, but the last sword of the Sword of Solitude was equally terrifying. Even his own 20 swords could not compare. One sword eternity combined all of Immortal Slayer Emperor's longing for the immortal world of the 9 states and his inheritance, loneliness and sword will. When that sword was used, Zhou Qian could even feel the sword will's lament. In life, loneliness was the hardest thing to comprehend. However, Immortal Slayer Emperor had used the Sword of Solitude to become his strongest sword technique. Even Shui Liang had not comprehended this sword. However, after comprehending the limitless sword, he also had a great understanding of the Sword of Solitude. The 7th, 8th, and 9th swords were all just one sword. One sword was lonely for 100,000 years, and it was in vain throughout the ages. That sword was even more ferocious than the 20 swords. It was extremely powerful and even made Xianxia comprehend more. The sword will was the same, and the ultimate sword will was nothing more than this. Xianxia even had a feeling that he had a glimpse of the 21 swords. The 20 swords must be a greater watershed. It might not be as good as the one sword eternity, it might be close to it, or it might even surpass it. However, this sword at least made Xianxia feel the terror of Immortal Slayer Emperor. If he personally used this sword, he did not know how powerful it would be. As Xianxia sighed, that sword had completely split Ba Chaoyuan's thunder axe in two. Even his body had been completely cut in half. No one had expected that. The crowd was in an uproar. That sword was too amazing. Xianxia had become the focus of everyone's attention. That sword had surpassed the ages, as if it had been slashed from outside time and space. It made Xianxia's state of the sword undergo a great change once again. One sword eternity. It was terrifying. Who is this guy? Isn't he too strong? Ba Chaoyuan's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 5 of this martial arts competition. But he was split in half just like that. It's too terrifying. The Central Plains Divine Land is indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Sai Ba Chaoyuan, this is truly a tragedy. This evil Vajrafutuhal's eldest disciple was actually chopped in two by someone. Even the people of the Buddha Pagoda moved. I'm afraid this kid is not easy to deal with. The power of Xianxia's sword had stunned the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Countless disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, as well as the experts who had rushed over from all directions, were speechless. Ba Chaoyuan's strength was obvious to all. At this moment, even Lang Jiuji and Chu Junsong could not help but look at Xianxia. That was an earth-shattering sword. That sword had directly shattered Ba Chaoyuan's life-divine weapon and directly split him in half. Bastard, you will die a horrible death. If you dare to kill me, the Buddha Pagoda will definitely not let you off. Ba Chaoyuan shouted angrily. His soul was still there. Xianxia sneered. Buddha Pagoda, to think that you still dare to mention the Buddha Pagoda in front of me. If it wasn't for the Buddha Pagoda, I might have spared your life. Now I only have one goal, and that is to kill you and eliminate all future troubles. Your soul will also serve me. Xianxia held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and directly suppressed Ba Chaoyuan's soul, causing it to dissipate. Suddenly, Xianxia's ruthless methods made everyone gasp. It was a ghastly sight. Where did this kid come from? He even dared to kill the people of the Buddha Pagoda? Moreover, he was the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall, the person that the Buddha Hall valued the most. However, he was killed by Xianxia without leaving any room for escape. Yang Chan silently looked at Xianxia. His eyes were slightly narrowed and extremely complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy's attack was shocking. He actually killed Ba Chaoyuan directly. This was something that Yang Chan had never expected. The Buddha Pagoda would definitely not let the matter rest after killing the people of the Buddha Pagoda. Moreover, it was Ba Chaoyuan, the eldest disciple of the Buddha Hall. Facing the gazes of countless people, Xianxia's expression was cold. In that case, there was no need for him to keep a low profile anymore. He only had one goal, and that was to get first place. Ba Chaoyuan had to die. This was all within his calculations, but he had never thought that he would be able to unleash such a stunning sword. Even he was shocked by his last sword. Yue looked at her big brother with a face full of worship. He would always be the most powerful youth. From the first day she met him, she knew that this man was destined to stand at the top of the world. Everyone looked at Xianxia with different gazes. There was shock, surprise, fear, and even more so horror. At this moment, Xianxia did not need to say anything. He had already conquered the majority of the people, even the two people in the same group. Chapter 3597. In the end, the 4 people who could enter the final battle were finally decided. Xianxia naturally became the first winner, followed by Lang Jiuji of the Baji sect and Chu Junsong of the Mountain and Sea sect. Unsurprisingly, they became the second and third winners. As for the 4th person, he was someone that Xianxia had never heard of. Compared to him, this guy was truly unknown. It seemed that even the final victory was a narrow escape. At this moment, 40 people were either dead or injured. Even the people from the Slaughter Pagoda were dead. What else was impossible? More and more people became extremely solemn. The groom search competition this time was really bloody, but at the last moment the final participant of the final battle was finally decided. Lang Juji, Qin Jiang, Chu Junsong, Wang Yunliang, the four of you have entered the final battle. After 3 days of rest, Qin Jiang will fight Lang Juji and Wang Yunliang will fight Chu Junsong. I hope that you can seize the opportunity and not disappoint me. After saying that, Yang Chan turned around and left. His expression was cold as if he was in a hurry. Lang Juji gave Jiang Qin a glance. Jiang Qin gave him a faint smile, looking confident and calm. Lang Juji's strength wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Now that he had killed Ba Chaoyuan, his momentum was obviously stronger than anyone else. Although you killed Ba Chaoyuan, it does not mean that you are qualified to fight me. Lang Juji was incomparably arrogant. He looked at Jiang Qin, seemingly disdainful of his miracles. He was clearly 100 times more confident in the battle in 3 days. You can choose to forfeit. Of course, if you fight with me, the result might be unimaginable. My opponent is Chu Junsong, not you. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Lang Juji was extremely cold. In his eyes there was only one true opponent, and that was Chu Junsong. Defeating Chu Junsong would not only bring home the beauty, but it would also allow his Baji sect to have an even greater momentum, suppressing the mountain and sea sect. The only person who could marry the goddess of the mountain and sea sect was him, Lang Juji. Don't worry, you won't have the chance to see Chu Junsong. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. At this moment he was even more confident than Lang Juji. That sword strike had given everyone a resounding slap in the face. Everyone thought that Ba Chaoyuan would be the final victor, but no one had expected that Jiang Qin would sweep through 14 prefectures with a single sword strike, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. That sword strike is not sufficient to prove anything. All we need to do is dodge it. Unfortunately, that fool Ba Chaoyuan simply did not dodge it. Don't worry, I won't be as stupid as Ba Chaoyuan. If you want to beat me, then prepare to collect your own corpse. Lang Juji coldly said as he turned around and left. 3 days later he would be able to enter the finals and face Chu Junsong. The two of them were the two brightest stars in the Central Plains Divine Land. Only he was qualified to take Ling Yun as his wife. I have high hopes for you. If you win against Lang Juji, I would also like to witness the glory of that sword strike of yours. Chu Junsong looked at Jiang Qin. The arrogance in his eyes was not any weaker than Lang Juji's. However, the light in his eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation for Jiang Qin. That sword strike had stunned him and also filled him with battle intent towards Jiang Qin. But without exception, no one could defeat him. He was the final son of heaven. Junior sister Ling Yun would never marry anyone. A bunch of fools. Do you really think that you guys are worthy of Ling Yun? Jiang Qin sneered and shook his head. However, these two opponents were quite troublesome. He did not know if he would be able to see Ling Yun 3 days later. How many years has it been since they last met? Perhaps when she sees him, there would only be endless hatred in her eyes. At this moment Helian Ronger was no longer crying. However, Jiang Qin could see that her heart was filled with sorrow. Her heart had already died. He had seen that kind of despair before, but it was a long time ago. Yes. She was alone, following Antu to sneak out of the Helian family, in order to find her Mr. Right, the one destined for her. However, she didn't expect that Wang Fingqi had already left this world. To her, this was like the conviction that he had been holding on to all this while had collapsed in an instant. If it was anyone else, they would probably find it hard to accept this in a short period of time. Don't worry, the day I break through to the Emperor realm will be the day Wang Fingqi comes back to life. I promise you. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Right now, this was the only promise he could give Helian Ronger. Yes. Helian Ronger smiled bitterly and nodded. What could she say now? That was only the last bit of hope. However, who in the entire Central Region Divine Land had broken through to the Emperor realm in the past millions of years? Not a single one. Hugged Helian Ronger tightly in her embrace. She could feel the incomparable pain in her heart. She also felt extremely sour in her heart. They were both in the same predicament. Even though the person she deeply loved was right in front of her, she didn't know how to open her mouth and reveal her feelings to him. In the Mountain and Sea sect, a middle-aged man in a gray robe stood in front of the ancestral shrine with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were slightly closed as if he had entered a meditative state. Even his breathing, his drinking, and his pecking did not make the slightest movement. His aura was also completely restrained. Not long after, the third elder slowly walked over to the entrance of the ancestral shrine and stood behind the gray-robed middle-aged man. "You're here," the gray-robed man said in a low voice. His voice was incomparably calm. "Yes." Yang Chan nodded. In front of the ancestral shrine were the ancestors, so he did not dare to speak loudly. Even the speed at which a leaf fell was extremely slow. There was not a single speck of dust in the air, nor was there the sound of wind. "What's the matter? Speak." The gray-robed man's lips moved slightly as if he did not want to waste too much energy. "Reporting to the Mountain Lord, the people from the Buddha Pagoda are dead," Yang Chan said. He had to inform the Mountain Lord of this news. This was not a small matter, and that Ba Chaoyuan's identity was extremely special. It was very likely that it would implicate the Mountain and Sea sect, so for safety's sake he had to ask the Mountain Lord for advice on what to do. The gray-robed man frowned slightly. He did not like to be disturbed, but this matter had indeed made him rather angry. The people from the Buddha Pagoda had died, and they had died in the Mountain and Sea sect. Although he was not afraid of the Mountain and Sea sect, this matter was still not a small matter. The gray-robed man shook his head and said coldly, "Who is it?"